mean, Christina Gamboa over there for World Green Building Council, who is one of my heroes of the property sector, is someone you should go and grill who has a program and looking for support, for example. Catch her at coffee. Or Nick Robbins in the front row over here, who's will talk your ears off about just transition, the challenge we face, and many other things. Is really worth grabbing and saying, sounds good, Nick, but practically what does it actually mean? And let's find out. The conversations we have with each other, the relationships we develop are critical and important to being able to move rapidly in a world where the rapidity is of the essence. And of course, if you want to talk about deals, then grab Philip Brown in the back row there. Put your hand up, Philip, from Citi, who's one of the world's most important debt capital market people, I'm going to say. And he's here, like for a short period. Make sure you get your 3 minutes with him and find out how to get some deals, green deals going. And ask him, why isn't every sovereign in the world issuing green bonds, for example? He will tell you he's trying, but get some specifics. That's the purpose of today. It's the networking, it's the conversations, developing the deeper relationships that will allow us to move quickly. Above all, speed is everything now. The shape of the future has been decided. It will be clean and green. We know that. You won't find an investor in the world of any large scale who doesn't think that's the case. The question is the speed now. But the speed is not merely material, it's everything. If we don't move quickly enough, we miss our window. Our global window to get emissions down and avoid utterly catastrophic climate change, folks, is 7 years. Whoa, that's a lot of deals to be done in 7 years. 50% reduction, remember that. Okay, now that wasn't the formal start, that was just for those lucky ones who were here in the beginning. We, I think, are closing the doors, we'll get going. Can I confirm that the internet side is working and we're queued for video? All right, so, 1, 2, 3, now, formal start. Welcome, everyone, to the Climate Bonds 2022 Annual Conference. Thank you for joining. Yes, that's right. Clap. Someone's going to clap. Thank you so much. For those of you that missed the beginning, I'm Sean Kidney, CEO of the Climate Bonds Initiative and your host today. We have a full and packed agenda. To kick us off, I'd like to welcome Citi CEO Jane Fraser, who has sent us a message by video online. And note, by the way, this is an in-person and online event. While we have a room full of people here, we have about 1,500 people online. We have translations in 5 languages. There's an audience right around the globe at the moment. But first, can I get Jane to kick us off, if I may?
This event comes at a defining moment, a year of intense weather, including summer heat waves and wildfires across the globe, has once again highlighted the urgency of the climate crisis. Yet, the war in Ukraine and its impacts on the global energy supply have further complicated the transition to a low-carbon economy. At Citi, our determination is as strong as ever. We believe that global financial institutions like ours have the opportunity and indeed the responsibility to play a leading role in confronting climate change. We have engaged in these efforts for many years, putting in place the foundations to help our clients achieve net zero. And today, there's an additional S in ESG, and that's security. And our efforts are helping corporates and communities build resiliency and sustainability in combating climate change. Earlier this year, we released our initial plan for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Given the size and the breadth of Citi's portfolios and businesses, reaching net zero, it's a Herculean undertaking. What does it mean? It means rolling up our sleeves and working with our clients to embed the transition into every aspect of our work. The transition won't look the same for all of our clients, and that's why we're engaging client by client and sector by sector. Where the solutions are known, renewable energy, for example, we must facilitate scale and widespread adoption. And where solutions are less clear and more difficult to define, such as in agriculture or heavy industry and other high-emitting sectors, we must discover climate-friendly alternatives to business as usual, all with the goal of reaching cost parity as quickly as possible. The financial sector can help unleash the capital and put companies on the path to net zero, but strong government policy and technological advance are critical to driving change at scale. Thankfully, we have great partners such as Climate Bonds, which has been such a champion for public-private sector collaboration and which has consistently delivered cutting-edge solutions and provided clear, ambitious, science-based standards to support the transition. Confronting one of the biggest challenges of our time is not going to be easy, but out of collaboration and cooperation come hope and progress. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Jane. You heard her talk about an organisation in transition. This is very much a theme of today. We're not about the perfect, we're not about the really hard stuff, we're about changing the world in the right direction at the speed and with the ambition required. And we're really thrilled to have Citi as our gold sponsor for this particular event, supporting us at this, and we're looking forward to a lot more work, Philip, and a lot more deals. I'm just pointing to the guy who's going to make the deals happen in the back row there. But of course, I'm also really pleased to welcome as our silver sponsors JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Main Street Partners, and State Street Global Advisors. We've got a bunch of other partners too. I need to acknowledge their support because they've been fantastic. Yesterday we had a training event at Ashurst who sponsored us for the day, the law firm. We've got a bronze sponsor in the Luxembourg Green Exchange who we've been working with for many years on building green business. And then we've got a bunch of supporter organisations from Mizuho, who's helping us with the Japanese market and how we develop that particular sector, to the International Capital Markets Association, who's here today, to ESG Book, to Financial Services Delivery Africa, FSD Africa, and we'll hear a little bit from Victor from FSD Africa about that opportunity later on. As you know, these events depend on the support of sponsors. I'm going to say all of these sponsors, all of them, have incredible commitments to change. I mean, some of these are banks and investment companies. SSGA still has some brown stuff on its books. We kind of know that, right? Point is how we transition from where we've been in the past to where we're going in the future. And what I'm really thrilled to say is that for all of these partners, the commitment to transition is palpable, real, and I say kind of exciting in the context of the challenge we have to do. So thank you. Look, a few words from me. First, context for today. 3 things. The climate situation is not good. You kind of know that, right? Well, first, we've had a methane spike over the last 10 years, short-term greenhouse gases, which is freaking me out. Why? Well, some of it's coming from the Arctic, a little bit of it, methane leakage. Some of it's coming from increased decomposition in rainforests as the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increases. This triggers feedback loops, so we're getting more methane from natural capital than was the case before, which is scary because that's a feedback loop. But the stuff that really scary is the extent of methane leakage from the oil and gas network. The plumes of gas being released in the Permian Basin in Texas, in Turkmenistan, in Indonesia, in Russia. I mean, it's madness in a way. They could be making money if they capture it. But greenhouse gas, methane on a 20-year time frame, which is the time frame we need to look at, is 84 times as potent as CO2. It's actually a really big problem that we have not given enough attention to in the past few years. We've been sold a false story of transition, which is that we can use methane as a replacement for coal. But we're now of the view, you know what, the savings on shifting to methane are illusory because we lock in another 30 years of capital if we build methane infrastructure. when coal is dead, we're going to close down coal. So I've been on the public record as saying in Poland, keep the coal plants going. Don't replace them with gas and lock in for another 30 years. And just keep working on the fact on closing down coal, because everyone knows we have to close down coal. It's clear now. It's only a matter of time, and we have opportunities. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but the methane spike is a terror. And just look at the IPCC report of earlier this year and other reports, and you'll see what I mean. That's one. Two, the rapid onset of climate change is rather chilling. We are seeing impacts this last year in summer which we weren't expecting to see for another 25 years. With the extraordinary heat, drought, and then floods in Pakistan. I mean, talk about yo-yo. With the heat in Sichuan and the drought and the consequent effect on energy supplies to coastal China. With the drying up of the Rhine and the impact on Germany's GDP because its major transport hub is not working. Well, you can sort of see how this plays out now, right? We don't necessarily feel it as gently warming environments or rising sea levels. We feel it as economic impact, like the GDP effect in Germany. Or we feel it in other ways. Biodiversity collapse is tied to the impact, is about humans' impact on natural capital on the planet, with climate change being the accelerator, the enabler, the enhancer. The pandemic is not something unrelated to what we're doing to the planet. It's directly related. It was about the collapse of biodiversity in southern China and ASEAN, species being forced together, pathogens jumping between species, and then jumping to Paul and I, and us. The IPCC Health Committee has been telling us for 30 years we're going to get a century of pandemics. Folks expect another one in the next few years. One of the big questions for us at the moment is what can we do to better prepare next time, learning from the craziness of the last 3 years, the last 2.5 years. Will we learn the lessons? Will we triple the budget of the World Health Organization in time? Triple the budget of vaccination research facilities, etc. These are resilience questions. These are questions of how we prepare. We've got war. Is the war unrelated? Well, it is unrelated. It's not about climate change as far as we can tell. Well, except it is a petrostate dictator using fossil fuel revenues from Europe to invade a neighbour and, by the way, capture large rare earth deposits and other important minerals for the transition. It's sort of vaguely related. And what you're going to find, what you find with major changes as a result of climate change, is it's never certain. We saw in 2010 a food crisis when the Russian wheat crop failed thanks to extraordinary heat in the steppes. We didn't twig at the time. They banned exports of wheat for a year, and that led to a quadrupling of wheat prices in Egypt, Syria, Tunisia, and so on, which of course led to the Arab Spring. Didn't quite turn out quite as positively as we hoped the Arab Spring for a variety of reasons. Revolutions are messy. It's not a great way to achieve the changes we want to have. Volatility is the enemy of sustainable returns and the kind of world we want to live in. And yet that's what we're going to experience, and we're going to see suddenly food price spikes, and someone's going to have to do some investigation and think, oh, it is actually related to climate change. In the 1600s, when we saw the last experience of climate change, 2 degrees cooling, the Thames froze over a couple of times, thanks to, we think, the collapse of populations in Latin America, thanks to releasing of smallpox and measles. We saw 95% of American Indians, as we think now, die in that period, the collapse of whole civilizations. The forest regrowth kicked off a process of cooling. Well, let me just say that in 2 degrees cooling in the 1600s, we experienced that as war, famine, and pandemic, again and again. We lost a third of the world's population with 2 degrees cooling. So right now, we're in a debate about whether we can just keep the 2 degrees warming, or maybe we can keep it down to 1.5 degrees warming. 1.5 degrees warming is a third the carbon budget of 2 degrees. It's a big difference. It's not a minor difference. and yet we are currently consigning our planet to 6 to 7 degrees warming. Do not expect to survive the century without large-scale loss of life at that kind of trajectory. And that loss of life will be everywhere. The heat dome in British Columbia shows us that no one will be exempt. Vancouver, 47 degrees Celsius. This is not Mumbai. This is not Dubai. We will be affected also everywhere. So I want to stress the urgency of the change that we need to effect if we're to avoid the catastrophic projections that are currently before us. A world our children will not want to live in is what we are still on target to achieve. Of course, there are other factors too. The volatility we're seeing thanks to war, pandemic, food. In some ways, the current interest rate spike is a result of pandemic recovery. You can expect a lot more crap to be happening. And that's going to mean swings in the global economy, swings in interest rates. And of course, in the way we currently structure the global economy, swings in and out of US dollars with consequent negative impact on emerging market currencies again and again and again. In that sense, in that world of increased volatility, we have to do more about creating resilience. We have to look at physical resilience, obviously. In Sichuan at the moment, we have not thought enough about what happens when there's a severe drought and we stop delivering power to Shanghai and Zhejiang, which is what's happening at the moment, blackouts, etc. We have to be looking at economic and social resilience in the context of these kinds of crises. The shock absorbers that we haven't had, we patently did not have in 2008 and 2020, have to become norms for our societies. And we need to be thinking about political shock absorbers. We're going to get a lot of Trumps and Viktor Orbáns in the world because we're going to see swings, and that's going to mean people are going to be negatively affected and they're going to get angry, understandably, frankly. Inequality exacerbates the frustrations of ordinary people. Equality ameliorates. Addressing the issue of inequality is not a matter of fairness or justice, it's an economic and social shock absorber. There's a direct correlation between levels of inequality and levels of fragility in societies, including political fragility. The agenda is urgent. The agenda is very large. The agenda is not just about dealing with rising sea levels. It's the flow-on consequent impacts. And I'm going to say a really critical climate resilience job is thinking about the nature of our civil institutions, thinking about the nature of our global institutions, thinking about the nature of the way we can support each other around the planet, not just in our atomized countries. We can no longer see a world where the largest economy in the world steals PPE equipment from the tarmac of Bangkok from another country, where the largest economies in the world do not share vaccines, where we need coordination about sharing vaccines with people in Africa, not just hoarding in North America. Well, I don't know whether we're going to fix that. I'm going to say that's our challenge. I'm broadening your sense of problem, I'm afraid. I'm saying it's not just a matter of capital flowing, it's also a matter of the architecture within which the capital will flow. If we don't get the skeleton, the frame right, we will come asunder. If we get it right, we have a good chance of surviving the volatility of the 21st century, because one thing is certain, there's a new normal on the block. Increased volatility in pretty well every way you can think of. But there is some good news. There is some good news. Well, first, on the geopolitical good news, we've had some extraordinary commitments last year to 2030 reductions by governments. Every major developed economy in the world is now committed to 2030 targets, not just 2050 targets. Of course, they don't know how to get there. In Japan at the moment, there's a fight going on, if you like, an intellectual discussion between the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Economic Trade and Industry about, do we have to have gas everywhere? Remember what I said about methane leakage? Can we turn on the nuclear plants now? Etc. It's hard. It's not easy to do this change. We have some things going for us, though. We've got the commitment to 2030, and we have a transition discussion now underway, the theme of today. We have to sort out exactly how we go forward, but at least we're asking the right question. How do we change? We know we've got some commitment by leaders. This is pretty surprising. It's not just Ursula von der Leyen, who, despite my arguments with the Commission in the past year, has committed enormously to repower EU, to the change, and the war in Ukraine has only exacerbated Europe's commitment to, or increased, enabled, amplified Europe's commitment to renewable energy and the change. The IEA released figures today which said that while everyone's thinking emissions have gone up from coal and gas, actually they haven't. What we're seeing is a switch, not an increase. And that switch is short-term. What we're also seeing behind the hoods is a massive extra commitment to renewables, to energy efficiency, and the sort of things. And it's not just in Europe, it's also in India, where thanks to the uncertainty about the impact of gas prices, the Modi government has not only increased its pressure on renewable, it will be a 70% solar and wind country by 2050. It's going to meet its 2030, it's going to exceed its 2030 targets, already ambitious, but it's also let $140 billion worth of offtake agreements to Reliance, I should say, and Adani for green hydrogen, which is renewable energy generated ammonia to replace fertiliser, which is currently produced by gas, subsidised by the Indian government, the Indian budget, because they're worried about the volatility of gas. And if we bring energy generation and ammonia generation into India, we avoid a big current account deficit problem and a budget deficit problem. Hey, it's obvious. Multiple benefits. The changes are underway right now. That's good news. We have, in fact, good news that Modi, despite the criticism we might make of social policy and like, is utterly committed to solar, is a solar zealot, thanks to his time as Gujarat Chief Minister, where he saw a massive increase in solar. We know that the Biden administration is finally having some success. The IRA is an amazing bill in terms of the range of things to support the transition, including in green hydrogen. $3 a kilo subsidy they brought in. I mean, it's a pretty blunt instrument, but boy, it's going to work. You're going to see a massive increase of green hydrogen generation, and every one of those green hydrogen companies will make their money back before they start shipping anything. Should be a pretty safe bet. I expect to see some green bonds, Paul. We know that Xi Jinping is personally committed, and understands climate change. There's a fight going on in China between different forces as well. There's the legacy provinces who are trying to maintain growth in the face of the climate challenges and, of course, the COVID challenges. But whenever we hear Xi Jinping talk about it, he basically says, we must go green. I still remember the speech at the Belt and Road Congress a few years ago when he said we need the Belt and Road to be green, and talked about the role of the Silk Road Fund, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in doing that. It doesn't mean everyone follows him. The nature of all our economies, whether that's Europe or India or the US or China, is these are complex economies with many forces in them. But you know what? It helps a lot when our leaders understand the problem and are working for change. We have to support them all, whatever we might think of other policies and other issues, because this is everything. We don't make this transition, we don't survive. Of course, there are a couple of other wins. One is the fruits of the past state action are beginning to arrive. Renewable energy prices, thanks to strong state action by Germany. Thank you, Germany, in 2001, in bringing in a feed-in tariff, which then went viral in Europe, and then China from 2006, starting an extraordinary investment boom. Every year, China has invested more in renewable energy since then than any other country in the world, more than the US. That has driven down prices. Volume offtake agreements drive down prices. Think about that in every green technology area you want. When we start getting large-scale offtake agreements, the prices drop. Thankfully now, in a place like India or Dubai or Chile, solar is now unbelievably cheap. Thank you, Germany. Thank you, China. That's had a flow-on effect to hydrogen. We are going to see $1 a kilo prices of green hydrogen in the next 3 years, not by 2030. And that's going to mean consequent opportunity to change quickly the steel sector and many other sectors. Electric vehicles are dropping thanks to strong state action in China. 20% of all cars sold last year in China were electric, new cars. That's extraordinary. In Germany, last year, 50% of all fleet cars, where OPEX is important, sold, were electric. Extraordinary. This is happening at warp speed before our very eyes. That's a win. Another win is that we have a savings glut. At this time, when all of these things are happening, which are high capex investments, by the way, front-loaded investments, solar, EVs and so on, more upfront cost, lower running cost. Luckily, we have more capital in the world than we need. We are flooded. We've done incredibly well at creating pools of capital over the last 70 years, everywhere. Because of that, low rates will return. There's a wonderful chart in The Economist last week about the long-term trajectory of debt interest rate, fixed income interest rates. From 1311 they start their chart. I have no doubt that fluctuations are going to become the norm, but trends will stay the same. The question is, how do we manage the fluctuations? Resilience in the face of volatility. We still need to bridge emerging market, developed markets. The capital is pooled in developed markets. 70% of the capex that we require in the next 30 years is in emerging markets. We have work to do. And the last benefit is that thematic bonds have grown enormously. We've just hit $2 trillion outstanding in the green bond market. In Asia, ex-Japan at the moment, this year, 33% of all corporate bonds issued were ESG themed. 33%! In November last year, 40% of all bonds issued in Europe were ESG themed. These are themes of the time. We've got some work to do. Investors need to engage, drive, push governments to develop green pipelines and start to think it's not about portfolio reallocation. Shuffling deck chairs in the Titanic is not going to save us. We need to change the Titanic. Work together with governments. Banks, guys, you need some longer lead times here. This is a revolution. It requires a year of development, not 3 months. That's going to mean investment. The CEOs need to commit. The benefit is green market share when the world is going green. Advisors, everyone needs pathways for transition, ambitious pathways for transition. Governments, your budgets are going to be stretched by dealing with emergencies. Partner with capital. Look at fiscally efficient measures to make the transition. There's an agenda for everyone here. Everyone has a role to play. Just to finish, you're going to see next further work on what to do, on the clarity of transition, enabling investments, transition investments, resilience investments. You're going to see further work on harmonisation around the world. 2, you're going to see a lot more incentives, blended finance, guarantees, de-risking tools, foreign exchange incentives. We need a lot more emerging market issues in local currencies rather than in hard currencies to avoid the risks of volatility as money keeps swashing back and forth to US dollars. There are things we have to do here to improve resilience. And then lastly, you're going to see pipeline developments, hydrogen, infrastructure, cities, and of course sovereigns. There is a huge agenda here and there's a huge opportunity. If we make this transition, we create a different world. We create a world that our children can live in, that our children will want to live in. If we don't, we create a world we do not want them to live in. It's all about the flow of capital, which means you, us. $90 trillion is likely to be invested by 2030. Just think of the opportunities involved. On that note, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being part of this mission. Thank you for the work you're going to do in the next year to achieve this transition. And I want to invite Paul O'Connor onto the stage, who's the moderator for the next session. Paul, Head of EMEA Debt Capital Markets for JP Morgan. Over to you.
Maybe we could invite the other speakers up to the panel as well, the ones that are here in person. I believe we have Kingsmill and Victor in person, if they're here. Kingsmill, thank you very much. Victor, please take a seat. Help yourself to some water. Sit anywhere. I think
we sit in order.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
So we have a great panel for you today to start off with. I'm Paul O'Connor. I look after EMEA ESG Debt Capital Markets for JP Morgan. We are first going to hear from Dr. Anubha Ghosh, who is the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, also an advisor to Prime Minister Modi in India. We have Kingsmill, who many of you will know, who's senior principal at RMI, and we have Victor, who is representing the financial sector for Deepening Africa. Welcome all. So before we get started, we are lucky enough to hear from Dr. Anubha Ghosh, and I believe he will be joining us by video. So if we could just cue that segment, please, team, and we'll have a short video, and then we can get into the discussion with Kingsmill and Victor. Thank you. While we're waiting, I also see that Elke has joined from the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance from Germany. Thank you very much, Elke, for joining us. And if the video is ready, we can maybe get it started. And if the video is not ready, we can go straight into the live discussion.
Understand the human security risks and the economic resilience challenges, we will not understand the third type of risk assessment that I would suggest, which is around the risk of political institutions. It's not just what we are doing to the planet. It is not also just what the planet will do to us. It is most importantly what we will do to each other within and between our countries. And do we have the political institutions in place that can understand and mitigate? Good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are watching this in the world. I am Anubha Ghosh. I'm sending you my greetings from India. I'm sorry I could not join the Climate Bonds Initiative's conference. And I'm sorry for several reasons. One, because CBI is a great partner to the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, which I head. Also because I believe that our missions are very aligned towards transformational change. And I also believe that some of this transformational change is not going to happen unless we sit together and actually get into the nuts and bolts of what needs to be done. Why it needs to be done is very clear. We are going through not one, but 4 crises right now. There is a fuel crisis that developed countries and developing countries are going through. There is a food crisis that many of our economies are going through. There is a finance crisis, not just the availability of finance, but currency depreciation, the challenges we have with multilateral financial institutions, and a lack of cooperation and coordination at a global level. And we have a continuing fever crisis in the form of a pandemic that's not really gone away. What will compound all of these crises is climate change, both as a challenge in and of itself, but also as a challenge and a crisis that exacerbates the other shocks that our economies are going through. But if we have to think about this challenge and think about then the opportunities that arise, we have to first ask ourselves, how do we become a little better prepared for what is coming at us? And I believe the first thing we have to do to make ourselves less vulnerable is to do risk assessments of 3 kinds. The first is the risk assessments around human security. What it means to have a climate extreme weather event impact lives and livelihoods at a community level. But in order to do that, we have to get much more granular in terms of our assessment of risk. We also have to understand risks in terms of our economic resilience. Resilience is not just adapting to a changing climate. It is about how quickly our economies can bounce back from the perfect storms of shocks that we're all facing. What will climate change do to physical infrastructure? What will it do to agricultural productivity? What will it do to trade patterns? What will it do to our livelihoods and sectors that drive the economy into the future? And unless we can understand the human security risks and the economic resilience challenges, we will not understand the third type of risk assessment that I would suggest, which is around the risks of political institutions. It's not just what we are doing to the planet. It is not also just what the planet will do to us. It is most importantly what we will do to each other within and between our countries. And do we have the political institutions in place that can understand and mitigate the shocks that are coming at us in a manner that provides a degree of cohesion and cooperation? But once we have made those risk assessments, I would urge that we all collectively sit down and think about the really hard task of mitigating emissions. If the world has to reach net zero by 2050, if the world has to halve emissions by 2030, we all know we are clearly not there. We are nowhere near on track. But what we have not completely internalized is how do we actually convert that economic opportunity that emerges from the low carbon transition into a basis for international cooperation. It is not enough for us to just talk about the potential. We have to actually look at how we have energy security, resource efficiency, how do we leapfrog rather than just have a slow boom transition, and how we have more interdependence rather than protectionism. Only if we start looking at the nuts and bolts of these issues can we convert the modeled outputs into real outcomes in the real world. And one of those real outcomes in the real world will be the flow of finance. From a country like India, which just in this decade will offer a market of about $550 billion of investment opportunity, whether it's in renewables, electric mobility, or green hydrogen, I have a simple question. Why does not money flow to where the sun shines the most? And I also know the simple answers. Oh, well, it's risky. So what are we doing to mitigate the risks? What are we doing to increase access to not just institutional debt, but to deepen the debt capital markets at home and abroad? What are we doing to crowd in rather than crowd out private investment? What are we doing to reform the institutions that can enable that? Once we think about these stages of first understanding the crises we're currently going through, then internalizing how climate change compounds those shocks, then doing the deep risk assessments at a human level, at an economic level, and a political level, and then see how we can have the collaborations to have deep mitigation while increasing our industrial potential, can we then see where finance comes in? And in what form, with what colors of money? It's these hard, technical, deep conversations that we aren't having enough. So I would urge all of us, our institutions, our leaders, and any initiatives that we might collaborate on, to look beyond the headlines and to get into the bylines. Who is going to author and lead the transition that we all want? It's easy to grab the headlines, much harder to write the bylines. I wish you all a good writing session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. If you're watching us live or on replay, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Clearly, India, a super important player in all of this. So next I want to turn to Kingsmill, and we were going to talk about one of the key issues here, obviously renewable energy and decarbonising the energy inputs into the system is fundamentally a building block of achieving this sustainable transition. So I want to ask about the energy trilemma, resolving these issues of energy security, affordability, and also, I guess, generating low carbon electricity and low carbon energy generally. How can we navigate this trilemma, as it's called? Maybe you can share a few thoughts with us and give us the latest. Over to you, Kingsmill.
Brilliant, thank you, Paul. I'm going to stand on the lectern. In fact,
Go for it.
I have a little presentation to answer, or seek to answer some of that question. Just while our IT guys are pulling it together, it's hard to speak after the very inspirational Sean and the very brilliant Arunabha, but I shall try. So for my sins, I am actually no green idealist. I'm a kind of hard-nosed city analyst and strategist. I once worked, in fact, at Citibank, and it's nice to see Jane here. And I'm also not here to tell you what you should do to save the planet. I'm here to tell you what you must do to save your profits. I think it's very different. So to answer the very first question of Paul has posed, I guess, the trilemma. The trilemma is solved. The Gordian knot has been cut by Putin. Renewables are now cheaper, so the economics work. Renewables are local, so they provide energy security. And renewables are clean, so they solve the environmental disaster into which fossil fuels have been taking us. So this, therefore, is the decade where, I will suggest in this presentation, where you will make or lose money. Now is the moment. So if we can pull up my little presentation, if that's all right. So I'm going to start with a very obvious observation, not especially original. Look out the windows. No windows, sadly, in this room. But all that sun, all that wind, it's long been the great dream of humanity to exploit it. Every hour, the sun delivers to the surface of the Earth as much energy as we use in a year. The rooftops of our existing buildings alone, so take this building or your own home or warehouses, put solar panels onto them, and they would generate enough electricity to provide all of our needs. In fact, almost twice our needs, without even putting solar panels up onto Truss's precious farmland. But actually, in more prosaic terms, if we take a highly constrained set of areas where you can deploy solar and wind right now, it adds up to 100 times as much as our annual energy requirement. So there's this enormous resource out there. And in the course of the last decade, as Sean mentioned, we have unlocked this enormous resource. We are now able to exploit this almost limitless amount of energy. The cost of solar and wind and batteries has fallen, as you know, by up to 90%. And most importantly, has fallen below the cost of fossil fuel technologies. You then add Putin's war and the doubling and tripling of the costs of fossil fuels, and actually the price points which we were expecting at the end of this decade have been moved forward to right now. And this, of course, is not the end. I urge you to read a very interesting paper by Doyne Farmer and colleagues at INET and Oxford University, which shows that once costs start falling on learning curves for granular modular technologies like solar, wind, and batteries and green hydrogen, they don't stop. So costs will continue to fall. By the end of this decade, we'll have extremely cheap solar, wind, green hydrogen, and the prices will enable us to replace the entire fossil fuel system at much lower cost. So humanity, as ever, has responded to the opportunity that low costs bring already. And I almost hesitate to put these charts up because I kind of imagine everyone knows them, but possibly not, because it's worth remembering we have already seen spectacular exponential growth in the deployment of these technologies. I show here solar and wind and electric vehicles and batteries. Look around you. Exponential growth is everywhere, from Vietnam to India to China to Europe to the United States. It's driven by policy and technology, by innovators, by capital. We have an absolutely Cambrian moment of exponential, explosive energy change. This year alone, solar will grow by 25%. Put that a bit in context, the amount of growth of solar this year alone will be about half of the growth of all our electricity demand. Electric vehicles will grow by 60%, green hydrogen by 300% or more. So we have this extraordinary exponential change that's taking place. And what that means, this again is where I kind of put my finance hat on. That growth has just got big enough to start to make a really profound impact on the current system. Solar and wind, in very simple mathematical terms, about 5% of global primary energy supply, according to BP, growing around 20%. That will be large enough to supply all of global energy demand growth up to 1%. So we have just got to the moment where these new technologies are supplying all of the growth. What that means, therefore, we believe that clean energy, so we believe that in 2019, demand for fossil fuels peaked. In 2019, for example, clean energy supplied 85% of the growth in primary energy demand. In the last 2 years, again, contrary to what you may be reading, all of the growth in primary energy demand from 2019 to 2021 has come from clean energy sources. Fossil fuel demand fell over that period. It crashed and it recovered, but it didn't reach its 2019 level. So the peak, in fact, is now behind us. And what that means, therefore, is that the energy future will be very different to the energy past. It means that fossil fuels now reached a plateau. It's going to bounce around for a while, and then it will enter into inexorable and increasingly rapid decline. That means plenty of stranded assets. Those coal fields that you're funding will have no buyers in a decade. Those diesel cars you're financing will have no market in a decade. It doesn't matter how good your ESG score is or how many pictures of solar panels you put onto your annual report. Nobody is going to want your product anymore. All of the growth, all of the opportunity, and all of the innovation is coming from renewable energy technologies. And to conclude, why does this matter? Why does this matter at a Bonn conference? The reason it matters is because we live, sadly, in a system totally dominated by fossil fuels today, where 80% of energy capital, actually, to be precise, according to Rystad, 84% of energy capital is tied up in fossil fuels, where 50% of syndicated loans are still to fossil fuel extraction and usage companies, where people are mistaking the tactics of greenwashing for the strategic shift from one energy source to another. So, by way of conclusion, the answer now is not just to embrace renewables and shun fossil fuels because it's the right thing to do. It's because it's the only way for businesses to survive and prosper in this new environment. Thank you. I shall stop there and hand back to Paul. I think we've got some other questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kingsmill. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions on that. I believe we will have a bit of time towards the end for questions. So if you do have questions for Kingsmill, please do bear them in mind. I want to turn to Victor. Thank you for joining, first of all. I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in Africa. Clearly, there's an opportunity here to, in a way, skip over some of the, I guess, mistakes that have been made in other economies in terms of locking in carbon-intensive energy infrastructure and the like. Maybe you can give us a few thoughts on how to scale investment in Africa, how to overcome this sort of short-term horizon problem and shift the mindset towards what we might call patient capital. Clearly, a lot of this infrastructure that we're going to need is going to be built out over the long term. You know, we need investment horizons to match up to that. We need to engage a different type of investor, I guess. Maybe you can give us a few thoughts on how you think that investment could be achieved and how we can sort of scale it up and take it forward. So please, Victor.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Kingsmill, also for the presentation and to show also the Africa map and the opportunity that is there, especially on green energy, that is wind and solar. I think it's the continent from your presentation that has the highest potential of producing green energy. So yes, there is massive potential in Africa, and I think, as Sean said, we are looking at two things: speed and looking at scale. And the question we want to ask ourselves probably today is, what is the future, and how are we going to be able to make this achievable for the continent, and as the continent of Africa participates in the green bonds and the green energy kind of space. So let me first probably talk about what we have done. FSD Africa and CBI, we've been partnering now for about 4 or 5 years in Africa. And the reason why we partnered with the Climate Bond Initiative was to begin a program that promotes issuance of green bond and climate bonds across the continent. And we ran 2 pilot projects with Kenya and Nigeria, just to see, first of all, how that will work. And I think the success behind it has been really good. The public sector has picked it very well. And of course, as you begin such a thing, as you begin such a program, the public sector is bound to pick up much faster. Nigeria alone has issued about 2 billion worth of green debt, and 77% of that comes actually from the public sector. And public sector is simply because of scale. When you think about mitigation and also thinking about how to transition some of the activities that are being issued by these green bonds. We've seen the Nigeria government issue the first green bond that was certified, the first sovereign green bond that was certified by Climate Bond Initiative. I think this was the first certified, CBI certified sovereign bond, green sovereign bond in the world. So that was a really big step forward. And also the project is being reported on an annual basis. We've also seen a lot of participation in the corporate side. We've seen a few first green bonds issued. We've also seen the first green sukuk issued in Nigeria. And the issue of scale also comes into question. And we've had quite a number of other green projects. In Kenya, for example, there was a gap on student housing. This is simply because there is a bulge of middle class in the continent, and half of the African population is now living in cities. So education has really become big, and so you're having a lot of new academic institutions coming up, but student housing was not well provided for. So we thought, why don't we sort this solution out by issuing actually a green student housing bond, which was issued by a company called Aecon in Nairobi. Yep. And now it's really scaled up. They've come for the second series green bond. Again, this is all certified by Climate Bond. And the hostels are actually have a 90% occupancy, and they can't be able to satisfy the demand that they're having from different universities. Universities are now offering them free land so that they can put up these green hostels because the hostels provide security and actually more than 50% of the occupants of the hostels have actually been female students, simply because of that security that is being provided with the green hostels and the facilities that are there. So that has also become more of gender-inclined and socially sustainable kind of project. Speaking of gender, this year we also promoted and supported the first gender bond in Africa. It was issued in Morocco. And we also have just supported the second gender bond, which was issued in Tanzania. The Tanzania one is particularly very interesting because it was the first sustainable bond that actually had a green arm on it. What do I mean by green arm? It was issued below government interest rate. And so we are seeing private capital now actually placing a non-financial return value on impact bonds, because more than 50% of the people who invested in the gender bond in Tanzania were actually female clients of that bank in Tanzania, which was very, very interesting. And so we are seeing a lot of private capital now placing a premium on impact. And the largest pool of private capital we have across Africa is the pension funds. Nigeria alone sits with about 30 billion worth of pension funds. But this money lacks diversification options. So you find most of the funds are invested in sovereign securities or government securities. In Nigeria, for example, 80%. In Kenya, same thing, 80%. So we are seeing an average of about 70% of the funds across the continent, the pension funds, are being invested in government bonds. And so some of these funds need options. They need new products to come in, and especially impact-focused products that will help facilitate them to invest in these particular securities. What is the future? We are coming up with very innovative ways to encourage the private patient capital that is ready to sit on the long-term end. As you know, commercial bank money is really not patient capital. But when you think about the pension funds, when you think about some of this private capital, it's quite patient and can come and promote a lot of the climate bonds, because you're talking about long-term bonds being issued that can actually be invested in. And so we're coming up with new strategies. Some of them is to de-risk some of these bonds. We're de-risking them how? As a first loss investor, as FSD Africa, we're putting in our own money to just help us create a first loss kind of mechanism or mezzanine investment. We are also issuing credit guarantees with some of our partners, like InfraCredit, who we've partnered with, and are now wrapping the bond to reduce the risk on that. And of course, there are other risks that we're coming up with clever ways of dealing with, like currency risks. And, but there are also other creative ways that could be help to promote the bonds in Africa. And we're already thinking about some of these ways in the future. For example, the flower farms, the flowers that you buy in London could easily have come from Lake Naivasha, which exports a lot of flowers of Kenya to London. And if Marks and Spencer, pick for example, could actually issue an ESG bond based on the supply green chain that they have created on the flower farm, and list the green bond on the London Stock Exchange based on its supplier risk and how they have actually created a green chain of that supplier risk. The flower farms themselves, since their revenues, 90% of their revenues is in hard currency, it's in US dollar, could actually issue an impact bond based on that same factor of how they have greened themselves. Speaking about security, and when I started, I poured myself a glass of water, because this commodity alone in the continent of Africa supports 1.4 billion people. And this is because when you think about agriculture, when you think about security, when you think about sustainability, you cannot separate it from water. Mm-hmm. Benue, which is a big river way that touches about 4 countries in West Africa, gets flooded, and different countries struggle with the flooding. How do we issue climate bonds that are helping tap this water and generate electricity with it, irrigate farms with it, create sustainable agriculture out of it, and also at the same time give access to clean water using the same dams? So you're creating both a social security issue, because once these people are evicted and the place floods, they invade their neighboring community, and that becomes an unrest. The drying out of Lake Chad. Lake Chad, as many of you know, I think the waters have, what it was about 50 years ago, it's lost almost 70% of the water that has been there. And this has created a massive security issue for all the 4 countries that surround Lake Chad. And so we are seeing a lot of tying in of all these issues of climate with security issues across the continent. And therefore, it is become very important for Africa as we sit right now to issue a lot of climate bonds to help this. They might be agriculture bonds. We are already speaking with the government on issuing agriculture bonds to support supply of water, recycling of water, and all that. As you've seen, the green building that are being done, the student buildings in Nairobi, we have quite a number of them coming up now being built by Aecon. One of the biggest aspects of this green building is water, making sure the students have clean water and the water is recycled and all that, so it's very key. So these are actual projects that we put in ground, and I think there's a huge potential, even for the companies across the globe, that, for example, as I've given an example, it's, if you're being supplied for products from the continent, it's actually possible for you to issue an ESG bond based on your supplier risk and how you're actually facilitating greening that chain. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Some great ideas in there, and it's great to hear of all this work going on. I mean, I'm particularly interested in the point you raise about supply chains. I mean, increasingly, we are talking to people who operate what you might call a dematerialized business model. They are a brand, they sit on top of a very long value chain. Often the value chain or the supply chain starts in places like Africa. And the question is, how do we present that story, and understanding that supply chain with all the intermediation in it and looking at de-risking it and how you communicate that story. I think we're going to see more bonds built on that sort of thing in the future. So I think these are great examples and really thought-provoking, so thank you for that. I want to turn to Elke now to talk a little bit about the investor viewpoint. Thanks, Elke, for joining us from Germany. I guess, broad question, if you can give us some thoughts on the investor perspective. Why should investors pay attention to all of these things? Now, clearly, time horizons are also relevant here. And clearly, as time goes by, we see more of these risks, which at the moment are theoretical, starting to emerge. But maybe you can talk a little bit about the investor perspective on long-term risks like climate change. How are investors thinking about this? Looking at your work through the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, and maybe commenting a little bit on how the investor members are thinking. So over to you to give us some perspectives on how you are looking at investment risks right now relating to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So I may ask, I hear an echo.
It's clear on our side,
Elke.
Elke.
As well? Thanks.
It's
so you hear me well, right?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks. Thanks for having me for this great conference and panel. And yeah, indeed, some might ask, why should investors pay attention to climate-related risk, and why do asset owners decarbonize investment portfolios by 2050 alongside science-based decarbonization pathways? Long-term investors are aware climate risk is long-term the highest economic risk. So not acting will come with higher costs and risks, physical risks and risk of stranded assets than acting. And prosperity and a healthy economic development will only exist based on functioning ecosystems. Our planet and nature is the basis of living and of our economy. So we are currently facing increasing billion-dollar events, ongoing weather extremes with loss of lives, huge negative environmental impacts, and impacts on harvests in all parts of the world. We see droughts, wildfires, floods. So shareholders and long-term investors, like members of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, insurance companies, pension funds, but also sovereign wealth funds and endowments are aware long-term sustainable strategies are decisive to secure against the downside risks, but most importantly, to create growth opportunities. So sustainability is profitability. And science tells us that this decade is critical for action. It seems this is our last chance to transform. We are on a good path. We are hearing it's very encouraging, so the presentations I've heard before, but we must not lack ambition. Let's be bluntly and crisp, change, or we will be forced to change. Indeed, the future it must be green. And as the future, as we further, as we might overshoot 1.5, the greater the extent to which we will be forced to adapt with higher costs, permanent loss of nature, biodiversity of human lives, but also social turmoil. And as 80 to 90% of the global emissions are currently already covered by a net zero goal, it is inevitable that as countries turn national commitments into credible policies, every sector will and must be transformed with huge investment opportunities in a new green economy. And therefore, I mean, investment needs and opportunities are estimated 3 to 6 trillion US dollar annually. And these are perhaps the biggest opportunity for decades.
Thank you very much. And so, from what you're saying, clearly there's issues to address. Sorry.
What are the difficulties? Why don't we see this capital moving? As Kingsley just asked in his presentation. So, what are the difficulties? I mean, most of the capital is nervous, is shy, let's say. Especially when it wants to be invested long term, and especially for investments in new technologies and innovation, as the future is uncertain. So there is this huge elephant in the room. I mean, we heard it today several times. It's the risks, and there is a diverse set of risks. It's political risks, currency risks, regulatory, operational, project risks, and many other. And then there is a second large obstacle, which is intransparency, which fuels the perceived risk.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I was just going to ask, in terms of solutions to some of these issues that you've raised, I mean, in terms of your work with the asset owners, as part of the NZAOA, what would you say some of the most attractive solutions are to overcoming some of these challenges?
Yeah, thanks for this question. This is even most important and most critical. Please, I hear again the echo. If you could close the, thank you. Yeah, I would say there are like three main thematic blocks. Which I would see as crucial for the solution. First, we need stable and reliable policies. These need to be in place, providing the ground for long-term investments, supporting demand and supply of sustainable deployment. And these includes reliable governance planning, like detailing NDCs to sector pathways, long-term development of project plannings, incentive models favoring sustainable deployment, like carbon pricing, respective subsidies, tax reliefs, giving some examples, respective sector regulation, sector per sector, and then very important and crucial, mandatory companies' disclosure of transition plans. That's regularly quality assured information which can be fully integrated into decision-making processes so that the markets operate interconnected and efficiently. The second block, all financial institutions, all investors, asset owners, asset managers, but also banks need data. Data, reliable and standardized data for transparency and for enabling risk assessment, as known risks reduce the risk perception. Therefore, a very important second block to reduce the risk is transparency and data. So disclosure of climate performance of companies, let's say carbon footprinting, but more importantly, transition plans, investor need for forward-looking assessment. Therefore, we need platforms and tools to support this transparency. So publicly available data pools with standardized climate data. And then sector pathways for countries and regions, I explained before, which can be used as a benchmark for industries to assess, is this respective company in line with a decarbonization pathway, in line with 1.5. And then net zero aligned benchmarks, a very important tool for all asset classes, not only for listed equity. And therefore also, of course, every single constituent needs to disclose carbon performance, listed assets, projects, real estate, but also green transition and sustainability linked bonds. This then allows financial institutions for carbon footprinting, and more importantly, for investment portfolio alignment to net zero. And the third block we discussed also earlier, especially Sean in his speech, we need financial structuring which helps addressing the risk. Structures like fund structures that pool and diversify risks, including hedging solutions, blended structures, private-public partnerships, guarantees, especially blended finance we see as a win-win situation. While the private sector benefits from improved risk profile, the public sector achieves a multiplier effect. And then for sure, the bond market, green bonds, transition bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, this is crucial. So these are the three main blocks: policies, data and transparency, and financial engineering, let's say. And last, very last on a fourth one, we need ambitious leaders and collaboration across all stakeholder groups. Thank you, Paul. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elke. And really finishing on a very important point there. I mean, I think from my perspective, I see some corporates are going as fast as they can. I think there is a need for government to step in and recognize that there are limits to what private capital can do on its own, and sort of preparing that ground for increasing investment in certain technologies and jurisdictions. I think that's going to be very important in the years ahead. I think we'll have a bit of time for questions, so please put your hand up if you have a question. But in the meantime, I just wanted to pick up on one thing with Kingsmill, if I can. So, given that gas clearly is challenged now as a source, a reliable source of energy in Europe anyway, given the current situation geopolitically, other forms of energy generation technology obviously can step forward into the vacuum, and there may be more competition for capital available. Would you say this is a problem for renewables in terms of building out the renewable pipeline? And are we going as fast as we can on renewables, or would it be possible to go faster? Do you see this competition for capital as a barrier for the growth of wind and solar and sort of dark green renewable technologies? Or do you see that there is opportunity for increasing the pace of investment in renewables?
So, of course, the answer to your question is it depends where you are in the world. I mean, as I'm sure Victor would say, there are certain countries which struggle to get the capital to deploy the renewables that they want. So it's not a simple answer. But in broad terms, to answer your question, if you talk to developers, who are actually the people putting into place all of these technologies, they all say we lack projects, not capital. And what they mean by that is they lack good policy and regulatory environments in which they can deploy this superior technology. And there's fabulous work done by Bloomberg New Energy Finance. They release annually their Climate Scope report. And this Climate Scope report charts policy against capital. And it's extremely clear. You put into place the right policies, you will get the capital. Now, that observation applies, I think, probably to about 80% of the world. There is a further subset of countries which the World Bank calls fragile states, where the situation is much deeper and more problematic than the electricity system. And clearly you need much deeper answers for some of those countries. Part of the answer, for example, is for the World Bank to go in and help to de-risk the deployment of these new technologies, to find ways to reduce, as Victor said, the disparity between taking foreign currency risk and actually having local currency revenues. And there are clearly problems to be solved. But to answer the very final point, in spite of all of this stuff, in spite of the difficulties, renewables keep on getting deployed. And this is what's been very interesting and notable over the last decade, is that all of the forecasters, particularly all of the fossil fuel forecasters, such as the old IEA or Exxon or OPEC or whatever, they've all been completely flat wrong about the exponential growth of these new energy technologies. So, for example, this year, here we have the war and the disaster and everything else, and solar, according to BNEF, we will deploy 250 gigawatts this year. 10 years ago, we were deploying 20. It's quite extraordinary. The Chinese solar panel industry is putting into place enough capacity to produce 1,000 gigawatts of solar by the end of this decade. And that actually will be quite sufficient in and of itself to create a revolution. Anyway, all I'm really saying is it's not easy at all, and there are certain countries where it's extremely difficult, but on a global level, it's feasible. But what we need to do, policymakers need to step up to the plate, stop fiddling around with all of their kind of feeble attempts and revanchism to do fracking in the UK or whatever, and just put into place proper policies to build out solar and wind. I mean, can you imagine it still takes 10 years? We're in a crisis in Europe, and it's still taking 10 years to put solar and wind into the ground. I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah, it's policy, primarily policy in most places.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to just give people a chance to ask Kingsmill any questions while we have him here. Is there any questions that people want to... So two at the front here.
Nick Robbins from London School of Economics. Great comments from Malcolm and Victor and Kingsmill. I think we've seen the extraordinary opportunity on the supply side on renewables. To use an old-fashioned fossil fuel phrase, it seems this could be turbocharged on the demand side if we really get serious about energy, resource, and water efficiency. So I think you've painted a very disruptive and positive picture, Kingsmill. But could it be more disruptive if we get very serious on the energy, water, resource efficiency? And also to Victor and Elke as well. Thank you.
I don't know if you'd like to.
Yes, I mean, I can respond, sorry. I think as far as the continent of Africa is concerned, the opportunity is massive in terms of speaking about renewables and what potential is there for the continent. And probably it's more, the answer at this point is more on a structuring solution. How do we structure this? So let me give an example of a program that we've just kicked off on the renewables. So we've set up together with our partner InfraCredit in Nigeria, we've set up an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, and this is mainly focused on mini grids. And this is just to help small little enterprises and corporates that want to set up mini grids. As you know, the distribution network in Nigeria is very, very poor. So mini grids work very well because those particular mini grids can supply the immediate community. If it's a community of 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 people, the mini grid can focus on them and supply the energy to them. Most of these mini grids are solar mini grids. This is PV. And we already actually have a pipeline of about 5 companies that have gone through the credit analysis and everything, and they're looking for construction loan. And so this will be green bonds that will be issued in the next couple of weeks to support these mini grids and the setup of these particular mini grids. The impact of such an investment by the investors will be actually tracked on real time, and you can actually know how many families are touched and how the families and their lives have been changed. So there's both a social aspect, of course, and an energy need. There's a huge energy gap across Africa, many people without electricity, and yet we have renewable energy that has not been tapped into completely. So yes, there's a great opportunity. There are things that are being put in place. Other African countries have quite a stable distribution network. For example, Nairobi and Kenya have a very good distribution network. Turkana has one of the largest windmills in the world, was set up in Turkana in the north. And this is actually able to supply quite a significant amount of electricity across the country. And so we are seeing a lot of foreign direct investments coming in, bonds that are being issued by even some of these energy companies in their countries, and they're coming actually to set up these energy companies in Africa to supply energy. So yes, it is actually possible, and it is already happening.
Thank you. Another question there at the front. Go ahead.
I think. I'm not sure. Yeah.
That's on.
Hi, thank you. So I'm going to be a little bit pessimistic and just see if I can throw cold water on here. Maybe you can make me optimistic again. But I noticed kind of on the charts that you were showing, there was extremely quick reductions in the cost of a lot of the technologies you're talking about. But then at the very end in 2020, 2021, you actually see that stop. And we've seen that in 2021 and 2022, the costs have actually gone up for the first time ever. And then with a lot of these projects, it's very capital intensive up front. So the cost of capital is very important. But of course, for most of the period that you were looking at, interest rates were basically zero, and now they're not zero anymore, and they're especially high in emerging markets. And then kind of turning to emerging markets where a lot of this investment's needed, their budgets are stretched. You know, we're looking at some countries that are really in trouble right now. And when you look at kind of the overseas development aid that we need to provide that de-risking you were talking about, we're seeing a lot of countries cut back on that or refunnel the aid that was supposed to be going to development to help in the Ukraine efforts and things like this. So kind of not really a question, but cold water on the discussion. Just wanted to see what your thoughts are, if that affects your outlook going forward and what can be done about it.
Go ahead, Kingsman.
Sure, brilliant. If I'm just very quickly, I'll reply to this, just comment on Nick's observation about more disruption to come. Don't forget, we've only just got lower prices in two areas of electricity, sort of wind across the barrier and light transportation where EVs have kind of reached the barrier. It's coming in lots of other areas as well. So briefly to answer your question, Nick, I think we've got to see a lot more disruption to come, and we even need to recognise the disruption that's coming from what we've already done. Anyway, coming out onto I smiled when I heard this question about falling prices, because maybe we've had falling prices for renewable technologies for 30 years and now it's over. And that's certainly what the fossil fuel industry would love you to think. Look, who can predict the future with absolute certainty? But that framing is highly unlikely to be accurate, and I'll explain why. So again, I go back to this work done by Doyle Farmer at Oxford. They looked at a series of technologies over, I think, about 180 technologies over 200 years, or wherever they can get data. And what they found is that once your costs start falling, once you get onto learning curves of deployment, they are extremely sticky. That is to say, they carry on going. So you can often have periods of a couple of years where costs stop falling, but then they keep on going because some bright spark in Kenya or Mongolia has a better way of doing something, and that idea then gets rolled out across the world. That's what happens in modular technologies with huge amounts of growth. So I think to answer your first point, have costs stopped falling? Highly unlikely. And actually the other observation is, don't forget that the innovators where costs are much lower, like India, their lower cost structures can be copied by other countries which are higher and which are later to the party, like Vietnam, for example. So that's what I said about costs. On this other point about cost of capital, again, as a finance guy, just look at the Lazard LCOE calculations. They show you the cost of capital, the cost of solar and wind and coal and gas at different costs of capital. I think it's LCOE version 13.0. Lazard just does it every 6 months. Anyway, their cost of solar at 4% cost of capital is about $42 for the United States. And at 10% cost of capital, it's 52, right? So it does indeed go up. But as you can see, not by that much. And furthermore, the cost of the competing technology of gas or coal, again, they did this analysis before, the very high gas prices, but gas starts at 55 and goes up to about 65. So sure, it's going to be higher cost, but not dramatically higher, and no higher than the current fossil fuel alternative. So it doesn't, because humanity ultimately needs energy, it's not really going to stop the transition from happening, high cost of capital. And then the final point about emerging markets have no money. All change is sequenced. And if you look, for example, at the rollout of the internet or the rollout of mobile phones, you see a very clear pattern. It happens first in richer developed countries, and then as costs come down, other countries deploy these technologies. So I think we are having a fairly similar situation here. Richer, wealthier countries are deploying deploying the technology fastest. They, of course, are the largest. The OECD plus China is still 75% of the total demand for energy globally. And the chain, they're not held back by a lack of capital. So I think, you've got to be very, very precise about which countries and are they big enough to move the needle. And then, the very final point I would make is that there are certain countries or regions at the moment which are undoubtedly struggling to deploy these technologies. But they, in 2022, are very small compared to the total. But in 2030, they will be relatively large. But by 2030, the costs will be dramatically lower, so you actually have a solution there as well. So I think all your points are valid, but they're also all soluble.
Thank you very much, Kingsmill. Go ahead, one more question I think we have time for. Maybe we take gentleman at the front, seeing as you have the mic. Go ahead.
Aaron Kelschker, University of Cambridge's Centre for Resilience and Sustainable Development. So my thanks to the panel for sharing some great insights. Maybe just picking up a couple of points of, Victor mentioned pensions. I know obviously on the asset owner side there's a very large conversation. We've seen TCFD implementation, become mandatory on the company side. Here in the UK, I think was the first country to codify it. And so overnight, 1,300 companies are now reporting against TCFD. And here in the UK, we've also seen the Pension Schemes Act 2021 make mandatory TCFD reporting for pension schemes here to try and, I guess, accelerate the decarbonisation of pension portfolios. Given that the pensions industry globally is probably around 56 trillion, how can we actually accelerate that movement of capital, and especially towards the greening of pensions? I'd welcome the insights of the panel. Thanks.
Any thoughts on that? Maybe Elke, I don't know if you caught that. It was about moving the pension pot. Maybe you have a few thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, basically, just repeating what I've told. We need these regulations also in other jurisdictions, clearly. And then we will see capital flow. I'm quite convinced, as we said before, policies are key. On the other side, the factor is that investors will ask more and more for this kind of transparency, pushing for these policies, and also pushing, the real economy for this kind of transparency. So therefore, we will see, and I'm quite sure, acceleration of data, of disclosure, and also getting to a next level, which needs to be standardization of data, also Scope 3 reporting, and then development of tools which are needed. And if we all work together, like with the service providers, consultants, with the real economy, with policies, there will be a huge acceleration, I'm quite sure, in the data transparency and disclosure, which needs to happen. So this is basically answering, just repeating what I've said before. So we need to come to a next level now, and this is what I already see moving.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more. I was given a little bit of leeway, but I don't want to go on too long because you're probably eager for a break. But maybe just one more question then.
Paul, probably.
Sorry, go ahead.
I can just add to what
Sure.
Alan asked about the private capital, and especially for the pension funds. And regulation is very important. In fact, it's one of the starting points when we get into any market as FSD Africa. When we start having discussions with any capital markets players, the first thing actually we do is have discussions with regulation. But every time you talk about regulation, you have to use the word appropriate regulation, so that you just don't put a regulation on market players for the sake of putting it, but it's a regulation that is appropriate for those particular market players. And when you start speaking about that kind of regulation and asking the pension funds themselves to report on how much of their portfolio is green, is also to ask yourself, how many products are there that are green that these actually funds can invest in? And it also depends on the size of the fund. If you're talking to a huge fund, Vanguard, BlackRock, the one ticket size is so massive, can they get options to invest in such a ticket size? And so that's also very important to ask yourself, is the regulation appropriate? Are there products that are there? So in Africa, for example, we've seen a lot of regulation change. Generally, fund managers are allowed to invest, and pension funds are allowed to invest 20 to 30% in, say, private capital, but less than 1% is invested in private capital. When we do an analysis of banks, just analyzing their portfolio, we actually discovered most of the banks, 20% of their portfolio is already green, even before the bank taking a green strategy. You'll find that many of the loans issued out, the assets that they're holding, some of them actually have been invested in green. So again, if you're talking to a central bank and asking a central bank, could you adopt the TCFD regulations? So for us, we found it actually easier as FSD Africa to have conversations with central banks, because we've analyzed the bank's portfolio and we've discovered most of the banks have a green portfolio inside them. They actually didn't know that some banks actually is as high as 35%. And so you can now ask the central bank to implement such a reporting, because these guys actually already hold green portfolios, only that they don't know about it. So that's an appropriate regulation that will bring out the status in that particular market. So appropriate regulations, yes.
Thank you. I promised one more, so this is the last one, but thank you for waiting. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So one more question, and perhaps challenging the notion that financial engineering will fix these challenges that have been outlined. Kingsmill outlined that, in fact, the areas of greatest abundance, excess abundance of renewable energy are economies that have relatively contained demand for energy, which suggests, in fact, that our efforts to transition may be limited by the economic structure of the economies where renewable energy is most abundant. So isn't what we really need for green transition then green electron superhighways, which can transport the renewable energy produced in these countries to the developed economies which really are reliant on mass energy? Don't we need some out-of-the-box thinkings which tap into international trade and finance, rather than just looking at how to build renewable energy in developing economies for their own use? Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting, the source of the energy not always in the place where demand is highest, and how do we move it around? We have seen, I think, some of these projects coming. I believe there's one in Morocco, but maybe Kingsmill, you have a few comments to add on that one?
Yeah, sure. I totally agree with you. We need green electron superhighways, because as that map showed, there are certain regions and countries which are a little bit constrained in terms of space. To be clear, it's actually 10% of the world only, and it's Korea, Japan, and the Netherlands and Belgium and Germany, and a few other places. There's a relatively small number of countries, but they are indeed constrained. And so everyone's trying to figure this one out right now. And as you mentioned, we have the X-Links, Morocco to the UK, which seems like a very good idea. And you have the plans, in Australia to take green hydrogen either out through ammonia or through the cable to Singapore. I actually think that one of the most exciting new technologies right now, and certainly something worth backing in this country, is the cable manufacturers who are actually manufacturing this cable. They're really clever cables to get these technologies. And now happening in the North Sea as well, actually, with the energy islands that Denmark is building, which are enabling people to provide energy. So yeah, it's really exciting. We don't quite know the answer yet, but I mean, as so often in the energy transition, you've just got to try and see what you can do, and the market will figure it out.
Great. So really optimistic note to end on. I think we'll have to leave it there. Thanks everyone for your attention. Thanks everyone online for listening. And if we could just show our appreciation for the panel, that would be great. Thank you. I'll hand it back to Sean.
Achieving at least 50% of climate finance by 2025. And third, becoming the partner of choice for green and sustainable infrastructure. AIIB's climate finance increased to 48% for all its investments in 2021 and is set to achieve its target of 50% by 2025. Of this, 78% was mitigation finance, 20% adaptation, and 2% dual application. Recognizing the limits of its own financial resources, we in AIIB are actively working to mobilize private sector capital in a number of ways. And at the project level, as you know, AIIB looks to use its resources most effectively to enable private sector financing. This includes de-risking projects through providing longer tenor loans, first loss investments, or guarantees. Additionally, it provides equity and debt financing to funds and financial intermediaries to spur targeted investments into technologies, frontier markets, or extend its reach into smaller scale projects, while also lending its support to such intermediaries in their capital raising efforts. We at AIIB also look to mobilize funding at the sector level, particularly with a view to mobilizing larger long-term institutional capital. This includes its own sustainable bond framework, but also investing into the green issuances of clients and developing innovative structures such as emerging markets CLOs. To date, AIIB has invested more than $1.4 billion in green and sustainable bonds in Asia, including the Asian Climate Bond Portfolio. The Asian Climate Bond Portfolio project financed with Amundi includes a comprehensive AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework for translating the 3 key objectives of the Paris Accord into fundamental metrics essential for investors to select climate champions. The AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework has been used to produce a new research report produced jointly by Fitch, Carbon Trust, and CBI that looks at how sectors, companies, and bond issuers are doing in their climate performance. So as you've seen, at both the project and market level, AIIB sees a significant role in raising the profile of the Asian region to investors for climate finance. This is supported by continuous efforts to develop and replicate new investments and financing structures in order to increase and mainstream the product offering. As an AMDB, AIIB has an important role to play in bringing parties together to increase the availability of climate finance. By recognizing the role and capabilities of each party, AIIB is developing effective structures between the public and private sector, but also incorporating and making better use of the wide range of concessional financing resources. So this is what we've been doing, and we will continue to do our best. And thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Fantastic answer. We look forward to a continuing deep and fruitful relationship in solving this problem and addressing this challenge. Thank you again for being with us today.
And now let's hear from Valérie Baudson, the Chief Executive Officer of Amundi, one of the world's largest fund managers, who's been incredible support for our work and also a pioneer in the allocation of capital to green environmental solutions in developed
and emerging markets.
Thank you, Sean. It's a great pleasure to be with you today to address the issue of how to scale up investments to address climate change. To begin with, I would like to highlight the role that I believe the financial sector can and must play to support this transition. The economy needs to undergo a global and significant transformation to reach the objective of net zero emissions by 2050. This transformation will require massive investments and around $9.2 trillion in annual average spending on physical assets. That means $3.5 trillion more than today. In particular, investments in clean energy in emerging and developing economies need to expand by more than 7 times to above $1 trillion under a net zero scenario by 2050. Climate change is everyone's business, public authorities, companies, and the financial sector too. The only way to get concrete and rapid results is to align interests and strategies between all these stakeholders. In this context, I believe that financial institutions have 2 main roles. The first one is to finance the solutions we need to decarbonize the economy, such as renewables, energy efficiency technologies, green transportation, to name just a few. The second one is to influence companies to engage in their transition through our stewardship activities. Amundi is not only one of the top 10 asset managers in the world, but also a leader in responsible investment. Responsible investing has been part of our DNA since inception in 2010. It remains central to our growth story. We are proud to have been the first asset manager to present a Say on Climate resolution this year and to support the global net zero emission objective by joining the Net Zero Assets Managers Initiative. Today is a complex and uncertain period with a high volatility on the markets due to the geopolitical turmoil, energy crisis, and the impact of rising inflation and economic slowdown. In this context, we stand firm in our conviction that responsible investment delivers long-term, sustainable value to our clients and society. Our strong conviction is that to meet the challenge of addressing climate change at scale, it is crucial to develop sustainable capital markets and impactful investment solutions globally, particularly in emerging markets. The success of the global transition depends on the success of the transition in those markets because the bulk of CO2 emissions growth in the coming decades is set to come from emerging markets as they grow faster. The transition is a particularly delicate issue in Asia. Asia is still heavily reliant on coal with a relatively young age of coal power fleets. It is one of the regions most exposed to climate risk. One of the most powerful solutions to bridge the financing gap is the use of blended finance investment solutions that allows to leverage on public capital to catalyze private capital flows. Blended finance has notably been instrumental in supporting the development of the sustainable bond market in emerging markets. Amundi has successfully created public-private partnerships with key institutions around the world. We are particularly proud of our partnership with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, intended to develop a holistic climate framework adapted to emerging market corporates. The partnership has resulted in the creation of the AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework, endorsed by the Climate Bonds Initiative. It has also allowed Amundi to actively engage issuers across Asia and in AIIB countries of operation to support them on their climate journey. In conclusion, I believe that the coming 5 years will be key. The finance sector needs to support public authorities and companies in their efforts. The AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework can and will help us get there and push together the frontiers of sustainable finance. Thank you for your attention.
This session is about transition, about ambition, about entities. I know you've been talking out there about what needs to be done, how much needs to be done, and the extraordinary opportunity we have to ensure capital flows to the right places to drive the necessarily ambitious transition. No time for soft measures, please. We now need serious, substantial ambition if we are to achieve our 2030 targets. No 5% measures, please. Give us 50% measures, and so on. Well, at least that's my line. You're going to find out. My job is simply to first announce that our chemicals criteria are launched today. That is, certification for bonds in the chemical industry are now eligible in the climate bonds criteria. Look online for that. This is the formal announcement of those criteria. We expect to have some certified climate bonds in that sector. And my second job is to introduce the moderator for this session, Zalina Shamshuddin, who's our head of Asia Pacific Climate Bonds Initiative. Zalina, over to you.
Thank you, Sean. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I think the key theme of this session is primarily going to be anchored around net zero ambitions. I think that's been the key word this year, or in the last 12 months at least. You've seen countries commit to net zero ambitions. You've seen large PLCs commit. You've seen banks commit to net zero ambitions. But fundamentally, what does that mean? So that means that we're shifting away from having to just finance green. We now need to also finance into green. So the theme here is transition finance. And the financial sector has responded well to this. So we have different types of theme bonds now. We have SLBs, we have transition bonds. So the financial instruments are there, and we've seen significant sort of uptake of that. But the issue is that the fundamental issue, the chatter lately has been around the credibility, around how effective or how ambitious are these financing instruments, how ambitious are the transition strategies of issuers, and what is the role of investors in pushing this agenda. Based on that background theme, I'd like to introduce my lovely panel today. We have GFANZ, Green Building Council. We have an intermediary, Credit Suisse, and then we have an investor. All the pressures on Rupert at the moment, State Street. And so without much ado, let me start off by kicking off with Tony. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
If you could just introduce yourself and just tell us about how GFANZ is happening. It's not happening. It's helping in the is helping in the transition space.
Thank you, Zalina. Hi, I'm Tony Rook. I'm Executive Director at GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. We are an organisation that draws from and works with sector-specific alliances across the financial sector. And we're really there to support those financial institutions in actualizing their net zero commitments, providing the pan-sector view, but also guidance and tools for them to help them in their net zero commitments and turning that into transition plans. And our work really covers implementing those commitments, scaling and accelerating finance into emerging markets and developing economies, engaging with policymakers to support, to provide a regulatory market that supports net zero, and creation of a public data utility around transition information, particularly around targets and greenhouse gas information. And really, at the heart of what we're trying to do is help financial institutions to understand, what does a transition plan involve? It needs to be an action plan, as well as setting goals and governance and accountability. And really turning that into, what does that mean in terms of what it finances? And giving the transition finance a definition, really, which is about, how do we finance and enable and scale climate solutions to help us decarbonize? How do we also support those companies that are aligning or aligned to a 1.5 degree pathway and net zero? And finally, also, how do we scale finance to manage a phase out of high emitting assets that cannot be decarbonised. So that's the broad brush of what GFANZ does, and transition finance is at the heart of what we're trying to define and work with financial institutions to do.
Great, thank you, Tony. So financial institutions now have a transition plan and the tools to help them transition. I'd like to bring Christina into the conversation. Christina, you represent the Green Building Council, which fundamentally represents one of the largest real economy sectors that contribute to GHG emissions up to 20 to 30% across the world. So in terms of the issuer space, how does the council support issuers to meet the need for credible fundraising?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, so the World Green Building Council represents over 75 green building councils in different geographies. The built environment represents around the world 10% of GDP, and as you said, it's a little bit more of energy related from the use of energy, the demand side. The built environment can represent up to 38% of global greenhouse gas emissions across the full life cycle of buildings. So what are we doing about it? I think our network has been working for many years to make sure that the world changes the way they build, specify, operate, and disclose information of what is a good asset class for the building sector. And I guess for many years, green building councils have been setting, let's say, the foundations for what is now in the built assets, the foundations for ESG reporting. And what are we doing? We are aligning toward progressive goals, towards, of course, science-based scenarios. And the network has been setting out a set of tools for advancing net zero. We have a program that's called the Net Zero Carbon Buildings Commitment that has front runners in that race to zero from the UN high-level climate champions, almost 200 companies and cities in collaboration with a lot of entities to create a demand signal for a better quality infrastructure. And of course, that goes to creating the sorts of indicators that we still have to make an effort to have a better conversation with the financial industry to give certainty that this can be done, and for to scale up the finance that goes into better assets, because what we desperately need is that we avoid more resources going into bad buildings and make sure that the world gets at least the highest energy efficiency, which is the golden rule to start on the pathway in this sector for net zero, disclosure, and a lot of collaboration with policymakers.
Thank you, Christina. So engaging with financiers, shifting demand from bad investments into the better green investments. On that note, Scott, as Credit Suisse, an intermediary that is the face of the pipeline of issuers that come to the market, how do you ensure that the issuers that come to market provide credible transition plans that asset owners and asset managers and investors generally can look at and consider as viable investment products?
Yeah, it's a great discussion, and maybe for background too, I spent about 8 years in Europe. I ran capital markets for Credit Suisse, and currently in my role, I'm global head of the financing team. So we see deals in Asia, Europe, Switzerland, the U.S., and I could tell you, spending a lot of time in Europe, firstly, and the pathway for companies in transitioning, and I think about the large integrated oil and gas names, bigger metals and mining companies of really several years ago getting on a path of saying we need to do something about this because capital flows or lack thereof will dictate viability as they think about the long term. I'm thinking about 2030 and 2050 with net zero. So firstly, as far as credible transition, I think and we're seeing this quite actively, is a real deployment or redeployment of capital into clean tech. And I a couple examples of this week. There's been BP invested in equity stake $4.1 billion in a Swedish green hydrogen effort there. There's a number of steel companies that are again investing in green hydrogen. So I think it's part of understanding there's energy independence that we all appreciate that needs, but we have to have real physical asset transformation, not just a masking of really where the business is going to go. And there's going to be a fundamental shift, and obviously we all agree that I think Sean probably said this well, that, natural gas is viewed as a transition, but we need to really make that jump, again, to real clean energy. So that's the first thing I'd say. The other thing is that I'm really, really happy that there's finally starting to be, global transparency disclosure of what is appropriate and green. And that means the financing that we're doing for all these companies, making sure that they're appropriately assessed, that they're selecting, KPIs, targets that are, again, material, ambitious, they're ambitious versus their peer group, and these are things that will hold, again, call it the companies accountable, but also on the investor side, which I'm sure State Street is going to talk about, of making sure that, that everybody is going to adhere to the policies in which they're focused on. So I'm very happy that, call it asset transformation is underway. We have a lot more to do. And actually, the good news now is I think I can start to see this quite actively firsthand in the U.S. in particular. Similarly, we saw it with obviously the Biden administration with the IRA, which was mentioned before, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. And that, I think, is a really important step. $375 billion of deployed capital for tax incentives, for carbon capture, for hydrogen, and a number of other clean tech operations, which make it a viable investment day one, so that people can actually move forward with that required infrastructure to get where we need to be, and again, net zero down the road.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Rupert, asset manager in the room. I must apologize. I was supposed to tell everyone to introduce themselves, which I didn't, but they were kind enough to do it for me. So Rupert, please introduce yourself, and please tell us what is your view of the state of the market in terms of sustainable finance and investments.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rupert Cadbury. I work for State Street Global Advisors. So State Street is a $4 trillion indexing manager, so one of the largest indexing managers in the world. Typically, the clients are institutional clients, and they have very much benchmark-focused risk-return objectives. Now, my role within that is I'm the fixed income strategist. I work primarily with the fixed income investors to incorporate ESG into their portfolios. Now, the institutional client base that we have is primarily benchmark orientated. When I say benchmarks, I'm thinking of like your Bloomberg Corporate Bond Index or your JP Morgan Sovereign Bond Index. They set the risk return profile that those institutional clients need to have. It may be a pension fund that needs to target a certain risk return profile. Hence, benchmarks are set, the first eligible opportunity set. What we were seeing, and it really started over 20 years ago, incorporating ESG with negative screening, but certainly over the last 5 years, recognizing that negative screening alone is not going to be sufficient to really facilitate the transition of some of those companies most needing that finance to meet the goals of the Paris Accord, certainly. So green bonds are increasingly a key element for investors. They're nothing new, they've been around now for over 15 years, but we're seeing more and more investors seeking to invest in green bonds as part of their investment portfolio. Maybe 2%, 5%, some even have over 20% investment targets. Now, the challenge is that green bonds are still a relatively small part of your fixed income market. They represent around 1% of your global ag. There's no eligible green bonds currently in an emerging market sovereign bond index, and they're a relatively small part in your emerging market corporate bond index. So we see huge demand, but very, very little supply, but certainly growing interest in committing to investing in green bonds. Now, key for identifying what qualifies as green is data. We use a large number of different data sources to identify not just what qualifies as a green bond, but also to what extent those companies or bond issuers, sovereign bond issuers, are meeting various ESG and climate-related objectives. And we integrate those into the portfolio design and construction.
Oh, sorry. So essentially, we've heard all the buzzwords. So quality of disclosures, data, ambitious plans, and stuff like that. But fundamentally, there's still a gap between the demand and the supply. I think one of the primary issues in this space of sustainable finance is the pipeline of potential issuers is still a lot smaller than the demand that's out there. So, Christina, could you tell me from your point of view, what do you think is the financing needs from the green building or the building environment? And why do you think there's a gap between the pipeline of potential issuers and the demand that's out there?
Yes, thank you so much. So the financing gap is huge. The world is still urbanizing at a very high rate. One of the asset classes, and actually the biggest asset class around the world, is infrastructure, right? And around what is going to be built in the next few years, it's a great opportunity to avoid locking in carbon-intensive infrastructure. If it's not done properly today, we will be locking in a carbon-intensive future. There's no Paris Agreement without the infrastructure sector. And that means there's the challenges is to channeling that money and the solutions for emerging markets. I guess those are one solution that can be scaled up properly. And I guess following, let's say, the collaborations and the people we have here in the panel, it's going to take building trust and confidence and scaling up those frameworks that we have right now in the alignment in the certification schemes, as we have done, for example, in Europe, to bring transparency on how these rating schemes can be useful for the EU taxonomy or other initiatives in collaboration with climate bonds, in order to channel more attention to the urgency of decarbonizing those portfolios. Because there's, of course, you all know this, there's several types of risks of bad infrastructure. So there's, of course, the physical risks that are being, of course, compounded by all the climate change impacts, but of course also the reputational and market risks of those assets not performing to net zero in the next few years. And that for any let's say companies that are committing to a net zero pathway, if these assets are not being addressed, there is going to be, let's say, a proper non-compliance with the goals. Needs transparency, mandatory disclosure of performance, understanding whole life carbon performance from infrastructure assets from the financial community. It'll take those data sets to be transparent so it can be properly understood and specified. It exists. The data revolution happened in COVID. The building management systems do have those sorts of data sets, and you can make sure that your financial assets invested in this way are performing as you've mandated. Second, of course, we have the different sorts of ways to deal with that risk in a way to deliver social value in the built environment, and the collaboration in channeling those funds in higher performance assets will, of course, help both capital, but also the people that need that shelter and those solutions. Yeah, I think if you know the numbers, the numbers are outstanding in terms of the volume of the opportunity. After energy, green bonds have been going also to the built environment, but it's not up to par to what is being built in substandard quality of what is needed from a performance side and carbon perspective and sustainability perspective, and it's and the opportunity also for portfolios to perform better in assets that will withstand better those risks and will have a better premium in terms of rental, in terms of the value in the long term, in terms of, we heard about the hostels in Kenya this morning. There is a health aspect to people's well-being in those sorts of assets, and we as a human race need that shelter and those buildings and that infrastructure to protect us and to withstand also and contribute to the climate quest.
Okay, thank you, Christina. I think that's a fair point. And as Sean mentioned, that I head Asia Pacific, and which fundamentally includes most of the emerging markets. And for this transition to be effective and for all of us to meet these net zero targets, we need to get the emerging markets into the discussion too. We need to provide the fund flows into them. But based on my experience, you talk about standards, you talk about disclosures, you talk about criteria, but there seems to be, where's the relation to the real economy? And on that basis, I find sometimes with my work, when I talk to issuers and issuers especially, there's that disconnect to the real economy. So that's a great segue for you, Tony, because I know GFANZ is looking at how to sort of interrelate this to the real economy.
Yeah, so I think, just generally speaking, I think this is the greatest opportunity of our lifespan. this is, I joined GFANZ, and not to trivialize it, because this is the nearest I'll get to being a Marvel or a DC superhero. And I said both, just in case you're a Marvel fan or a DC fan, and there are tensions between the two. But this is the opportunity for us, and it's the opportunity for finance to actually get out of the sort of bashing that it receives in the media as well, as being only lining its own pockets and not really concerned about it. This is an opportunity to do good. So hopefully I've made you feel good in your seats. Now the problem is that we need scale, and it's nuanced. It's not like you can actually apply it across the board. It needs sequencing. We need climate solutions in place before we actually be able to decarbonize and manage phase out. We need blended finance. So that we need public policy, public finance, multilateral development banks, and private finance all working together and not competing as well on this. And we need, as I said, we need scale. So if we look at the energy sector, for example, one of the tools that we have at our disposal here is being able to actually go, what are my targets in the energy sector? What do I need to do? Well, the scale that we have is currently for about every 90 cents invested in climate solutions, there's $1 invested in fossil fuels. That ratio of transition finance, of climate solutions to fossil fuel finance, needs to go to about 4 to 1 on average over this decade. So that's a critical component. There's something really tangible that you can start getting your teeth into. But there's also other things as well. Aviation, we need to scale the currently 50 SAF producing plants, sustainable aviation fuel plants, that are in the pipeline, to about 300 to 400 actually working and operating by 2030. So we've got 50 now. We need to at least six-fold that. I say 50 in the pipeline. That's another example of where we can use pathways to actually highlight what is the scale of the challenge and what is the opportunity as well. And then we've had this also for steel as well. We need 70 green steel plants by 2030. What's missing from all of this is you also need to create the demand. So I think a challenge for financial services and financial institutions is breaking out of the silo of going, what do I need in this sector? To actually thinking, well, how can I work across sector, across portfolio, so that one incentivizes another. So for example, the construction and infrastructure industry is responsible for 50% of steel consumption. Well, actually, the green steel production can get off the ground if they know that they've got guaranteed offtakes. So by working with clients in construction and infrastructure, in automobiles, in manufacturing that uses steel, you can actually coordinate. And therefore, there is guarantee, and it de-risks the investment in green steel. Mm-hmm. So there is a way of actually working across this. And if you think this sounds a bit far-fetched, but we know in private equity, there's a reason why there's less drilling going on in oil and gas. And it's because private equity are holding a number of oil and gas firms, and they're actually saying, well, actually, we don't want you to drill more because we want to maintain the profitability across all of our oil and gas companies. So this sort of coordination can happen. And I think that's the sort of way to realize this opportunity, is to think in a system way as well as in a sector way. So use the pathways to go, what are my targets in that sector? But what are the levers I can pull across my portfolio with my clients to generate the demand as well as the supply? And then finally, work with policymakers to make sure the environment helps. And Scott mentioned a great one with the IRA, which as a British person is also quite difficult to say and say that's the IRA is great. There's also the Repower EU, which is a massive sort of, that potentially within the EU puts that ratio of 26 to 1, climate solutions to fossil fuel. Even in this country, we have done well in terms of decarbonising our energy supply, but we need to go further. So I'll just leave it there because I can go on for hours, as you can tell. I'm really enthusiastic about it.
Thanks, Tony. Scott, I want to bring you in on this point that Tony said, generate demand and enable supply. And that is something Credit Suisse can do. Could you share with us in terms of what is Credit Suisse's transition plan in this space and how are you enabling this?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I think that there's been a great sea change in the way that the financial community, I'm thinking all the major investment banks globally, about committing to net zero firstly. Secondly, having sustainability targets, i.e. SBTI targets. And that net zero pathway dictates the way in which we communicate, finance, and deal with our corporate clients. And that could be anything from a clean tech company all the way to a high emitting company. And I'm a big believer that every firm needs to think about not only the return on capital that obviously it's deploying with its own balance sheet, but also about the carbon attractability or the carbon value of that relationship, right? Because you got to think about and Credit Suisse, by the way, on that same point, is and has committed and will have SBTI targets here. So we have a net zero pathway. That means that we have to be scrutinizing, obviously, the companies which you need to work with. We need to ensure that they're decarbonizing at a quick pace. We actually put a framework together, which I think we're one of the first banks to do it. It's called the client. Basically, it's a client transitionary framework. Thinking about coal, obviously it needs to be by, let's say, 2030 down to less than 5%, or we're not going to be working with those specific clients. So I think all of that's coming. I think there is a couple other initiatives going on with PCAF, which is the Partnership for Accounting for Financial Institutions, and it's not just the lending commitment, but it's also the financing that we're doing. So equity underwriting, bond underwriting, and everything else of tracking that to ensure that, again, it's a lower carbon footprint. So I think there's plenty of capital and the banks are trying to push that. That would be number one. And then secondly, how we're enabling it. So just to give you a couple quick stats. So, and Sean knows this and it's going to be different, but when we look at corporate bonds and lending, globally, over the last couple of years, it's grown exponentially. So in 2020, we were about 250 billion. Last year, a year ago, we were about, call it 500 billion, and now this last year, about 1.1 trillion. And this year has obviously been a very difficult capital markets year globally, obviously, with recession concerns. But we are on track to hit what we did last year. And I think the whole purpose of this is how do we get to 5 trillion, which is the real bit. So we need a lot more, obviously, capital being raised by clients in green bonds and sustainability-linked bonds. And I do feel very comfortable that with the adoption, and I don't want to reiterate the points, but with the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission in the US, requiring disclosure for both private and public companies coming to fruition in 2023, global ISSB standards. So you guys are probably familiar with ISSB. That's obviously a great step. And then when that happens, all these companies are going to have targets, have the ability and disclosure to then go to the markets like sustainability bonds, sustainability loans. It's just going to be a natural extension. And the other thing is the investor side is going to require it. It's going to be required. And so therefore, it's going to be net diversity, centric in the sense of broadening out the investor base that companies can have access to. Number two, there's going to be a cost of capital benefit ultimately that will be shown out. That has been the case. Waivers over time depending on region. And I think thirdly, I think it's just going to then fulfill itself, and then this is going to accelerate again, hopefully towards that 5 trillion in 2025. And I'm very bullish on that goal.
Okay, thank you, Scott. On that note about enable natural extension into sustainable finance, transition finance, and hit that 5 trillion goal. At the end of the day, Rupert, I've been in finance for 10 years. And no matter what everyone says, the policymakers, the regulators, the intermediaries, the standard setters, everyone tends to look at the asset owner. So the pressure is on you. So in terms, if I were to ask you in the sense that how do we increase the demand? How do we build up that 5 trillion target from an asset owner point of view? As work is concurrently being done to build up the pipeline of issuers, what do you see from an asset owner point of view?
Definitely, thank you. So asset owners definitely recognize that climate is the #1 risk, without a doubt. The key issue is transparency, as we've had a number of times on this panel, and also you'll hear it, I'm sure, throughout the day. transparency, and for transparency we need data, and data needs to be standardized, frequently updated as well. So with that, it'll enable asset owners to identify which companies are making a transition, which ones maybe are not. Maybe they are taking steps but they're not recognized by asset owners. What are the steps they need, for example, to issue a credible green bond? Hence, for us and many of our asset owners, they'll only recognize green bonds if they meet the standards of the Climate Bonds Initiative. So having a clear, transparent standard. Also, one of the big challenges, particularly for institutional investors, is being benchmark orientated for that risk return objective, and the lack of bonds that actually qualify for inclusion in those benchmarks. So those projects which need that green financing, the hydro plants, for example, in Chile, etc., if governments and official institutions could take steps to maybe aggregate those projects that give a similar risk return and a scale that qualifies for standard benchmark inclusion, then you'll see much, much greater inflows by institutional investors into those green projects. But also those projects need to have regular reporting, impact reporting, so that those institutional investors can see what is the measurable added impact from an environmental and social and governance perspective is crucial as well. But for that, it also needs to be standardized, because these institutional investors, they're investing in hundreds, if not thousands, of green bonds, and they need to be able to see what the positive impact is on a regular basis.
Thank you, Rupert. I think before I open the open questions to the floor, I want to ask one final question in the sense that this is how much the private sector has done. These are the things that the private sector has to put in place to mobilize sustainable finance. But I think the key question that I'd like to ask any of you, and feel free to start the ball rolling, what do you think policymakers and regulators need to do more besides what it's being done now? Yes.
To start. I mean, some of them have already started. I think clear, consistent picture of what the regulation is going to be in the future, and not sort of chop and change, is obviously fundamental. Scott mentioned it, and I re-mentioned it, almost like a retweet live on a panel. The IRA, the Repower EU, those policy statements and those serious amounts of investment money that's going in are really helping to shape what can be done. And Scott said it himself, to actually get the viability of investments. But there is a lot more that needs to be done. We need mandatory disclosure to get the transparency on exactly what data is out there and how good it is. We also probably need policymakers to actually lean in and not pick the solutions that are going to win, but create the right market environment so that we can get some of these proof of concepts or beyond proof of concept work together. So, for example, creating hubs around ports like Rotterdam, like in Hull, just to mention two in this country. Those can really help bring some of that infrastructure together, so that instead of actually funding a project where you've got to create 7 things in a row, you've already got some of that infrastructure there. So you're actually only going, now to make this climate solution, there's only 2 more things I need to add. I think also to support the risk appetite is a really fundamental thing. We're talking about building new stuff. Some of it hasn't been done at commercial scale. So we need policymakers to also help us as financial institutions understand and reduce that risk appetite so that we can take that opportunity. That is fundamental, and I think that is globally.
Okay.
I'll stop there.
Okay. Christina, carrot or stick?
Carrot and sticks. Well, yeah, well, actually, the policies just in the US is a very good example of carrots and sticks. It has a lot of incentives to move industry because just sticks hasn't done it. In the real estate sector, there's a lot of regulation, and it should be, right? Because it's around human safety where we use the spaces, and regulation has been trickling. But however, when there's mandatory things and shifts, then there's the follow-up, the compliance. It just kind of sometimes doesn't happen. So the incentives are very important, but it's It's also, it has to be creative incentives, right? Because it cannot be just costing money to the treasury. There can be performance incentives. What Scott was saying, we cannot delay governments. The governments could do today mandatory disclosure of carbon impacts and build up the data sets for that transparency, greater understanding of performance of assets, leading by example, by greening their own buildings and their portfolios and creating those markets by doing those policies.
But it's forward-looking metrics as well as backward. Like emissions is tending to be backward-looking. It's forward-looking as well.
Totally. And in the forward, if they don't put strategies for the forward-looking in the emerging markets, the new builds, that's super carbon intensive if there's no collaboration in bringing the power of finance to structure better solutions. And then the backward looking, Europe is, I'm from Colombia, and what I'm seeing in Europe is a lack of vision of investing in improving the energy efficiency of real estate.
Yeah.
And then you have energy poverty in the 21st century. And it's really, there has to be a better understanding of government seeing that the private sector is ready, that they can do better. But the policy signals have to enable not only the leaders, but the laggards. And then I think incentives.
Yep.
I'm going to take it just slightly different because I think one is, just briefly from a governmental standpoint, we have obviously a lot of work done with EU, with the EU taxonomy, the UK. There's nothing in the US yet, so I think there needs to be that to come online in due course. I think we've had a lot of great first steps with regard to global tax incentives that are going to get people to put money where their mouth is and have the infrastructure in place to build a better future. But I think the other bit is ensuring, as I think about the green bond market, the private markets, to have accountability about what is greenwashing and not greenwashing. It's a really important point, and I wanted to make that because the devil is in the detail on these things, particularly when you're seeing loans or bonds that have embedded KPIs determining, ensuring that for that given sector it's perfectly material and appropriate, and it's tracking the entire Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, so the entire carbon footprint. That's one. And then two is that I think that fortunately there's going to be a lot of global peer, called peer pressure, where those capital flows will go to the company that's best in class within their given space. And I do believe that will happen. But I worry that because the market is growing so quickly, we have to uphold a very high standard. So as a private bank or as a bank, as an investor, as a policy holder, regulator, there's lots of policy holders out there, that there's accountability about what is getting done, and it's appropriate to sustain the long-term market and its growth, because that $5 trillion is needed. And if we have obviously deals that are inappropriate or detract from what we're trying to do, then that's not helpful. I just want to make that point.
Yeah, I just one thing to add to the discussion here, and apologies, I keep jumping in because I got used to chatting to the fellow panelists beforehand. So just while we carry on talking. One of the other things that policymakers need to really do is also create the incentives for the supply chain for all of this stuff. Because we can't build the infrastructure if we don't. We talk a lot about decarbonising, getting rid of high emitting assets, but we can't actually build the climate solutions as well unless we have a more diversified supply chain. So if we take, for example, solar panels, everybody thinks, oh, let's invest in solar panels, that will solve it. But we need the grids behind it. We need the infrastructure. We need the suppliers for that. And we need those suppliers to be working in country, not just, at the moment, if you look at that polysilicates, 60 to 70% of polysilicates are manufactured in one country. So it helps with the risk appetite if we diversify that supply chain as well, because then you're not reconcentrating the risk from one type of risk appetite to another. So I just wanted, that's a really sort of nuanced thing. And I have a favorite cartoon that shows a line of people going towards two signs. It says science versus everything else is the headline. And the two signs say simple but wrong and complicated but right. And most of them pick the simple but wrong and fall off a cliff. And the people that pick the complicated and right go to the forgive my channeling of Boris Johnson here, but to the sunlit uplands. That's, I think, the sort of grown-up discussion that we need to have with policymakers. It is complicated, but there are things that they can do to help us supply chain, create the demand, the infrastructure.
And I'm going to jump in, because in terms of that supply, right, I think what I maybe bringing clarity to the message I want to bring also is that, yes, we need to build that supply and the clean energy supply and finance that transition. But if the thinking is just more of that, more and more energy, more and more clean, without thinking we need to reduce demand for energy, which is what the built environment should be doing, there's not going to be enough energy in the world for the urbanizations that's going to happen. So when we talk green buildings, we're talking about the most high efficient possible buildings that can help the net zero transition. So we need to be thinking about reducing demand. And finance should be enabling those vehicles to enable that reduction of demand. And today we're sensitive to that because we're living in an energy crisis, and we have to not waste this crisis. And that understanding should fuel innovation in those vehicles because there's not going to be enough. And the energy that goes into all the materials that go into the built environment, 50% of all the materials produced annually go into the built environment. Cities growing without keeping this in check, there's not going to be enough resource to keep us on the goal. So yes, let's do that. The clean energy transition, deliver on those networks, but there has to be an understanding that energy efficiency and demand can happen now. There's no barrier to it in that innovation.
And governments can provide the procurement of those materials.
Instead of paying, for energy bills, why not a package to promote energy efficiency across the geographies that need it?
Yeah. Just going to add, actually, to Scott's point around standards. One of the key things we need, that institutional investors need, is to have a global standard of what's recognised green. So it's great that the EU building their own taxonomy, UK, China, but these investors, they're typically global in nature and their exposures. So we need a global, credible standard to what qualifies as green. So that is absolutely key. The second point around accountability and bonds with embedded KPIs, namely, I think referring to sustainability-linked bonds. This is a growing area of interest, certainly for institutional investors. The challenge at the moment is they're still a relatively small part, even within the use of proceeds bonds. I think really what's needed there is, again, transparency and maybe more aggressive targets and metrics over what are the penalties if there is non-compliance by those SLB issuers, making the step up in the coupon rather than a few basis points, 50 basis points, or even over 1%. And also, when will they pay that penalty? Is it 3 years' time, 10 years' time? Trying to bring that closer and have regular reviews of those. Specifically around sort of policymakers, definitely increasing requirements around certainly like corporate disclosure, as we're seeing here in the UK around TCFD standards. And critical to Tony's point, making sure it's not just disclosing what you have emitted last year, but having those forward-looking metrics. Those are essential to be able to assess to what extent is a company that may be bad today, are they taking the steps to transition for the future so they can still attract that critical finance needed to facilitate that transition.
Okay, thank you, Rupert. And I also want to bring up a point we discussed earlier about aggregation. I think especially in emerging markets, we find that the demand is there, but because the size of the potential projects, the size of the issuances are so small, that the government should step in terms of how do we aggregate it and get it to a sizable point, level that it can tap into the capital markets. I think that's a key factor as well. So on that note, we were given instructions to be efficient with time, and we have been very efficient with time. So could I just open questions to the floor? Then, yes, please.
Hi. Hi, Prashant from CBI. My question is about green building certifications because I primarily work in that area. So because Rupert mentioned at the end about having a universal definition or a more generalized definition of what a green building is, my questions to Christina. What's the future of green building definitions, do you see? Because we're talking to a group of people from the US, and their idea of a green building was to incorporate water efficiency within the definition as well, and not just energy efficiency. There's other concepts, like, for example, the part of India where I am from, there's no concept of district heating, whereas that's very important in some other parts of the world. So how do you see the future of the definition? Do you see a proliferation, or do you see a sort of convergence to one definition? And maybe a side question to Rupert and the others as well, in terms of what's the investor preference when it comes to investing in green buildings? How general or how granular is the discussion when it comes to investing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to break it down for starting that it is a local, the buildings are, it's a non-tradable sector, right? It's local. And every geography has nuances in terms of definitions. However, the principles are one and the same around the world. So I guess from the World Green Building perspective and the collaboration of green building councils that have leading certifications, we have a commitment, and we have to deliver on it, on bringing clarity on what are the principles that are shared about those tools for the financial sector to understand better what's it about. Climate Bonds has got it, that collaboration is there, that let's say, simplification is there. However, you said it, India has priorities, Colombia has priorities, Britain has priorities. A green building delivers about people, it's not just about the asset class. So the entry about holistic sustainability is nuanced. However, that doesn't mean we can understand that we're talking about high-performing assets in terms of their whole life cycle, yeah, and what that means, that it's assets that deliver healthy spaces for people to thrive, but also, let's say, definitions on how they are overperforming over brown property that have, let's say, a different pathway. And it goes also to the transition in different geographies. One definition per sector will have different baselines around the world for every sector around economies, yeah, because it's different. But as we understand the pathways for the transition in different geographies, countries, or locally, and to different climate zones, then you will understand how do you compare what today is perceived as apple and oranges. It's one and the same, but there's a few set of principles that we have to get better as a movement from my side to explain to the financial community what is that ESG translation of what has been happening in those standards, and how can we scale up. We have the solutions to quickly bring more of that into the market.
Yeah, I think, so I'd add regarding sort of granular detail around impact reporting. Simple answer, we just need more of everything. if I think what we'll see, or what we need to see, is probably too much information being given, and then the industry will identify a common standard, and then they'll scale back the information that's needed, but also have a common standard and a frequency as well as to how that information is reported. But generally, I see clients querying around energy sourced, what proportion of that is from renewables, what's the estimated sort of maybe reduction on water or carbon emissions avoided, those kind of details are particularly, and biodiversity impact as well. What's the assessment on biodiversity? I think that's going to be a critical, increasing part of sort of the climate, environmental related investment objectives for the investors that we interact with, certainly.
Thank you. We have a question from over there.
I'm very glad that Christina Gamboa brought up the subject of buildings and demand, because this is part of the great challenges we're going to face. So curtailing demand is equally important from generating electricity from renewables and what have you. And today we have a lot of tools to enable buildings to lower their demand. Forget about net zero buildings. Lowering demand of energy in buildings can happen now. And I see that green bonds and the whole issuance of green bonds through banks has an important role to play, in that a lot of buildings are through mortgages, banks are financing this, So what simpler way than banks to insist that new buildings or renovation of buildings can actually apply with the various low demand, energy demand criteria. So we have the solutions already, but they're not applied. In many countries where we have standards for low demand, energy demand buildings, systematically they're not applied. And planning authorities do not care very much about insisting on buildings complying with the criteria. So we have a policy issue here and a regulation issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very fair point. We may have the policies, but what about the enforcement of the policies? I think that's a key point. We have one question from over there.
It's getting there.
A little bit different thinking, maybe. Our colleagues feel that there's enough policy, and there's good enough standards, and there's good enough reporting, and 2025 is 3 years away, and we've already invested billions of dollars in, for example, no critical metal energy storage. That can scale up. No steel, no cement construction. That's carbon negative. And now we need you guys to come in with the trillions to refinance our ABC. So my question is, how much policy and reporting and transparency is good enough? When is it good enough?
Ooh. Good one.
I mean, I'll just jump in. This is completely out of my comfort zone. I'm going to kick it right over to you. But I think the reality is that there is a, and I just think something about the Climate 100 plus, right? So you got 168 of the highest emitters in the world. There's a real, and I've never seen more client activism going on, which is creating its own standard. And again, disclosure, transparency, and the way that people think about deploying the capital that they're doing. So there is a market, what I think, force at hand that will ensure not just the policymakers in making disclosure requirements, which is happening, but also what is the standard of what we need to do too. And this could come back to the green investment in various energy efficiency through green bonds, because we have the global, well, you guys probably are familiar with this, but the ICMA Capital Markets Association green bond principles, which clearly outline there what's appropriate in regarding green bonds. So I think that there's a market push of policing, I guess for a better word, of what is required for disclosure. I mean, from our standpoint, I actually met with our equity research team yesterday, and they don't think that there's enough disclosure. And what I mean by that is, there's a lot of high peripheral disclosure that's being done in a holding company, but really digging down into the subsidiaries and operating levels with regard to carbon footprint. That doesn't really exist yet. Again, full detail of the whole carbon network, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And targets really there too. So I think there's more we can do, and I think it's going to be policy, governmental support, regulators, all the other constituents, coupled with market activism going on to make sure we get there.
Yeah, I'll chime in as well. I personally think that there isn't enough regulation out there, but that isn't an excuse to not do anything. And I think what regulation does is it can help those that take a lead, and it's great to hear that you are taking a lead in this, but it can also help to bring everybody along with you. And we're quite clearly not in a position where the economy is going in the right direction yet. So therefore, we do need policymakers and corporates and finance and civil society to all be working on this. So I think I can't give you this is the holy grail of policy, because policy will need to adapt and evolve as well. But we certainly need a lot more policy to get the data, to get the incentives right, to get the sticks right as well. And you could argue that the current energy security crisis is partly because we didn't get enough of the incentives right to have resiliency in our energy system. So It's not there yet, is my opinion. There needs to be a lot more. Mandatory disclosure is one of it, but incentives and sticks as well.
Yeah, and the policy signals really matter to bring along the ones that are not in the room today. And if we think next year is in the UNFCCC process, the global stocktake. So the pillar of the Paris Agreement is those nationally determined contributions, the climate action plans. And there's a recent analysis yesterday from WRI saying that the plans that are there are not aligned to half emissions by 2030. So the policies are not aligned to those, to that, are not ambitious enough. So that's why the leadership from the finance community, from having collaborations with sectors that can decarbonize, but we need to prioritize, like for example, that clarity, let's reduce demand in buildings. That will get policymakers more confident that they can continue to give the more ambitious regulations that are needed to activate others that are not acting. And I'm taking that language from the high-level climate champions.
If I could just add a bit of an example around lack of transparency. Equity investors have it pretty lucky. Coverage, take for example carbon emissions, is pretty good in your equity universe. Not so great, but still sufficient for fixed income investors to apply a thematic approach. But standard carbon intensity coverage in your global corporate universe is probably going to be around 90%. And a lot of that is still modeled and estimated by specialist data providers. So we want to see less modeling, more self-disclosures by companies. And yes, that data can then be cross-checked by all sorts of different sources, increasingly even like satellite technology, assessing to what extent a power station is actually switched on or not, and whether that aligns with what the company is disclosing. So another point is differences around the world. Different countries maybe have different standards around disclosure as well. So that's where you see poorer coverage. So yeah, fixed income, a little bit more complex. You've got a lot of private issuers, even in parts of Europe. Hard to assess the carbon emissions, but also to what extent is it scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? Name an example, Rabobank. They're invisible for the equity investors. Now they may be quite significant investors in the agriculture sector. Could we somehow quantify and assess that related carbon risk?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nuno Briti-Cunha. I work for 8Versa. We're a sustainability consultancy. My question is to you, Rupert, on, you mentioned the step-up clauses for SLBs and linked instruments. I just wanted to hear a few more of your thoughts on what could be the solution to getting step-up clauses that are penal enough, or rewards that are strong enough to really incentivize the ambitiousness that we could potentially see with SLBs. So my worry is that SLBs are not ambitious enough, and we have a great mechanism to hold issuers accountable. Yet what I see in the market is that step-up clauses are marginal. They're not really penal in any way. So yeah, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. What could be the solution? Is it a standard across sectors? Is it a sectoral approach? Be good to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I think definitely standardization within sectors is key. So SLBs are a fairly sort of more newer part of your use of proceeds sort of investment opportunity set for investors. I think there just lacks confidence by investors at the moment to go into them in a big, meaningful way. Green bond market, it's pretty big, it's been established around for a while, it's pretty deep. So large investors who need that liquid exposure, they're an obvious area to invest in. SLBs fairly few in size. So I think as it grows and as it does become more standards, you will see greater commitments there by institutional investors wanting to push that capital into those segments. But standardization, again, sorry, transparency of what are the carrots and what are the sticks for those issues if they get it right or wrong needs to occur as well.
I mean, I'll just add a couple quick points there, because I've worked on a lot of the SLBs when really since its infancy and starting out. Enel going back well before Novartis and others then took off, and it obviously became a big market. It's about 10% of the overall market. It's last year, it was about 100 billion roughly globally of SLB issuance. The key issue was, I think that in a zero rate environment, which we existed in, 25 basis points seemed like it was okay. And that was number one. Number two, in which this then it got adopted every sector, and that could be IG, so investment grade, or high yield that's trading at multiple hundred basis points over whatever the benchmark is. So clearly there's a gap there. Number two is, with the selection of more KPIs. So we have, obviously carbon footprint KPIs, so intensity, absolute metrics, diversity or governance, and the splitting of that 25 into 3 parts or in 2 parts obviously dilutes it further. So I think what we've been doing as a bank is saying, okay, listen, we need to have an appropriate step up. It needs to be somewhere in the middle of the bond, so it's not just kicking the last 1 or 2 coupon payments, which is actually very negligible from present value standpoint. Have it be meaningful, have it be generally adopted across your portfolio, not just a one-off deal. So if you're just a $50 billion, there's plenty of, call it institutions that have $50 billion worth of financing, in their portfolio. Have it be adopted. They're going to continue to do it. It's not just one-off. And then the last thing I'd say is, making sure that, maybe instead of 1, 2, or 3 KPIs being hit for 10 basis points each, you have to hit all of them or it steps up. So there's a lot of discussions there that are happening. It's just a little bit of a push and a pull from the investor side of what they want to see with regard to that stick, and then what the issuers are willing to do, understanding that a lot of these KPIs are also retroactive, i.e. if you come out with more aggressive KPIs, a lot of these are retroactive and then will impact the rest of your portfolio. So there's a little bit of a balance, and because it's such a nascent new market, I do expect that there's going to be more, call it, rethinking of what is appropriate, particularly in a higher rate environment, which we're going quickly into.
Hi, thanks. Just a quick question, and maybe Rupert, to you because you're on the buy side, and I know maybe a little bit outside of your lane, but I was reading a research report earlier this week, and on the equity side, ESG funds have underperformed the MSCI All World Index by about 600 basis points over the last trailing 12 months. That same research report, and I'm just looking at my notes, shows exposure of ESG funds to oil and gas, even since April, has gone up. Same for mining, same for kind of oil and gas equipment. And I guess I'm just wondering, we've come out of a world where, you could stick a fork in the ground and money came out, right? Money was free, everything was rallying, equity markets, credit markets hitting new highs seemingly every single day. IG credit in the US is down 20% year to date on a total return basis. Yes, a lot of that's about rates. But how much of this becomes about returns at the end? And we've seen a lot of inflows into ESG-related funds, both on the equity and credit side. And if this underperformance continues, is that money at a risk of then flowing back out of these funds?
Good question. Thank you. No, I think is the short answer. Certainly with European investors, the ESG objectives of their mandates are getting to a stage where they're almost outweighing the sort of risk-return performance aspect of it. Those are seen as sort of the key driver of where they put their money. I think it's very important that investors also don't have a sector approach when they're looking to identify where the risks are and where the opportunities are. You want to be getting the specific data, using multiple different data sources if possible, given that there is often different perspectives, different views, different ways of weighing up a score of an individual company, to identify exactly how that company is not just performing now, but also what's its trajectory. And supporting that stewardship is obviously key, engaging with those companies, those very bad companies today, to make them aware of how potentially they are at risk of seeing investors divest from those sectors, but also maybe how they could attract those investments if they take the necessary steps and really improve their transparency and goals for carbon reduction, certainly. Does that answer your question?
Lina.
Hi, I'm Vivian Tu from Global Law Firm Dentons. I hope I can take this opportunity of the expert panel across sector to ask the question. We heard about policy and regulations and the importance of that, and also policy signal. Just wonder if I can get your thoughts on the role of governments in leading by example in procurement or in sovereign investments, and especially like GFANZ in the back of COP26, and we're looking at COP27 ahead. What can private sector do more of in terms of engaging with government as well? Thank you.
Yeah.
So actually, in the framework that we are going to be publishing on the 1st of November on what a financial institution net zero transition plan should include, it includes how do you engage with policymakers. That's the same in the real economy as well. So corporates also expect to say how are you engaging to support your net zero plans. So that's the first thing. Yes, definitely should be. The second thing is, yes, I think private sector has been leading the way. But they're getting to the point where they need more support because we're not going fast enough in the transition. And obviously, the energy trilemma of security, affordability, and decarbonisation is sort of manifesting that at the moment. So I think the message is we need more incentives, we need more of the sort of mandatory disclosure so we get the data, and keep that long-term policy going and the ambition to achieve it. Yeah, absolutely. Just and government can also lead the way on procurement, as you said, and I think we touched upon it. When they're doing funding infrastructure projects, purchase green steel. So we want to actually purchase green steel in that infrastructure. We want to purchase, create hubs that can do hydrogen, renewable energy to support green steel, sustainable aviation fuel, green cement, other things as well. So procurement can lead the way there.
No, I'd just say, I was in a panel with a group of large integrated oil and gas companies. We had actually a government, this is in the U.S., government representative there listening in, which is the first time I've actually had that, because obviously on the back of the IRA policy that we talked a lot about, is how the government can think about putting in place the appropriate incentives in ensuring that the capital flows and deployment is done in the right way. But if you don't have, and not everybody's in the same room, it's never going to work, right? So you need to figure that out. And the other bit is, which I found fascinating, is really having, with the spend, real governmental 20-year plus offtake to ensure that the viability of the project and the infrastructure spend up front is going to be break even or positive. Obviously, there's positive returns because, again, we talk about this chicken and egg, and it's really the government taking the leap, whether it's building, construction, again, it could be anything. And then that needs to be in place. And then clearly over time, the more first leaders, we'll call it, corporates and government doing that, then we'll again drive the speed at which we need to move at. And I think that'll be quite helpful.
And if I may, whole life cycle thinking from government procurement, because to your point, if there's not a vision of assets that are going to be built today are going to be around at least 50, 80 years, and we design them with not the climate of the future, but past standards, then the problem will be that possibly governments will be thinking, if they don't think whole life cycle, they will be putting out procurement asks that are just thinking on the short term, and then you got very cost-effective projects, yes, but they're not thinking on how they're going to perform over the life cycle, and then that maybe inhibits procuring better, best-in-class solutions to achieve decarbonization, and that's a shift also in government policy. How do they procure longer-term thinking than just short-term costs, demanding environmental product declarations, transparency for everything they purchase? It could be their choice.
Great. On that note, I'd like to thank my panelists. It's been great moderating. I haven't done anything. You've done all the work for me. Thank you very much. And thank you to the audience for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Quick note. Tony and I have been talking about this idea of a offtake agreements coalition or project. As he said, offtake agreements drive cost reductions. Now, wouldn't that be cool if we got all the major airlines in the world around a Synfuels offtake agreement, governments procuring, and of course with the World Green Building Council, our real estate trusts offtake agreement. There's opportunity here. Watch this space. Steel, property, cement, Synfuels, etc. 2, we are launching in the next few seconds, if you want to watch the screen, the Climate Change Investment Framework Report, which we've done with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and Amundi. There'll be a recorded interview with Calvin Quick, one of our teams, Krista, and Timothy Jolin, playing in the background. If you want to bring your lunch in here and watch it, just reasonably short, so you can hear about it. But in the meantime, it's online. So another project which is essentially looking at measuring company performance in Asia. Quite important to today's panel, right? It's Asian focus. And lastly, COVID is still around. We have had a modest in-person audience. We have a big online audience. Of course, watch social distancing, be careful. We still have to be ensuring that we don't spread in one of these big events, which is why it's reasonably spacious here today. So just be aware. And then lastly, enjoy your lunch. There's lunch outside, and come back in a little while for the next exciting installment of this. We'll be dragging you in towards the end of lunch. Good luck with your networking. Remember, deal flow, please.
Conference, the first time that we're hosting this event in a hybrid format. So hello to those of you joining us in person from London and to the rest joining virtually across the world. My name is Krista Tukiainen. I'm a senior advisor to the Climate Bonds Initiative, former head of market intelligence with CBI. And I'm pleased to be joined today to discuss the exciting developments in the climate finance by our partners, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and Amundi Asset Management, Calvin Kwek and Timothy Jolin. I'm hoping I didn't butcher either of your names there. Gentlemen, pleased to have you here with us today. Would you like to say a few words to introduce yourselves and your organizations and the topic that we're going to be discussing today? Calvin, maybe we can start with you.
Thanks, Krista. Thank you for hosting us at this conference. Today, this conversation will be about the launch of a very exciting piece of research that we have worked with other program partners. Just step back a little bit. My name is Calvin Kwek, and I'm an environmental specialist working at the AIIB. And over the last 3 years, I have been working with the team internally and also with our colleagues at Amundi and also with you, Krista, at CBI, on the AIIB Amundi Climate Change Investment Framework, which was actually launched 2 years ago. Our discussion today will be about some research applications which have used the Climate Change Investment Framework as the overall organizing intellectual framework. So I'm very happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much, Calvin, for that introduction. And Timothy, over to you.
Thanks, Krista, and likewise, happy to be with you all. So my name is Timothée Jolin. I'm heading ESG Business Development and Advocacy within Amundi.
Great. Thank you very much. Maybe to both of you, to kick us off, Calvin alluded to the Climate Change Investment Framework there. Could you talk to us a little bit about what the framework is and how it came about, given that it was a collaboration between your two organizations and also with some input from the other program partners that you mentioned there, Calvin?
So, Calvin, do you want me to start on this one and then perhaps you can follow and complement on the specifics of the framework?
Sounds great, Timothy.
Okay, but perhaps just to take a few steps back to reflect a bit on the convictions that we shared between partners, both on AIIB and on Amundi's side. We all very well know that the world still falls short of doing what needs to be done to meet not only the 1.5 degree objective, but also the well below 2 degrees objective. And we know what are the reasons for that. there is an ambition gap, there is a policy gap, and there is a financing gap. And what is a very firm and deep conviction of Amundi is that we cannot be a substitute for governments and policymakers. That said, we are very, very cognizant of the fact that the private sector, capital market participants can play a key role. They can play a key role in not only reducing or coping with the financing gap, but they can play a key role as well in helping to meet the ambition gap, because what we have observed over the years is that there is an ambition gap, of course, coming from the countries, coming from governments, but there is also an ambition gap coming the private sector. And clearly, whenever the private sector shows leadership, it helps government to do the right thing in terms of closing the policy gap. So private sector needs to play a key role, and capital market participants can play a key role in not only closing the financing gap, but also closing the ambition gap, because they can influence companies and market participants can engage companies. So that's the first conviction. Second conviction, why we need not only to focus on private sector mobilization and capital market development in developed market, but also in emerging market, for a very simple reason. It's the area where over the recent years, GHG growth emission has been coming from. And this is probably where it will continue to come from in the next few years. That's due to a very simple reason. These are the areas in the world where we still find, let's say, significant growth. And this growth is still very much CO2 intensive. And so to solve at the global level the climate challenge, we need to make sure that growth in emerging markets and developing economies starts to decouple, meaning that we'll continue to see economic growth, but we will see gradually CO2 intensity lowering down and absolute GHG emission starting to reduce. So we need to focus on private sector mobilization, we need to focus on sustainable capital market development, but we need very much to focus doing so on what's happening in emerging markets. And with AIIB, we were lucky enough, since we share this conviction, to focus on the specific case of Asia and other target countries. And this is really one of the most critical areas in the world because it's a fast growth area. It's also an area which is very much exposed to the physical risk linked to climate change. It is estimated that around 20 to 25% of the global Asia GDP could be impacted by a physical risk coming from climate change. So this is really a critical area in the world. The last bit, and that's the third conviction we were sharing with AIIB, was that use of proceeds bonds, meaning green and sustainable bonds, are a very useful and powerful tool when it comes to mobilizing private sector and capital market participants, but it will be efficient if and only if there is additionality, meaning that it is a tool as well that enable the ecosystem to see private sector companies evolve in terms of their overall climate strategy, in terms of their energy transition pathway. And a green bond is a useful tool if it enables the company to speed up that transition. And that's the reason why we worked with AIIB on a program that would not only support issuances of use of proceeds bonds, but also take into account at the corporate strategy level how the corporate fared vis-à-vis key climate transition dimensions. So on this note, Calvin, I will stop here and let you provide additional information on this framework and what's the way forward.
Yes, Timothy, it's a great introduction. It's great to also remind ourselves of the genesis of the work that we've done together between our two institutions on this framework. I think I would add two other points as well. First of all, working with Amundi, AIB created this climate change investment framework, which is intended to be a tool that investors can use to assess the performance of companies or issuers or sectors and so forth. As part of the launch of the framework, we had at the time 2 years ago also got into agreement with Amundi where they would actually manage on AIB's behalf a portfolio of bonds that will be rated according to this climate change investment framework. So sort of a real life case study of the framework in action. And then third pillar that I think we really wanted to try and test ourselves was to put the climate change investment framework to the market, right? As you recall, we launched a climate investment framework, and then we also asked 3 reputable organizations to look at the framework and to test it. And how would they test it? To apply the framework towards 3 sectors. So working with CBI and Amundi, we asked 3 renowned organizations to apply the climate change investment framework first to sectors. We asked Fitch to actually use the climate change investment framework and apply it towards the analysis of sectors. We then asked Carbon Trust to apply the framework and use it towards the analysis of companies. And we asked CBI, the Climate Bond Initiative, to apply the framework towards the analysis of issuers. And we're very happy that after quite a bit of time and quite a bit of work, we are going to be launching this research at the CBI conference this year. So perhaps what would be a nice segue as the next level of discussion would be for us to perhaps discuss a little bit about more about the research paper. Krista, perhaps you were the overall project manager for this research paper. And any sort of additional introductory comments about this paper?
Yeah, thank you, Calvin and Timothy, both for that genesis. Indeed, good to be connecting the, how far we still have to go in the real world to the research application, which actually I would say, to give a little bit of a teaser of the results, they do mirror the gaps in terms of the funding needs that are still to be met, especially on the physical risk and adaptation and resilience piece, which we can talk about in a moment in terms of what those findings look like. I'll just say that for me personally, and for the consortium of organizations that were working on this piece of research for the better part of the last 2 years, what was quite interesting was that the framework itself is comprised of 3 objectives which mirror those of the Paris Agreement. So we've looked at not only the mitigation aspect, so how organizations at the sector, individual company, and then debt issuer level are doing with regards to getting their sort of net zero targets in place and getting those emissions to start going down, at least in a trajectory kind of fashion, but also how they are in practice contributing through their activities, operations, business models, and changes therein. And then finally, how they're starting to come to grips with the staggering risk, which you alluded to, Timothy, just there. Was it nearly a quarter of Asian GDP that might be at risk from the physical and kind of myriad, let's say, impacts of climate change? And I'd certainly say that that finding, the sort of headline finding of we're still a little bit further behind on that last point of adaptation and resilience is coming through from across the research at all 3 levels. But then conversely, we were very pleased to see that companies, even in emerging markets and so on, are very attuned to the transition risk piece and are starting to really manage this in quite sophisticated ways. So there are investment opportunities in these regions, in these geographies, for investors who are interested in in real world impact. And as Timothy said, a part of that is labeled use of proceeds bonds, and a part is unlabeled debt volume from companies who are just making or embarking on the journey towards net zero and a resilient economy. So I'll stop there, and then Calvin, maybe hand back over to you to talk a little bit about the findings from your perspective, given the sort of, you're the folks that sort of started to think about these topics from a framework perspective, and then convened this brilliant consortium of organizations. What do you see as the headline findings, if you will, or the most exciting pieces that have come out of the research for you?
Sure, thanks, Lisa. Well, what was interesting was that conceptually, I think there was quite an elegance in terms of the CCIF framework, the Climate Change Investment Framework, aligning itself obviously with the three pillars of the Paris Accord, right? So performance according to how well companies were mitigating the transition risk, how well companies were adapting to the physical risks of climate, and also how well companies were contributing towards a transition towards a green economy. And so when we presented this to Fitch and then to Carbon Trust and to the folks at CBI, Krista, where you're at, we actually found they actually came back with slightly different ways in which they applied the framework. So I'll give you an example with Fitch, which was involved in the analysis of sectors. And they looked at 8 sectors: automotive, basic industries, healthcare, telecom, energy, technology, utilities, and transportation. They found it necessary to actually add another pillar besides the 3 pillars which I just mentioned. They thought it was actually very important for financial capability to be added as a pillar in order to assess how real the company's capabilities were towards transitioning to green, right? So it's one thing to say or to have numbers to show whether you're doing well in mitigation, adaptation, or contributing towards climate change reduction, but they also want to see a strong balance sheet. They also need to see, good corporate earnings and so forth. Even if they also sort of argued as well, at least in their research, that those two are self-reinforcing. A strong balance sheet would allow you to transition, so obviously, but at the same time, moving towards green, adapting towards the physical risk of climate change would prevent you having to deal with unnecessary risk, and obviously would then strengthen your bottom line. That was quite an interesting analysis, observation that came out from Fitch. If I can jump quickly to Carbon Trust. Now, Carbon Trust was very focused on companies. They interviewed 8 to 10 companies, I believe, in Asia, also along those same sectors that I just mentioned. And because they had one-to-one direct connections with these companies, they actually interviewed these companies and went beyond what was actually reported by the companies, right? So as we all know, reporting, particularly on adaptation at a corporate level, is still quite an emerging market. And so it was only through sort of individual interviews with these companies that we got, or these Carbon Trusts got to see some of the interesting things that companies are doing to respond to the physical risks of climate. Now, obviously, there's a selection bias at play. I mean, companies will report what they sometimes like to report, but it was also really interesting to see sort of the connecting tissue between sort of their work to mitigate their carbon emissions and how they're adapting to the physical risks of climate. I would probably now like to invite you, Krista, if you don't mind. You've done actually some work to look at how the Climate Change Investment Framework was applied towards issuers of bonds and green bonds. What did you find?
Absolutely. Thanks, Calvin. That's really helpful to sort of get the overview at the various levels. And indeed, as it says on the tin for CBI, the approach was always centered around bond issuers. So this is work that we've been doing for more than a decade now to look at what the potential of the debt capital markets is with regards to mitigating and more recently adapting to the effects of climate change. So the approach that we took to the application from a research lens of the CCIF was to start from companies within emerging market Asia geographies to look at which of them are already contributing to climate change solutions through their revenue streams. So we started from that as the kind of broad filter to narrow down the potential ultimately investable universe, but in this case, the research universe. And we ended up with close to 500 issuers, 483 issuers in total from 33 distinct geographies. And we found that there's close to, or actually just above $600 billion equivalent of bond issuance from those issuers outstanding already, some of which is labeled green, sustainability linked, etc., and some isn't, so just plain old vanilla bonds. We then started to dig a little bit deeper. So this is sort of work that Climate Bonds has already been doing for many, many years and updates every year. But within the sort of spirit of the framework, if you will, we wanted to also look at all of those close to 500 issuers, transition strategies and strategies around adaptation and resilience, if those exist. And we found that, as discussed before, the vast majority of the companies that we looked at were way ahead of the curve in terms of mitigation strategies vis-a-vis adaptation and resilience. And indeed, none of the sample had all three objectives down in terms of contribution, mitigation, and adaptation. Some interesting outcomes also in terms of where specifically which geographies companies are based in. So we looked at applying an external database and a framework from the Notre Dame University in the US, the ND Gain Index, to sort of understand the risk exposure, the physical risk exposure to climate change, and also applied that as a filter to see where companies might be less exposed and where they might be sort of understanding their risks a little bit better. So some interesting findings therein, but I would like to sort of reinforce or re-emphasize the point that there were quite a few issuers, and we obviously talk about the statistics and dig into the findings in the main paper, which will be made available, I think, on all three organizations' websites in due course, and obviously distributed to our partners as well, to sort of slice and dice the investment opportunities there in much greater detail. So I'll stop there for now. Calvin, was there anything you'd like to add on the sort of teaser of the findings, if you will, before we conclude our discussion today?
Perhaps I can chime in here a minute just to share with everyone why we think, as a global asset manager, and especially one who cares about sustainable finance development within capital markets and in EM in particular, because we think this study actually provides or help us to address very significant information gaps on the market. And as you know, information is really, really critical if you want to really continue developing the sustainable capital markets in EM. First gap, integrated approach towards climate change mitigation. Usually this is covered, but also the other dimensions. And from the perspective of an investor, the other dimensions are as critical as climate change mitigation. So I'm talking about mitigation, resilience towards the risk which are already materializing. It's not in a far off future, it's already there, but will continue to increase, unfortunately, in the coming years. And of course, contribution to low carbon transition, the ability to also benefit from a corporate perspective from this transition by developing and distributing solutions. So that's one, integrated approach. Second, sector transition pathways adapted to emerging markets. We have seen interesting development in that particular research field, but very few concrete and developed pathways which are adapted to emerging market and developing economies. And this is really a first in terms of level of ambition in that particular dimension. Third, of course, additional analytics and interesting KPIs in terms of market depth and market development. And if we want to grow sustainable capital market as an asset class, be it in terms of use of proceeds or issuance by leading companies in the private sector, this is also what we need to have. So from the perspective of a global asset manager, and I say it not because only we are a partner, we are very, very excited by this research. And really, I encourage everyone to read it as soon as it's out, because it will contain very important information if you want to position your institution in that space from an investor standpoint, but also from an issuer and market participant standpoint.
That is an excellent way to round out the conversation. Thank you, Timothy. So to take away from this discussion to everybody, read the paper when it's out and think about integrated climate strategies. I like that phrase a lot. There's a lot to do, even with those companies, issuers who are already contributing to both benefit from and make sure that we can manage the sort of moving goalposts of climate risk across the three objectives of the Paris Accord. I'd like to say thank you to you both. If you have any closing words, we can certainly happily listen to those. Otherwise, we'll wrap up the discussion and again say thank you to the audience for tuning in and for joining us at Climate Bonds Connect 2022.
I would like to welcome Philip Brown, who's Managing Director of Capital Markets for Citi, and I'm going to say someone who is a dynamo, a legend in capital markets and in bond markets, and is working damn hard despite his legacy business lines, because he deals with every sovereign in the region, to turn himself into a green dynamo. There's a whole story at coffee break afterwards you can quiz him on. But in the meantime, Philip, thank you for taking on this panel. This is a complicated session because there are two people coming in online. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sean. And I don't think anybody could be as big a dynamo for the cause as you. But indeed, at Citi, all things green have gone to this guy called Brown. But nevertheless, we're doing great things. I think this panel today is potentially the most interesting of the day. And congratulations to Sean and the team at Climate Bonds for pulling this group together. Not me, but I mean this group and the group online, because I think the taxonomies, which were a very theoretical, complex sort of sideshow in previous years, are now becoming a very real issue, a very tangible issue, particularly within Europe, as the SFDR, the disclosure regime, kicks in from January 23, and the CSDR will kick in shortly thereafter, and everybody is going to have to start reporting against the taxonomy. And I think we all think about the taxonomy. I mean, we have it as a Bible to look for. We find it useful, but it's very complicated. And I think one of the biggest criticisms, I think I should say, people have, we find it helpful, we find it useful as just what it is, but it's very complex, and I wouldn't like to have to be our chief financial officer who's got to actually report against it. And that report has got to be audited. It's very complex. So I think in a reflection of that, the EU has put together the Platform on Sustainable Finance, a whole series of expert working groups. And Mariana, who we have with us today, I hope. Helena. Mariana is also important, but Helena is the one I'm speaking of. Helena is the rapporteur to the sub-working group number 5 on usability and data. And we're very lucky to have Helena here with us right now, because her working group published very recently, on the 11th of October, the usability and data report. and I urge you all to read it. It's only 170 pages, and it's a supremely impressive document. I confess I read the first 20, and then turned the page at 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. But it's superb. It's a really impressive document, and I just reflect, having looked after green bonds at Citi since 2007, when I would argue the EIB issued the first green bond, but maybe the World Bank would say they did. But I've been in the market a long time. I'm immersed in the market, but I was reading this report. I was just super impressed. You know, the complexity, it's striking how the level of sophistication and complexity has just gained speed in recent years. And I think climate change and green finance has really transformed from a kind of loosey-goosey ideology to a science of hard facts and data. And, I think this usability report that's been published is fantastic, and I think it will become a real Bible. And I hope that the Commission will adopt all of the recommendations. But anyway, I'm talking too much about Helena and the EU taxonomy. Let me introduce our other panelists. We're also pleased to have with us on the screen today Mariana Escobar Uribe, who is working for the financial regulator in Colombia as a senior advisor. And Mariana has worked, I think, with Bridget's team and Sean's team at the Climate Bond Initiative to publish the first taxonomy in Latin America. And I think it's going to be very interesting to speak to Mariana about her experiences there and whether, to what extent Mariana was able to draw from the huge amount of work that has been done in Europe with the EU taxonomy. Then we have, happily with me on the platform today, Ingrid Holmes. And Ingrid is also super interesting to every Englishman and every English businessman and every English banker. As Ingrid is working for the Green Finance Institute, which is a new institute set up just a few years ago by the late Roger Gifford, Mayor of the City of London. And Ingrid is leading the work on the UK green taxonomy, which I think I actually myself haven't heard a very great deal about. So it's going to be very interesting to hear from Ingrid to what extent the UK has been able to take second mover advantage from Brexit. You knew there was an advantage there somewhere. Maybe Ingrid is going to tell us what it is today. And then happily we've got Bridget with us also on the panel, and Bridget is leading the taxonomy work streams at CBI, and Bridget is working with regulators and markets all around the world. So I think it'll be interesting just to hear a little bit from Bridget later on. So with that long-winded introduction, may I turn first of all to Helena. And Helena, thank you so much for joining us today. If possible, I would like to have a conversation. So if Helena says something which Mariana finds outrageous, please, Mariana, interrupt or please speak up and say so. And similarly, Ingrid, if you feel you have something to add to the remarks that you hear, let's have a conversation and see how it goes. But Helena, once again, congratulations on the report that's just been published. Please, could you just tell us a little bit more about the report, and what have you found to be the biggest challenges that you faced when preparing the report, and what do you think are the most important findings for the market at large?
Well, good morning, Philip. Because I do, hopefully there you go. Hope you can hear me well. And thank you so much for your kind words. It's really appreciated, because let me tell you, it did take a lot of hours and a lot of work. I'm telling you, and not only of the rapporteurs who were the authors, but from the entire group and from a lot of people externally. So do not miss the appendix, because you have the impressive list of everyone who had contributed and made it possible. So in terms of the report, how to summarize the report and the 64 recommendations that we give the European Commission in 2 or 3 minutes. I would start by saying, not that every single chapter is really important on its own right, but I would like to highlight three. The first one is around data, yeah? Everyone we talk about, they always say the problem with the taxonomy is the lack of data. The problem with the taxonomy is the implementation of particularly do no significant harm. So in that chapter, you have a hell of a lot of recommendations and explanations on how you can make it work, but more importantly, on what needs to happen to make it much more workable. To your point around what type of recommendations were given, and to give you a little hint, for corporates, for example, so one of the key hurdles is to interpret actually the activity, yeah, to really well understand the activity that it's included, and then how to define the financial flows, that actually are generated from that activity. So there's a list of recommendations from, for example, creating guidance on the interpretation on some of the criteria. Sometimes there's interpretative criteria. How do you define minimize, right? Or, for example, when it refers to EU regulation, can we have like the key points of that regulation, so that it's much easier to implement. Provide guidance on, for example, another thing, it's on what is good enough in order to decide that it's aligned when the criteria is process-based, yeah? So that's what that chapter looks at. It also looks very important for the investors and financial institutions in the room. That is probably the number one hurdle for them, which is what to do with the non-EU, non-CSRD companies. That is how to include those companies that do not have to report, on the taxonomy. On that, the regulation, and sorry for all the acronyms, the disclosures regulation allows for what is called equivalent information. Yeah, so when you don't have the exact reporting, what do you do? So the report makes very clear recommendations on how to the Commission on how equivalent information should look like, and what should be the criteria for qualifying as equivalent information. The other chapter that is really interesting, I think, it's the chapter on regulation, because you said the taxonomy is the Bible. I like to think about it as a dictionary, yeah? So the taxonomy is the dictionary for this common language within the EU. And now what we need is two things. One is we need, the grammar. We need to understand the grammar. And the grammar is this bigger puzzle, which is the sustainable finance regulatory framework, and how the different pieces connect with each other. For example, the taxonomy, how do you use it when you are building your portfolios that you want to register as Article 8 or 9, as for people who are not familiar with the details, as a green fund or as an ESG fund, and commercializes as such. And so that chapter looks at fine-tuning, all these pieces within, that bigger puzzle, which is the sustainable finance and regulatory, because we need to understand that the different pieces were developed and negotiated separately. Right? So there are some inconsistencies, and there are, for example, in terms of definitions, we found 4 different definitions of do no significant harm. Can we, make it much more consistent? Can we make a difference from when we talk about do no significant harm activity level versus entity level, and so forth? So that's a chapter for those really interested on that achieving greater consistency. And the last one that I would like to talk about in my introductory remarks, it's the last chapter, because it looks at, and I think it's particularly relevant for this panel, it looks at the international considerations, and basically looks at how to make the taxonomy, EU taxonomy, more internationally friendly. Number 2, it looks at a very special case, I think, which is the investments in developing countries and development finance. The taxonomy cannot be a hurdle for those investments, for investments where they're most needed, so we have treated them as a special case together with SMEs. And last but not least, what about the global taxonomies? How can we work towards a common framework that makes it much more operable? So loads of content, 64 recommendations, and I'm looking forward for, continuing the discussion.
Great. So thank you, Helena. So I want to go round the panel really, and then we will come back to you, but we've got lots of questions. I've got one. I'm going to be a bit cheeky and just ask one quick question now to you, if I may. But so you've now submitted this report. It's become public. The Commission is reading it. Should we expect a revised taxonomy very soon? Because I think the regulation kicks in almost immediately. So should we expect a new revised taxonomy taking account of all of your recommendations?
No, not a new taxonomy. If we go back to what we said, this is what we need. As I was saying, that we have the dictionary, right? This common language. What we're now going to have is guidance on how to apply it. So, for example, if in the climate delegated acts, there is some language that can be interpreted of a different manner. What we expect is to then provide a clarification on that. If the climate delegated acts about, mentions a substantial contribution, makes reference to an EU labeling or certificate, then what we're asking is to have a mapping, like a translator on how that labeling, what it is in the UK, for example, right? So these are the type of recommendations that we make. There are recommendations that go directly into the regulation, but not the actual text of the taxonomy regulation, but what is called the delegated acts and the guidance. So for those who are not familiar, you have the number one text, that's called a directive or a regulation that is negotiated between the three parties, like European Commission, the Parliament, and the Council. And then you have what it is, the delegated acts level 2, and many times level 3. Many times that level 3 is carried out by the European Supervisory Authority. So the changes are proposing on level 2 and level 3 not to reopen the negotiations.
Okay, great. Well, please, if in the audience, if you have questions, I will turn to you shortly, and you'll have a chance to put those to you. But thank you, Helena. As I say, it's a super impressive piece of work that you've done. And turning then to Mariana, if I may. So Mariana, congratulations to you for leading the work to have the first taxonomy for Latin America in Colombia. And I wonder if I could ask, how much did you draw upon the huge amount of work that had been done in Europe? Was that relevant to what the challenges you faced and the work that you wanted to do in Colombia? It'd be really interesting to hear just how you think a taxonomy should look in a Latin American context. Is there any similarity with the way the Europeans have thought about it?
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the congratulations. So basically, when an emerging market, and I am going to take here, I'm going to be the voice of emerging markets, but when an emerging market makes a decision or wants to make a decision on a taxonomy or having a local taxonomy or embark in this type of project, I think we are faced with a decision based on three different roads. We can either adapt one, adopt one, or develop one from scratch, right? From the outset, the Superintendencia Financiera specifically wanted was committed to adapting the internationally recognized taxonomies to the local context. So we wanted to basically draw upon the European Union one, which was the most extensive one, the more granular one, the one that's being recognized or that was being recognized by international investors specifically, or financial market participants. So we wanted to draw mainly from the European Union one and adapt it to the Colombian context, policies, programs, commitments, because we have different commitments, we have different markets, we have different environmental impacts. For example, in the Colombian context, the land use sector is the one that causes the most greenhouse gas emissions. So we had different structure associated to our emissions and our contribution to global emissions, and we knew we wanted to draw upon what was being done by the European Union, but adjusted or adapted to the local context. So in that sense, one of the main learning lessons for me, and one of I think the biggest discussion we have initially when developing the local taxonomy was basically looking or defending the idea that we needed to adapt. This was mostly due because the Superintendencia has a central role in its development. As you know, in different emerging market economies, different actors or stakeholders are leading the development. In Peru, it's the Ministry of Environment. In Chile and Mexico, it's the Ministry of Finance. In Colombia was a team between the Ministry of Finance and the Superintendencia Financiera. And the Superintendencia Financiera understood that in order to mobilize more capital, especially private capital from international investors, we needed to minimize the transaction costs for them. So we needed to draw upon what was being done, that was being recognized, but using the local data, regulation, commitments, information we had in order to develop the technical screening criteria and to develop and adjust the do not significant harm principle. In general, and after we conducted this process, it took us 2 years to develop the local taxonomy. We made a decision specifically on the land use sector, because what we saw from international taxonomies was that what was being done for land use did not apply to the Colombian context, specifically for this sector. So at the end of the day, in the Colombian case, and I feel it's going to be the case in some emerging markets, there is going to be a mixture between developing something for certain sectors in order to respond to the local context, but also adapting in other more traditional sectors such as energy, construction, transportation. We're going to have more of an adaptation of the European Union taxonomy.
Great.
Just to in the Colombian taxonomy was launched in April. It took us 2 years, as I said before, to develop, and it covers 10 sectors of the economy and 50 assets or economic activities that contribute substantially to climate change mitigation. I'll stop here.
Well, thank you, Mariana. I think for many investors, when they think about ESG in the context of emerging markets, the G is as important as the other two letters. And, I think to have produced such a taxonomy is an impressive illustration of the strong governance that you have in Colombia. So congratulations to you. May I turn to Ingrid? And Ingrid, every Englishman is, I don't know, we don't think yet of the UK as an emerging market, although some people think we might be heading fast in that direction. But can you tell us a little bit about, we haven't heard as much as we should, I think, of the UK taxonomy. Can you just tell us a little bit, who mandated you? Who are you working for? How long have you been at it? And have you been able to take this sort of second mover advantage? Have you looked at the feedback that came from the taxonomy, and how will the UK taxonomy differ from the EU?
Just to answer the last question first, yes, we have been able to take advantage of being a fast follower to the EU. It's been a really positive starting point for us. But just to go back to the beginning, GTAG has been, the Green Technical Advisory Group, GTAG for short, has been running now for nearly 16 months. We were established as an independent expert group to advise the UK government on the design and implementation of a UK taxonomy, taking the EU taxonomy as its starting point. While I chaired the initiative, it was spearheaded by the then Economic Secretary to the Treasury, John Glenn, and the taxonomy has since passed into the hands of the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, Andrew Griffiths. So one of the challenges we've been having as a group, getting our thinking out into the wider discussion, is that sort of political instability that we are working through collectively at the moment. But we have made great progress in those 15 months. We have 18 members on our group, and a number of them actually also sit on the EU platform. It was really important to have that knowledge brought right into the heart of the GTAG's work. We've released a series of tranches of paper as private advice to officials in the Treasury on particularly the data and usability issues, but lots of other issues about how do you think about onshoring EU technical screening criteria when we have a different net zero emission trajectory in the UK, arguably at the time going further and faster. So we did make the decision a couple of weeks ago actually to put the first tranches of our advice into the public domain. The point was that we had done a lot of thinking that we felt from our private discussions with other jurisdictions, EU, Australians, Chile, Singapore were useful contributions into the international debate because we do ultimately want there to be a single global taxonomy. And so I'll just pull out the three sort of main headlines from that. One was, when we were looking at whether actually it made sense for the EU framework to be a starting point for the UK taxonomy, the answer was definitively yes, for very practical reasons. First, a huge amount of intellectual effort, heavy lifting, has gone into the EU framework. But also very practically, 80% of our equities, 50% of our debt in managed assets in the UK are invested in overseas markets. So that international interoperability is absolutely key. That said, we have got areas we want to go further and faster in the UK. So the advice to government was adopt some, revise some, keep the same concepts, methodologies, metrics and thresholds wherever you can. But if there is a significant divergence in ambition, then there is a case to adapt. So that's the first piece. Second piece is, it was no surprise to us that the EU came out with some of the challenges around do no significant harm. If you look at taking the FTSE All Cap as a proxy for the economy and you look at taxonomy alignment on the basis of revenues, alignment is something around 5 to 6%. If you then introduce do no significant harm compliance requirements, it goes down to about 0.6%. So it tells you it's not a particularly useful transparency tool if you're requiring mandatory alignment to count as being eligible. So we think there's a real need to look at reducing the elaborateness of the do no significant harm piece, very much along the lines that Helena has talked about, so streamlining but keeping the ambition. And I think importantly, we know there's going to be harm. So should the framework actually be focused on identifying risk and introducing CapEx plans to remediate that risk, and that counts as compliance. So we're actually going to outsource that thinking to external researchers and hopefully have a contribution that will be useful not just for UK decision making, but internationally as well. And I think the third piece I'd highlight is looking at the adaptation taxonomy. A lot of the requirements are very process-based rather than outcomes-focused. And what I mean by that is we are already living in a climate that is changing. We need to be thinking about what resilience actually means. The taxonomy is an infrastructure taxonomy. So I think there's a real case to be made for looking beyond adaptation to what does a resilient set of economic assets look like. So we're kicking off a piece of new work to look at both infilling some of the missing pieces of the taxonomy around agriculture and particularly key to resilience, fisheries, looking again at forestries, but this broader resilience agenda, which will require a different approach because actually we need to think about this on a systems basis. So I'm quite excited about where that's going to.
And I think as Helena described then, the taxonomy is the dictionary. And what about the usability? Are we going to need a guide to grammar to understand how to apply it when it comes out? Have you drawn lessons from the usability issue that I think the end users are concerned about?
So you're quite right, Philip. There's the taxonomy itself, the dictionary, but also how it is applied. And that's the missing piece in the UK context currently. We were expecting the sustainability disclosure regulation to be announced as part of the financial services bill. That's been dropped. Actually, I think we're not ready. So my sense is we need to slow things down, get the taxonomy itself right. That's what we're working on now. But also give a lot of thought to some of the key performance indicators around the SDR piece. so that we make sure that firms are reporting useful information to the market. So CapEx is key, revenues is key, question marks around whether OpEx is actually useful. And there is a lot around particularly how financial institutions report that we need to interrogate further. So again, very much learning from some of the lessons being pulled out from the EU's report, and those are very active discussions we're having with the key government departments. The implementation routes, of course, are Companies Act, which sits under BEIS. Got a very regulation skeptic minister in charge of BEIS at the moment, shall we say. But also there's a route through the FCA through amendments to public listing rules. So we are in active discussions with both those departments on routes forward.
Right. And many of the major UK companies, as you say, are active overseas, and many of them will then be reporting under the EU taxonomy, potentially before they do the same under the UK. How will companies manage this sort of dual requirements?
So this goes back to my point about if we're going to deviate on the UK taxonomy, let's minimise the deviation as much as possible. So taking the same approach but potentially requiring different thresholds for compliance means you should not have to churn out multiple different data sets. That's something we're really live to. But of course, UK capital markets are part of a global system, so there are lots of taxonomies out there. You can probably bunch them up into similar groups. Asia is one set, led by MAS in Singapore. We hope that the EU-UK will be very similar. Not sure what's going to happen in the US, so you might end up having to report against multiple different sets of taxonomies. But if this is a transparency tool, I think that's quite useful. I think it's quite useful to know where capital is flowing, where we need to increase investment. That's one goal of the taxonomy in terms of the transparency piece. But the other piece is, as an investor, there are different shades of green, right? So maybe we need to have that information displayed in a way that represents different jurisdictions' views on it.
Great. I'm very happy to hear that you find a consultation with banks is very important before the regulation comes. So I'm sure my colleagues will be comforted by that commitment. So maybe turning to Bridget, I think page 165 of Helena's report refers to this multiplicity of taxonomies, and the word taxomania is mentioned. And I think, Bridget, you are working with many regulators around the world. I mean, how many taxonomies does the world need? And how should these taxonomies talk to each other? Could you just talk a little bit about your experience there?
Yeah, I think you'll find that was page 166.
Was it?
But yeah.
I stand corrected.
I mean, yeah, so at the Client Funds Initiative, we have been working with regulators, governments, and in some countries it's not run by the public sector, so private institutions as well, working on taxonomies. And in a way, the usability report that's come out from the EU now gives us a bit of a pause, I think, to think about what have we got and then what do we need, and particularly around that interoperability piece. So what do we have is a huge opportunity, really, to see a kind of, I like that idea of a single taxonomy, a single definition of green. Now, it's never going to be one single thing, but I really liked what Tony said in the last panel, you can either be simple but wrong or complex but right. And I think what we have is something that is complex, but it is right. And so we need to quite kind of hang on to that as the opportunity for taxonomies to provide that kind of global and transparent set of definitions. I mean, I think it's worth reflecting back sort of 15, 20 years when I started on this, and everybody's definitions were very different and were very black box. And now we at least have this opportunity to kind of sing off the same hymn sheet, even if we're not quite there yet. So that's, we have that. It's not the perfect, but it is the good. And now what do we do to kind of facilitate what this lovely word that we keep hearing about, interoperability? I had to look it up in the dictionary. What do we mean by that in the taxonomy space? We mean kind of speaking the same language, trying to connect together. And that doesn't always mean that they'll say the same thing. We're working a lot on what interoperability means, and particularly on tools for the market to create that. So do we need lots and lots of different taxonomies? Ideally, no. but there is a real value in each country or region having something that they have ownership over. And we have seen this. In Indonesia, we saw the taxonomy process brought together all the key ministries that had some stake in the criteria. It was a very complex process, quite tortuous, you can imagine, but it was quite important because that buy-in process, which we've seen a lot working with different government institutions, has been key for local taxonomy. So having something locally that you can say, we have buy-in in our country around this taxonomy is incredibly important. But at the same time, as Ingrid reflected, as minimal differences as possible globally. So we're going to see many different taxonomies. The question is, are we also going to see some kind of adapters to help us adapt the UK plug to the EU plug? And that's what we're working on a lot at Climate Bonds, to figure out tools that we can map them together and then use that for the market. So we're working on that a lot, and also to plug some of the gaps, because there clearly are gaps on what taxonomies currently cover, and resilience is a huge one, and particularly getting buy-in for emerging markets. We cannot just talk about mitigation. It's not credible. So that, bringing in resilience is really, really key.
Am I right in thinking there was a CBI taxonomy? And is there still a CBI taxonomy? To what extent is there room for a CBI taxonomy? Technology we need.
CBI technology, I like the idea of that. Yes, there is a CBI taxonomy. It's based on the work we do in the standards team to come up with global criteria for different sectors. So it's based on that. There is certainly room for that, and the interoperability tools we're working with will utilize that, because what we've done at Climate Bonds is try to make everything we have globally applicable and not locally specific, so that if you have something that can be metrics and targets and standards that can be used around the world. So this is one of the tools, but it clearly needs to be adapted a bit. I mean, to what extent is it still relevant? I think very useful in the interoperability discussions, but in the same breath, we're extremely delighted that we have kind of regulators entering this space and bringing local taxonomies to the fore, because that makes it even more powerful. So to the extent that the Climate Bonds taxonomy is already being used and has been used by various government institutions or others around the world in their taxonomy developments, we're obviously delighted, and we're maintaining that taxonomy so it continues to be used as a tool.
Right. I wonder if I could come back to you, Helena. And I was interested to hear Ingrid say that if we apply the FTSE All-Cap Index to the EU taxonomy, we see maybe a 5% alignment. What happens if we put the All-Cap Euro stocks to the EU taxonomy? And should we be aiming for, is the end goal 100% alignment? Or, should a company feel somehow, I don't want to say somehow second best, should a company be concerned if their alignment with the taxonomy is very low? And should, I've heard had conversations with some investors who feel they follow a very close environmental investment philosophy, but they find their alignment number very low. Can you just tell us a little bit about how we should interpret the output from the reporting that will come from the taxonomy and the regulation? Is that a fair question?
Thank you. And first, if you allow me, I want to give or respond to Ingrid, because she made a very good point around OPEX, yeah? And I want to clarify that in the the technical expert group, we did not recommend OPEX. So we said, when relevant, include OPEX. And the reason why we included it was because, as you know, in some green bonds, there might be some expenditures that come out from the operational, expenditures bucket. And at the same time, we were aware that for some SMEs, they might not really, when they invest, they might not invest in CapEx formally, there's more like operational expenditure. So that was the only reason why we added in the tech, but somehow on the process, that when relevant became an and, yeah? So to the point that when you read the report, it actually recommends that when it comes to financial products, you skip the OPEX as it was already excluded for financial institutions. reporting. So that was just like one point I thought it might be of interest. On your question, Philip, I think that the problem with the taxonomy is that it's the expectations that are out in the market based on the previous, state of affairs. When we're used to those green funds where the minimum percentage of green activities used to be 20% at the very least, and funds tended to be 50, 60%, aligned with the own taxonomy of the market participant or from one of the other taxonomies, like industry-based taxonomies. And now we move into a taxonomy, a definition that Ingrid is absolutely right. Some of the estimates that you will find in the report are even much lower, but these estimates are around revenues. And what we need to understand is two things. First, that the taxonomy was there, and probably what is best fitted is at company level, at asset level, to guide that transition and actually to be able to use the taxonomy to raise funds. And I'll explain that in a second. How it works, and let me give you an example. Let's imagine there's an utility, an electrical power company, and it has two plans, to make it very simple. One is taxonomy aligned, so 50%, imagine, let's say 50% of the revenues, very rare case, is aligned with that taxonomy, But at the same time, that same company can be 100% aligned from a CapEx perspective. Why? Because the taxonomy for the very first time allows a company to say, well, I'm going to invest in my second plant to make it much more sustainable, to reduce emissions, and I'm going to use the taxonomy to raise that funds. So I will develop a plan for in 5 years, I'm going to lower those emissions, I'm going to meet the target. All the financing that that company uses can be considered as green, and the financial instruments attached to it will be green. And if we look at, before the taxonomy was implemented, how much, there's greenium in the market, the demand for green bonds and green-based financial instruments. Imagine when the whole, and this is why the whole puzzle, you need to understand really the power of the taxonomy, you need to understand the entire puzzle, which is the sustainable finance package. When half of the European market who has declared itself ESG or green is going to report on the taxonomy, and all those financial market participants for all those funds are going to have a vested interest in increasing that percentage. So any company that has a good percentage of alignment is really attractive. But hold on, even for equity, for the very first time, you're going to be able to use CapEx. So you can have a company that is 0% aligned from a revenue perspective, which is 100% from a CapEx perspective, and use the CapEx finally to build your portfolios. For a long time, investors have been saying that the most valuable indicator was on the TCFD report of last year is CapEx. This is where I'm proving that I'm walking the talk. And this is what people need to understand, that the beauty of the taxonomy, and this is why I always say CapEx, CapEx, CapEx. And it's not to say revenues are not important, they are, but they are more backward looking. CapEx and the plans attached to them, it's the most significant contribution, in my opinion, to this market. And I think the debt market, and this change for the first time at portfolio level and for green and ESG funds that can use CapEx as a critical indicator to select their companies and it's a massive step forward, because this is the bottom line, is that when the whole machinery will start working, companies who put their money to transition and align with the taxonomy will have access to cheaper capital. And that's the whole point, to really finance the transition. I think I have answered your question, hopefully, but happy to draw on, and explain, more on the details about that.
No, you have. Thank you very much, Helena. I think we all think of the taxonomy as a stick, and it's nice that you talk of the carrot, of the advantages of moving to align and sustainability going forward. I don't know if Ingrid, you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, I mean, I 100% agree with Helena, and this is a new way of corporates reporting. And I think actually when they start looking at CapEx plans, you'll find that the taxonomy is far more relevant than it might appear at first sight. So if you're a supermarket, actually if you're investing in a fleet of electric vehicles, that's a big capital expenditure that's taxonomy aligned. Thinking about your building fabric, that's probably going to have some taxonomy eligibility. And just on this point about, what's the taxonomy for in terms of positive incentives? It is a way of starting to make sustainability visible in how capital is priced. And we are starting to hear stories, they're anecdotes, about taxonomy-aligned companies with banks fighting over who's going to basically provide the debt capital to them, because the banks themselves want to be taxonomy aligned in their lending. So this is exactly the kind of positive reinforcing impact we want to see. So yeah, just 100% support Helena's comments.
I think we already see that already, and the amount of data that is available already today is impressive. Bloomberg has been, I think, an important contributor, Helena, to your working group, and the data which Bloomberg publishes now against every single security is tremendously impressive. One of Jane Fraser, in her opening remarks this morning, spoke of the importance of security, and you can't really have sustainability without security. And it's very interesting to see to compare the ESG data of the various defense manufacturing companies around Europe. And historically, we would have thought of that as subject to an exclusionary criteria. But it is interesting today that we no longer see that. And it's possible to see, how many Article 8 funds are holding the equity of defense manufacturers, for example. I think this is going to very quickly have teeth. But is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question, to have the opportunity of our distinguished panel today? Does anybody have a question? Anybody? Just the one? I can't believe it. There's another. Come on, one more. I should run an auction. Maybe we'll have 3 questions at once. But please, over on the right-hand side.
Ingrid, your comments that you can use CapEx to raise financing, and I understand that. But if I have to take that to the logical conclusion, then the standards of the standards of green bonds and the climate, in fact, the climate bonds also becomes redundant, because then is it what you're saying is that these taxonomy standards are going to be applicable both on the asset deployment side as well as the liability side? Have I been able to explain my question?
I think your question is clear. Thank you so much. Maybe I'll just take all the questions and let the panel answer them, or pick and choose. But please, the gentleman at the back in the shirt and tie.
Hello. Ryan Frill, LBW. A question about the taxonomies. So they're referred to as, or labelled as green a lot, but for me, to include, say, cement companies, they're carbon intensive. Do you think it'd be more sensible to label them transition, for example? Because it could lead to greenwash because we have to report our green asset ratio as part of the EBA guidelines. So you could have one company that has cement that's eligible for the taxonomy, another one that does renewable energy, and they'd both be classified the same.
Thank you. A third question just to put to the panel? Anybody? Okay, well, let's start with those 2 then. So the first question, is the taxonomy going to ultimately supersede the need to label debt financing as being green? If it's taxonomy aligned, does it no longer need to be called a green bond, for example? And I think the second question there was really, should this be the green taxonomy or the transition taxonomy? It's interesting that if we look at the labels in the market, I think transition is the label that is perhaps least understood and least used. And perhaps it would be helpful. I think there was also a question from the gentleman from LBW, just with regard to greenwashing. You know, that's something that we are all, everybody is concerned about greenwashing. I think the regulators are beginning to be concerned about greenwashing. We're having regulatory MiFID related discussions. How do you think about greenwashing, and where does that fit into the conversation that we're having today? So there are 3 questions there. I made up the third, but I don't know. Ingrid, would you like to kick off?
Yeah, I'll take the first one. This is a really pertinent issue and definitely something that is front of mind for some of the corporates we've been talking to in the UK who have issued green bonds and are worried about basically the grandfathering issue. It's not straightforward. It's actually one of the issues we're going to be looking at in the next tranche of our work from GTAG. I think, Helena, you've probably done some thinking in the platform about this. But I think it's important to go back to the point of why taxonomies were viewed as being needed. The work that superseded the platform was the high-level expert group on sustainable finance, of which I was a member. And one of the things we heard consistently from the market back then, which was 2018, was we want to do sustainability, but we don't know what it is. We do need an objective definition, which is where the taxonomy has come from. It focuses on where greenhouse gas emissions are greatest and need to be reduced in the economy. And it's from that framework that corporate reporting then follows. So it's a completely different way of reporting compared to green bond standards or ESG data, all the different corporate reporting frameworks out there. But my sense is bringing this back to the failure of capital to be deployed as quickly as we need it to, given the scary climate science these days, but also concerns about greenwashing in the market and the subjective nature of some of the ESG reporting, that we absolutely do need this objective measure. But we also need to, from a practical usability and usefulness point of view, really consider and address this issue of shifting from one system to another and the grandfathering implications around that.
Mariana, would you like to comment on those? Perhaps, is there the concept of greenwashing in emerging markets, or what is the end game for you of how you would like to see the financial markets using your taxonomy?
I think for most emerging markets, and at least that's the case for Colombia, developing a green taxonomy is more of a carrot than a stick, to be honest. It's a way of providing information for decision makers, especially in the financial sectors, regarding where the opportunities are when you're talking about transforming the economy to a greener one. So it's more of a stick, or that's the initial driver, and that's what we saw in Colombia. That's the argument we used. That's how we put it out there. It was its main driver, and I think it's the same in most cases in Latin America, at least. Locally, the way we're implementing the taxonomy, first of all, it has to respond to a graduality. Implementing a taxonomy for certain capital markets participants, specifically, for example, in our case, for banks, which is within the financial industry, the industry that is most advancing in integrating ESG into their processes, in understanding what sustainability means to them, green finance, climate risk. They are the most advanced ones. There is a very high cost in order to really implement and adapt and adopt the taxonomy in the processes. So we have to, its approach for its implementation, it's gradual. So what we decided in Colombia is to start implementing the taxonomy or issuing regulation around the taxonomy regarding product labeling. So we're more on we are not yet at the moment in our market. We have a very small capital market. We're not yet in the moment, and we don't think our companies are ready to report against the taxonomy, corporate reporting against the taxonomy. We just implemented TCFD or instructed our issuers to implement TCFD and SASB, and they're not yet ready to start reporting against the taxonomy. So what we decided to start with product labeling, either bonds or funds that have a green last name to it. We're asking them to disclose if they're aligned and how much they're aligned to the taxonomy. And I think for a market like ours, that responds to that graduality that we want, and it's going to give us a lot of information on what are the main barriers, what are the main issues for the taxonomy applicability in this type of markets, small capital markets, where you cannot increase a lot the cost, but that you need to create greater transparency to really mobilize and clarity to mobilize capital effectively.
Yeah. I think that's great, and I think it's very true. I'm happy to hear you talk about the cost of implementation, because it is quite huge, the amount of regulatory reporting that we have to face. And so I still believe that the green labeling, the green bond label, has tremendous value. And here we are today, relatively few years after green bonds were introduced. It's a multi-trillion market, and I think it's certainly the green label has certainly served a very useful purpose and continues to do so. I do agree that we should all use transition rather more, and I think investors have to understand transition. What do you think? I mean, could you just comment on transition, Bridget? I think you are working on, I think we are working with you on standards for shipping, which is a transition industry, for steel, which is a transition industry. But the market seems nervous about this word transition, as if it's somehow not as good as green.
Yeah, and I think, it's quite interesting the approach you take. So, and particularly to the question about cement, which is another transition sector, the criteria in the EU taxonomy, similar in the client bonds criteria, are to be called green are not currently anywhere near zero. So I think it's quite important to note that there's sort of two types of criteria. For those sectors and activities where there are available options which are near zero, that's the green criteria. But those for which there are not, they're actually not green right now. And the aim is that they follow a pathway down to green. This is called green in the EU taxonomy. It's also called green by the Client Bonds Initiative. We think that's quite important, because to channel green finance towards these sectors which have been underrepresented in the market, like shipping, like industry, all of these kind of things. But in actual fact, what it gets called, I don't think is particularly important. The main thing is that the funds are channeled there. So under the EU taxonomy and client bonds, those heavy industry sectors have a pathway to be called green. You could argue that they should be near zero, but then there would be no green finance in those sectors, and I think that would be a missed opportunity. And what does transition mean? You ask everybody and you get different answers. And what we kind of tend to talk about is that transition towards that green pathway. So if you establish a pathway that is to be green, start now and your trajectory down over time, that what takes you towards that pathway is your transition path. And whatever we do to enable that is quite important. And that can be through our standards, particularly the work we're doing on entity criteria is very important for the whole entity to take that journey towards green, rather than what is at a very activity level within a taxonomy.
Right. Thank you, Bridget. I think I'm afraid we're almost out of time now, but I would urge you all, I think the EU is ahead a little bit, as we've heard today, in terms of the progress towards implementation and regulation. And once again, I want to say this paper that Helena's team have published just a week ago, please Google it, have a look at it. It is very impressive, and I think it's going to become an essential guide to the grammar of sustainable finance going forward. So thank you, Helena, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you, Mariana, for joining us. Probably, I don't know, you came a little bit further over the airwaves than for those of us in Europe. And Ingrid, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll hear much more of you in the months and years to come. Hopefully we'll have stability in government very soon. And Bridget, thank you very much for your time. Thank you all.
So this next session, though, is about governments driving change. As you know, the challenge is immense. As you've heard today, we don't make this transition, to use again that critical term, transition, to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy without strong state action. I talked at the beginning of the day about how we're beginning to see the fruit of state action of the past already in the lower costs of renewable energy. Kingsmill Bond talks so fantastically about your lunatic to think of anything else at this stage, given where the revolution has got to. Well, that started off, thank you Germany, thank you China, with strong offtake agreement action. Feed-in tariff was essentially creating demand, creating offtake agreement. And that's flowing off to renewable energy, to hydrogen, and so on. Of course, electric vehicles, similar story. It grew because of strong state action. Whilst the strong state action was primarily China, that had a geopolitical reason to try and get off oil, if you like, as well as a climate change reason. You know, even Tesla itself was started with a $1 billion grant or loan from the federal government, which allowed it to get going in the first place. This is not what you'd call free markets. This is something which required state intervention. Now, the nature of state intervention will change. Our challenge is to look at fiscally efficient measures for state intervention. Given the balance sheet constraints, we can't afford to do quite what the UK government tried to do, although what they were trying to do is still very hard to understand. But blow money without some understanding of where it's going to come from. Clearly, we have to be responsible, even more so, because the budgets of all our governments are going to be drastically stretched by emergency funding. Think Hurricane Ian on steroids, if you like, is what the world's going to look like going forward, which means that where we can do something with private sector capital, we will need to do it with private sector capital. And that requires essentially a close working collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. Hey, we've still got to be rapid. That's our challenge. Today we are launching in draft form for your comment 101 ideas for public sector action towards 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's in the app, it's on our website. It's a beginning of a bigger project. And there's a whole table of ideas with detail attached. We'd like to get feedback. And this will become a long-going project. We're developing projects where people give us indications that this is a priority. Is the Global Offsets Alliance that I talked about with Tony Rook, GOA, as we like to say it, something we should concentrate on? Is it going to be how we more effectively treat guarantees, green guarantees on our balance sheets to increase our leverage ratio? There's some opportunities there. Is it about greening our development finance institutions? We have 500 development banks in the world, by the way. Very few are very green, and very few have any kind of leverage ratio, straight lending. There's opportunities there. Give us your feedback. In the meantime, though, we have a panel. On this particular panel, I have, first, if I can invite to the stage our two speakers who are in person, Marie Diron, who's Managing Director of Sovereigns and Subnational Risk at Moody's. This is credit rating for governments, folks. Remember that. Incredibly important person. See if you can get 2 seconds of her in the break afterwards. Very, very important. And then secondly, Rathin Roy, who's Managing Director of ODI, used to be called the Overseas Development Institute in a past incarnation. I can't help myself, Rathin, I'm sorry. But more recently, the Director of the National Institute of Public Finance Policy in India, and a member of, until a while ago, of Prime Minister Modi's Economic Advisory Council. And then online, we will have in a minute Martin Spolk, who's the Head of Sustainable Finance and FinTech Unit in DG FISMA, the Ministry of Finance of the European Commission. Who's going to we're going to have a conversation. But just to get going, we're going to hear a recorded conversation from my friend Dr. Ma Jun, who's the head of or chair of the Green Finance Committee in China, advisor to the governor of the People's Bank of China on green finance, and I'm going to say the doyen of green finance in China. I've been working with him now for 7 or 8 years on the revolution that's underway in China. If we can play, he's unfortunately got to be speaking at another event at this very time, so we had to record a session. If I can play that video, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, for having me. On your question, I think the government should play a pivotal role in developing the infrastructure for green finance and also providing incentives. Now, more specifically, I think the government should play 4 key roles. Number 1, defining what is green. And in our case, China has done actually 3 different taxonomies for that definition. One is for green loans. That's what we did back in 2013. And second one was the green bond taxonomy, which started in 2015. We now have the second version. And the third taxonomy is on green projects, which was introduced in 2019. So we now have a system of green taxonomies, which covers most of the financial products. With that taxonomy, we are able to avoid large part of greenwashing because these are officially defined green rather than individually defined green or randomly defined green. The second key thing I think government should do is to have a disclosure requirement so that those companies raising money from the green finance market will have to report their environmental benefits, how they use the proceeds, and making sure that they are using the proceeds in the right way. We have done some of these in the past, mainly focusing on user proceeds and environmental benefits, and now we're moving the disclosure requirements towards more TCFD-like reporting requirements. So in the future, there'll be more disclosure requirements related to governance, strategy, policies, processes, and so on. The third key pillar is incentive. You need to scale up the market, and for many parts of the green activities, they're actually not making enough profits to attract private sector money, and that's why initially incentives are important. In China, we namely the Central Bank of China introduced the decarbonization facility, which offers low-cost funding through the commercial banking system to green projects. And that facility is roughly 2 percentage points lower in terms of funding cost to compare with the market. And also we had the local government.
2 percentage points, 2 percentage points. That's huge.
Yeah, it's 200 basis points, not like the market talking about 5 basis points. We're talking about 200 basis points. And the local governments in China are also offering additional incentives, for example, in the form of interest subsidies. In quite a few places, they offer subsidies in the range of 40 to 60 basis points, and also guarantees, which I think should be done not only within the country but also internationally through de-risking facilities offered by MDBs and so on. And the final point I'd like to make is the government role as the demonstrator for using green finance. For example, in Hong Kong, the government actually became the largest issuer of green bond, and it certainly incubated the market by promoting the usage of, for example, verification services and adoption of standards and developing capacity and so on. So after a while, then the private sector will catch up.
So it's a huge agenda, right? And we've got a long way. I mean, how fast is the supertanker of the Chinese economy turning as a result of these incentives for those people in the rest of the world watching from outside? What's your take on that?
So far, we have the largest green lending market already in the world. The outstanding amount of green loans in China is 20 trillion RMB, which is, I think, something like 3 trillion US dollar. And our green bond market is now ranking the second in terms of outstanding amount. It's about 1.4 trillion. And it took us, roughly 7-8 years to get to that level. And it's still growing very fast. Last year, our green loans were growing at 33%. And this year to date, 40% year-on-year growth. And last year's green bond issuance is 170% growth, still growing at massive pace. Largely, I think, due to the few things I just mentioned in terms of infrastructure, disclosure requirements, and incentives.
It sounds like, Mahjong, there's a tidal wave of change happening in green finance. While people are looking at the worries about energy, coal plants versus clean energy plants, and so on, this change is actually well and truly underway within the green economy. Have I got that right?
Despite the pushback in the short term against the decarbonization in many countries, due to the energy crisis and so on, I think the momentum for green finance remains very strong, especially for medium and longer term, because every single country recognizes that the renewable energy is the safest energy in terms of availability, right? If you in the future have most of the energy coming on your land in the form of solar and wind and storage, then you don't need to import anymore. And that's actually strengthening the momentum for investment in the renewable sector.
Last question, Marjun. In the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, what's the critical advisory for government that you're making, and how much traction are you getting?
This year, the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group is working on a couple of topics, and the main one is the transition finance framework. And I'm hopeful that in the middle of November, this piece of work will be approved by the leaders of the G20, and it should guide the international work on establishing a transition financial framework in many countries. Now, what we stated in that document, of course, in the draft form now, is that we need to have methodologies to identify transition activities so that we can avoid the transition wash. And we need to have clear disclosure requirements to report to the transition activities. And we need to have a toolbox of financial instruments, not only debt instruments, but also equity and de-risking facilities. And we need to have government incentives to make many transition projects bankable. And finally, to do something to ensure that the transition process is just.
Thank you, Dr. Marjun. I'd now like to try and see if I can get Martin to kick us off with some comments. You've heard Martin, Dr. Marjun, talk about his view of the agenda, definitions. Funnily enough, Europe's done a bit about that, as we heard in the previous panel. Disclosure. Funnily enough, Europe's done a bit about that, as I'm sure you'll tell us a bit more. Incentives, though, we're toying with without doing a lot. Demonstration, we're certainly doing. The European Green Bond Programme is a 250 billion euro plan, as I understand to do. So we're ticking some boxes. But of course, you've been the architect in your role at the DG FISMA, effectively Europe's Ministry of Finance, in drafting the Sustainable Finance Action Plan. And we've been working together for years on this now. It's been a roller coaster ride, but you cheered me up immensely recently by talking about the reinvigorated agenda, the new things coming through. I'm wondering if you can share for the audience the key tenets of that Sustainable Finance Action Plan and what's happening.
Hi, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be joining your panel. First of all, I can confirm that there is a lot of things happening in Europe, and there are really a lot of great plans ahead. Maybe I should clarify what the role of policymakers in this area is. For us, I mean, the philosophy that we have been pursuing is that we as policymakers and regulators need to provide clarity on the direction of travel, having explicit goals. And that's what we are doing with the European Green Deal in Europe. We have explicit targets, not only when it comes to climate, but we have explicit targets when it comes to environmental objectives. The second, and that's basically the core of my work, is to provide for an enabling framework and to give the stakeholders, and not only necessarily the financial markets only, but also the businesses, the right framework, the right tools. And here, I mean, we are talking about three elements in Europe. The first one is obviously the core, which is taxonomy. I really enjoyed listening to the previous panel. The second element is mandatory disclosure requirements, here imposed not only on the financial sector, but also on the corporates. And also we have some disclosures requirements when it comes to taxonomy. And third, we have, and we are developing a set of tools and different instruments, benchmarks, climate benchmarks, standards, the European Green Bond Standard, that would ultimately allow stakeholders to use those instruments and to translate the taxonomy and the different frameworks into the different products. Now, our journey, I mean, you call it rollercoaster. I mean, yes, it has been bumpy, but I still believe that, you know, it is a journey upwards, and certainly we are making great progress. We are now entering a stage where basically we are starting to implement the different pieces we have been working on over the last 5 years. And we believe that actually, although they have obviously been developed a little bit in silos, they do work, and they do, and they start bringing the desired benefits. We already see how taxonomy is being taken up and how it is being used, how the businesses and the financial sectors sector participants are preparing for the disclosure requirements. So we see a lot of good progress. Now, what is on our mind, and this is basically an emerging urgency and priority for us, is to support the financial market and support the businesses in the implementation, and making sure that what the stakeholders are expected to do, that they feel support from the policymakers, they feel that there is an understanding for the challenges that they are facing. So we are working now as a matter of priority to facilitate the usability of taxonomy. We are working now to facilitate the usability and the implementation of the whole framework in a coherent way. I mean, we have been talking a lot about transition, so we will show in coming months how the individual pieces and the whole framework works to support transition, how stakeholders can make use of what we have put in place, so that actually they feel that this is a useful toolbox rather than a regulatory burden only. So there is a lot of good positive momentum. I think Dr. Majzoun said that there is a good momentum for green finance. We do believe that this momentum is still there. Of course, we are trying to set the agenda in the latest context. We understand that there are now challenges that businesses and the financial sector has to face, but we also believe that there is a lot that this green finance agenda can offer to accelerate the journey towards renewables. We have in Europe developed a very ambitious program, REPower, refocus on the renewables, refocus on the energy efficiency, and this is exactly where the green finance and the agenda that we have been developing, can help substantially.
On that point of REPower EU, I mean, today 27 member state heads are meeting to talk about Ukraine, energy, and the challenges we face in Europe. I'm interested to the extent to which the agenda is still very much going strong, because one of the perceptions that we've seen in other parts of the world, and Rathan might want to weigh in on this a little later, is Europe stepping back, Europe starting up coal plants and doing gas and so on. How difficult is this conversation? How much is the momentum still going forward in reality? Because the atmospherics are a little bit tricky in the midst of a war and reaction to a war. Give us some insight into this meeting. Gossip, if you can.
Sure, I will not give you a gossip. I will give you a formal line which is perfectly consistent. I mean, I will show that what we are doing on sustainable finance and green finance is perfectly consistent with what we are doing on the REPower. REPower is trying to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, and especially fossil fuels from Russia. Now, the key focus now is to accelerate the shift towards renewables, and we are having this medium to long-term vision that ultimately the goal has to be met. So we are not compromising on the ultimate objective. We are, of course, aware that there is a very short-term challenge that has to be taken care of by the businesses and by the financial sector as well. So we cannot, and it's unrealistic to expect that everybody will be fully green and will be fully taxonomy compliant as of next year. That would be very wrong to expect. But we also need to understand that there is a very short-term challenge that businesses are facing. But at the same time, we need to be mindful that there is a certain blip now in the system where indeed, stakeholders are moving necessarily not as fast as we were expecting. We have, as you know, adopted the so-called complementary delegated act that provided for recognition of some energy sources that we believe are important to support the transition. We do believe that this transition cannot be done from day to another. We do believe that we need to have some interim steps and some recognition for this kind of immediate urgencies. But ultimately, whatever we do now, and I think that that's the key message that I would like to pass across, is that whatever we do now, even when we recognize gas in the green taxonomy under very strict conditions, we are insisting that there has to be a transition towards renewable sources of energy. So there are very strict conditions that ultimately lead to something that we believe would be fully aligned with the targets that we have set. So in our view, there is a very good consistency with what we are doing. Of course, with the REPower, let us be clear, we are trying to reduce dependency on Russian fossil fuels. And the fact that we have recognized a part of the energy sources that maybe might have been seen controversial by some doesn't mean that it has to be coming from Russia. We are, of course, having a wider perspective here. But the key focus is that ultimately it has to be consistent with the pathways. There can be a blip on the path, but the ultimate goal has to be met.
Thank you. That's very clear. We might come back to you in a minute, Martin. We'll just go around the circle. And also, I will at the end ask for a couple of quick questions. So get ready if you want to have one. Rathin, I'd like to turn to you from a particular perspective. In your current role at ODI, where you are looking essentially at the equitable development of the planet as part of that role, which is a big issue. And of course, your previous roles in India, advising state governments in particular and working with the Prime Minister. What's your perspective on this issue? And most importantly, on the role of governments, both nationally and internationally?
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for inviting me for this conference. It's nice because to be in exile and actually be able to therefore come in person. Well, I'm going to talk about, I don't know what hat that is. It's probably not ODI. The ODI is very supportive. So I'm not going to give you the standard pitch I'd give SIF, right? Nothing I'm going to say to you is what I'm going to say to a donor for the record, in public, formally. But I'm going to talk to you about the politics surrounding all this. And I'm a bit thrown because I just realized the Prime Minister resigned. So she's not going to be at this meeting, I suppose, tomorrow.
That's Liz Truss, everyone, by the way, the UK Prime Minister.
The UK Prime Minister, yes. Yeah, they resigned a lot here. So the first thing I wanted to say is that I was very sort of empathetic to what Martin was saying just now about the genuine desire, the genuine technocratic desire to make sure that a blip is a blip is a blip. But I have to convey to you, and this seems to be my job all the time, that if you look at it from New Delhi or from Jakarta or from Johannesburg or from Egypt, you begin to grin. Because these were the very countries who said that the imperative, never mind what happens, is to reduce coal. Go away from coal, never mind what happens. And then you see them, for all the best reasons probably, resorting to coal. And I'm told there's a war on. And I say, well, normally in times of war, you choose priorities. The priority clearly here is not climate change, in a blip. I would wonder whether anybody is going to calculate the recent UK energy subsidy and look at the fossil fuel component of that subsidy. It's going to be pretty large. And you're going to see regress if you calculate that. I was thinking, I have a colleague here, of requesting my colleagues to do it, but that is a fossil fuel subsidy to the extent that it subsidizes energy that comes from fossil fuels. I'm not saying these are good things or bad things, these are normatives. I'm trying to explain to you that the perception, because one, there is no consensus on the war in Ukraine and the rest of the world is not invested in it the same way as perhaps Europe is and the UK is. The second, given that that war in Ukraine is happening, what people are taking away is the priorities that the government sees. And the first priority seems to be, even at the cost of subsidizing fossil fuels, even at the cost of opening up coal plants, protect. Now, it's comforting what Martin says because clearly there's a longer term plan. But this is something I really think at a political level we have to be very conscious of. You will see this happening at the next COP. You will see this happening at the next G20. You will see polite, poker-faced G20 colleagues from emerging economies sitting there and smiling while Germany or France or one of these people yet again lectures us about the need to get out of coal. So that is the first political point I wanted to make. The second political point I wanted to make, and I'm very comforted, I was going to make it far more strongly, but I'm really comforted by some work that Green Bonds is doing, not least because I'm a trustee, and on the taxonomy of resilience. You see, I'm a finance ministry person. And what a finance ministry is interested in is when money is not fungible, is what can this non-fungible money not be spent on? Initially, that was very clear, and somebody said in the previous panel, that you spent it on things that were defined as green. Now we are saying, oh my God, we have to have, then we had something called justice, I think. Justice came in, climate justice. And now we are talking about resilience and transition. So I got very worried because my whole career, I've learned that the more adjectives you have, the less fiscal discipline you have. And these are all adjectives. Resilience, transition. Green, thanks to work of Climate Bonds and others, had become a noun. And that was very helpful and I'll tell you why in a minute. For ministries of finance, etc., in terms of mobilizing money. However, I'm very comforted. I would urge you to read this note. This is public, right?
It's becoming public in the next 24 hours, which is our resilience overview.
So this is the resilience program of Climate Bonds, and it says outcome one. And my only plea to you, Sean, is do these things lexicographically. First outcome 1, then outcome 2. I'm sure you want to. It says investment opportunities that build resilience are identified using science-based standards and definitions. I think if I look at and the reason I think I was getting a bit cross about resilience is when I was reading sort of common literature on the subject, I said, oh my God, now I can buy a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and that'll be resilience. And if I get solar-powered, like, guns for my police, that's climate resilient. Anything is climate resilient. But this is good because this says science-based and it says systemic and transformative. So I can't piecemeal choose things, right? Then it says, of course, credible resilience measures are financed at scale, etc. But then that's the outcome. In the strategy, which is even better, the first work stream is science-based rule sets. Rule sets mean nouns. And I'm very happy to tell you that there is not a single adjective in the paragraph that follows. Do read it yourself. So this is very encouraging. But this, in my view, flies a bit against the grain that this term resilience is being used very loosely. And what happens, you see, is finance ministries are essentially gatekeepers and also coercive. It is coercive to say you cannot have money for something. Now, if everybody came to you and said this qualifies for something, you would be in trouble. So the good thing about green bonds in today's environment is what finance ministries ask Khasi Khateng, certainly ask the poor man who's succeeded him, whose name I forgot, Jeremy Hunt, right? They'll tell you this. It is so important to have fiduciary and prudential breaks on borrowing. Now with vanilla borrowing, that is non-fungible borrowing, there are no breaks because the sovereign is the sovereign. You can do what Khasi Khateng did. Oh, let's go and borrow. And let's put the money into fossil fuel subsidies. Energy subsidies for households. But with a green bond, and India just issued a sovereign one, and I'm hoping it will be a better one than Sukuk, which is delightfully vague. The big question in India is, what does this mean in terms of what we cannot spend money on? And can we come up with a timetable saying, every 6 months the money you spent, justify it in terms of its green outcome? That's a finance minister's dream in a time when you're constrained, when you're debted out at this time, when taxes are low. So there's never been a better time, in my view, to let green bonds flower. I was worried with resilience bonds, but if they're going to be science-based, then there's a great opportunity. I want to make one more point and then stop, and then I have 2 more points we can pick up in the discussion. In India, we do something called priority sector lending. I don't like it. I'm an old-fashioned economist in some respects, social democrat on the old-fashioned side. I don't like subsidies, okay? I think they're bad. And I can understand a temporary argument to them, but they must go out. Now, in India, for 70 years, we've been giving lower interest rates to a bunch of stuff. They all sound really nice. Agriculture, housing, poor people stuff, allegedly. And that's much more than Majun's dividend. That's 500 basis points, okay? If you can invent something saying agriculture. Now we have put renewable energy there. You're not going to get much further in this endeavor unless we do some hard work, and maybe resilience will do that. And say, okay, but can we say that in areas like agriculture, in areas like the built environment, in areas like housing, high productivity investments that by definition have to be green. Just come to New Delhi or Bombay. Anything you do to build a nice house is going to be more green than what you replace, right? Should that not take a priority over just subsidizing agriculture or subsidizing something else? So that's the second place where governments can actually be persuaded to look at the existing programs and say, at least in emerging economies, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel after having plundered the planet. So we're just starting out. So green means productive, green means equitable, and if that is the case, then green should be the criteria in addition to agriculture or some other thematic story to qualify for a subvention or a subsidy. I think if governments work on these 3 things, European governments on making sure that they remain credible, if they don't want to, it's fine, but I'm just saying. If people understand that the fiduciary attractiveness of green bonds, sustainable bonds has risen exponentially, precisely because a traditional public finance economist like me who doesn't like non-fungible debt is now worried about the volume of debt. And when I look at Khasi Khateng, I get even more worried. So, and I'm worried my finance minister will follow on a bad day and somebody else will. So having non-fungible debt is great. And if it's going for a globally good cause, that's even better. And finally, when we look at subsidies, let's look at subsidies at a thematic level, not just things that make affect carbon directly. That's been the tragedy of the entire green debate. It's all about energy. Not all about energy, but largely about energy. If we take things like agriculture, the built environment, and talk about smart subsidies there that are by definition green and therefore productive, I think these are three important planks on which we can develop an agenda for governments going forward. And I shall do what I can in the G20 for India, though I don't have high hopes, to make this case. Thank you.
Fantastic. You know, Mary, before I go to you, something Rathin reminded me of is a conversation I had recently with the head of the debt manager's office in a European country who's considering green bonds. And on that prudential, on the following through, he, at the end of our conversation, after talking about the benefits of green bond issuance, then said, you know, and what I'm going to be able to do is get the other departments to do what they need to be doing around climate change. And I'm thinking, this is the head of a debt management office. They're really sober and straight. They don't do this sort of thing. He was sounding like a Greenpeace activist. Suddenly, he was a 60-year-old bloke in a suit and with a tie on, like the two of us, very sober, and was imagining the power of ensuring that ministries followed through, which he considered a plus. Now, I don't know if everyone thinks that, Murray, but I'm interested in your perspective on this relationship between green thematic issuance and how we perceive what government's doing and how we follow through and track.
Yeah, thank you. I think what you're both talking about is good governance. Governance is a noun.
Yes.
That's a good word. Yeah? And that's very much part of our analysis. So as rating agencies, sometimes we ask, why do you look at this? Why do you look at climate risks? Well, our answer is that it's part of the solution towards 5 trillion in 2025 is proper assessment of credit risks that come from climate, a proper assessment of these risks in the broader context of credit risk, because climate is not in isolation, but really at the sovereign level, a proper assessment of what governments are doing about it and how, which is really governance. So yes, that is very much part of the analysis that we do. I'll kind of break things down maybe between transition and resilience adaptation, which we haven't spoken too much about today, but that is very important to me in my world when we look at Africa, Asia. The top priority is really resilience adaptation. Starting with transition, from a sovereign credit risk perspective, the main risk is clearly for the hydrocarbon. The country is reliant on hydrocarbon revenues. We're talking about countries in the Gulf, some countries in Africa, some countries in Latin America. That currently derive 40, 50, 70% of their revenue from hydrocarbons. We run simulations in different states of the world, including a net zero scenario. We don't take that as a baseline because we're not seeing enough momentum so far, but we think it is a plausible scenario. And in this world, then Saudi Arabia will see its debt burden increase to 100% of GDP from currently 30. And Azerbaijan will see its debt burden increase to 200% of GDP, unsustainable by any standards. So we're looking at, in our ratings, we're looking at what are they doing about this. We're seeing some steps, some steps in greening their own economies, but that's not going to be enough for them, given that they're reliant on the rest of the world demand for hydrocarbon. So we're looking at what they're doing to diversify their own their own source of revenue, and there's some steps. Not enough to survive, not enough to really maintain sustainable debt in a net zero world.
Murray, just to be clear, this is in credit rating analysis, right? This isn't some kind of extra ESG filter. It's the core credit rating.
It's very much.
This is news, everyone. This is really big news because this is going to change everything. When you start to bring these factors in, it's going to change specifically the cost of borrowing for everyone if they don't take action. Have I got that right?
It's very much part of everyday's credit analysis. At Moody's, every rating analyst has a framework to think about E, S, and G, including climate.
And to be fair to the others, I know S&P is doing similar sort of things.
Absolutely.
I think Fitch's is as well.
Absolutely.
Not just Moody's, but this is an example of the revolution.
And to give an example, in the current context, with oil prices at $90, $100, we're being asked, why don't you upgrade these sovereign ratings? And our answer is because carbon transition is coming at a pace. So if we're not seeing these governments using the windfall gains now to prepare them for the future, where presumably oil prices will not be 90 or 100, then these ratings will be under pressure. So we're not rushing to upgrade them now. So that's having really an impact today.
Let me ask a question. This is very interesting. As you said, this is quite remarkable. So will this be a qualitative assessment, or will this be part of your quantitative assessment? If it's the latter, I hope it will come at the expense of the per capita income rate. Then I think everyone will welcome it.
So it's a mix. Like, as you know, our rating analysis is a mix of quantitative and qualitative. I mentioned the quantitative part, that burden's going to X. The qualitative part is what governments are doing about it. So we really, and we think we do need the two. Maybe on staying on transition for the rest of the world, and the majority of the world consumes hydrocarbon, doesn't produce them. The likes of India, of South Africa to some extent, of Brazil, and so on. There, the credit risk is a just transition risk. And Mahjong mentioned that at the end of his remark. It is about ensuring that the country as a whole is moving in a socially stable way towards that transition. I can't say that at this stage we have clear examples of governments really with a clear policy, a plan for the next 5, 10, 20 years on how they're going to get education, skills, competitiveness policies involved. What comforts me is that that's what governments do. They set really incentives to keep their companies competitive in a changing world. They foster education, skills, acquisition in tomorrow's sectors. And we have seen before economies transform in various countries. So there's hope here. We, as rating analysts, we're not yet able to really point to the best in class in that area.
And and I know on the physical risk, you've been bringing in quite a lot of data points to try and address that. Of course, what we now need to do is a bit of a recipe for what to do to ensure you pass the Moody's hurdle and don't get downgraded and maybe even get upgraded. So that's the proactive step. Now, of course, that's what our Climate Bonds Resilience program that we're about to announce that Rathin was talking about. And I think Ujala and Paul are the two key people in the audience. Are you here in the audience? Put your hand up at the back there, stand up, come on. Go and grab her at coffee. She can tell you all about resilience if you want to find out about it. The idea, of course, is to come up with proactive, as Rathin said, science-based, evidence-based programs of resilience activities, physical, economic and social, just transition aspects, which are measures governments can take, which will reduce the risk of default at the end of the day, crudely speaking, going forward. And this is a really important, because remember, we're getting into a world of extreme volatility. We've seen it this last summer. It's the new normal. It's not going to be a blip. And we need to prepare. And governments need to be given some idea of what the preparation steps they might take to choose from that are going to be material and seen as material by the people they're borrowing money from. This is the critical part of the task. Martin, what's happening in Europe in this? And I'm specifically thinking of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, where not only have we got a $250 billion green mandate, which has been used, I want to say, picking up Rathin's point, to push member states to get green stuff together broadly in line with taxonomy. Very powerful tool. This is the beginning of a European borrowing program, folks. This is very important for a range of macroeconomic reasons, but also for the other 500 billion. If I remember correctly, we're requiring resilience to be addressed. Is that right? Have I got that right?
Yes, John, you are right. But of course, the objective was, in the first place, to ensure the economy being back on track and to ensure that the recovery is as green as possible, and certainly not creating the harm that we would like to avoid. With anything that the public sector does. So what I think was quite a revolutionary progress on our side was that I think it was actually the first measure ever in the public sector where Europe basically has introduced the principle of no significant harm for the new money, for the new projects that Europe has made available for member states. And obviously a large chunk of the project has to comply with these requirements of no harm, which have been, by the way, inspired by some of the concepts in the sustainable finance framework. But I also have to be clear and need to clarify that the public money is not necessarily linked to the technical screening criteria that we have in the Taxonomy Delegated Act, because that would have been, I think, very, very demanding. And I think ultimately, I mean, we have to face the reality. Currently, there is only a very small proportion of exposures and investments and activities aligned with taxonomy. So, you know, if he do that, or if he did that, if he had done that, frankly, there would have been a very little money flowing to member states. So that's why we had to be realistic, pragmatic, and that's why we had, at least as the first stage, introduce this principle of no harm. We have, of course, kind of nudged member states to invest as many projects as possible that would be kind of certainly going in the direction of being sustainable and certainly not, you know, obstructing the green transition and green and digital transition. But obviously now we have to plan the next steps. What I think is important, again, being realistic. Being realistic. I mentioned that currently what we see from the data that, by the way, was mentioned at the last panel from Bloomberg is that there is a small proportion of taxonomy-aligned exposures, investments, projects, and activities. But that's normal. I mean, not that we are happy about it. We are not happy about it, but it's just reflecting the reality. Now, what I think matters is to give a sense of a direction of travel, and we would expect through the transition plans, the financial sector and the businesses to articulate what it is that they intend to do over time to increase this proportion. So although the proportion is rather small at this current juncture, what we would like to see, and you know, one of the requirements we have for the businesses now is to develop transition plans, is that through these transition plans, stakeholders can also make it public and make it more transparent what it is that they are going to do on their transition journey to improve their environmental performance. And here we are not talking necessarily only about contributing to the environmental goals, but ultimately also reducing the harm. So there is a full flexibility for stakeholders given to disclose what it is that they think should be done. There is nowhere a requirement in our EU law on sustainable finance prescribing to the financial sector what they have to invest and what they have to divest from. We leave this flexibility to the market, but of course, we do hope that there will be a sensible uptake and a credible uptake. I mean, if you see now all these plans how to achieve net zero, it's great that these plans are there. We are very happy about that, but we need to look at to what extent the credibility and the accountability of those plans and commitments actually can be ensured.
Thank you, Martin. I want to take a pause to take 3 questions from the audience. If anyone's got any, there's a mic coming out. I'm going to ask the person on the mic to run because our tempo's got to increase as the day moves on. Any questions or comments you want to drive? This is a very special opportunity you have this very moment. Over there, you've got to run, Rob, run. This is climate change. We've got to move fast.
Thanks, Sean. Shrey Kohli.
Stand up, please. That's right.
Creaking the knees. Shrey Kohli from the London Stock Exchange. Quick question from the panel. I was interested in your views on sovereign sustainability-linked bond issuance. Obviously, green social sustainability bonds, we've seen a number of sovereigns come out. Sustainability-linked bonds within the sovereign bond market are new. Chile has issued one. Uruguay is in the market today. Do you think, Mr. Roy, it's the kind of fungible funding that finance ministries need with the right incentives in place if they set the right KPIs and benchmarks for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take 2 more questions. Mike over here, please, but back in the row first. Rob over here. Run, my friends.
Thank you. So I have a question regarding the taxonomies and innovation and governments leading change. So the first part of the question is, considering the speed of innovation, how often do we review the taxonomies of what is green, what is sustainable? And the second part, particularly for the European Union, is considering back in 2011, I was at the heart of planning for the European Union funds for 2014 to 2020. And at the moment, there are plans being made for 2035. Then do those taxonomies that we currently build into our policy making for 2035, how do we make them agile enough to governments to actually be able to lead change? Thank you.
Go. Any other questions? Put your hands up.
Yeah, my name is Alshar. I'm come from Mongolia. I have a question for Marie, and then later a question about emerging market, if you can address this. So I'm actually very impressed with the median age of this audience. Very young professionals, majority. And I guess you don't remember, I actually started my career in investment banking at the time when, last time we heard about a term called bond vigilantes. This was during the Clinton response to the bond investors kind of not agreeing with the loose fiscal policy that the US government wanted to proceed. And now we can see that almost 30 years later, the casualty that we witnessed today, 2 hours ago, which British Prime Minister essentially was a casualty of the bond vigilantes. The response of the market, they were sort of disagreeing with the UK policies. So my question to Marie, I mean, we talk about these trillions of dollars of the very ambitious projects of us going into, I mean, the governments are following different pathways to the low carbon economies. But essential question, do governments actually have money to finance that? I mean, what is the view of the credit rating? And will there be another, like Italy or others, to also be facing this similar problem that the British government just faced in the last several weeks? Now, the question about emerging markets, I saw yesterday a podcast by the FT Moral Money, where it was raising a question that the ESG, even though it should be on the surface very net positive for emerging markets, because it would be a tremendous maybe channel for attracting additional investment. But in reality, it means that because of these extra sort of compliance issues, then the international investors are now perhaps in reality are less inclined to invest in emerging markets. So what is your take, given your experience in India and elsewhere, sure, in terms of how the ESG finance in reality is it conducive for channeling more capital, much needed capital to emerging markets?
Let me just dock off one question, if I may. The Taxonomy Act allows for review every 3 years. That will be a functional platform. So there's a process there. Martin might want to add more, but there's a mechanism already. I'm just conscious of the previous session about taxonomy. I don't want to get Martin to have to go off the topic. But the question about do governments have the money? Whoa, Martin, that's one for you and one for us. And I want to say that listening to Jeffrey Sachs talk a couple of days ago in an African Union event. And he was saying, the world found $7 trillion of stimulus during pandemic. Rich countries did. That's a lot more than what's happening to support emerging markets who are being buffeted by the fact the rich world can raise the money and interest rates are low and there's a sucking sound of money right now into the US dollars because of its reserve currency and so on. There's an extraordinary injustice in the global financial system in terms of our ability to raise money when it affects us in the rich world and our inability to raise money for a few paltry vaccines in the Congo or Tanzania. There's clearly something weird about this idea of can we raise the money? I think that's the case. And of course, we did see in the pandemic in Europe finally agree, after years of stonewalling by some member states, to a 750 billion recovery and resilience fund. Another example of raising the money when we hit the wall. So there's an issue here I think that's worth exploring, given what we have to do globally, and given the inability to raise capital in large sectors of the planet that are highly exposed and at risk of from a resilience perspective. So I'm curious to know our perspective of our speakers. I might start with you, Martin. Look, answer any question you like, Martin, by the way. But if you've got any thoughts and reflections, given you're in Brussels at the moment, and then we'll come to our people in the room.
Oh, thanks, John. Maybe on the public finance, when we presented the new strategy on sustainable finance, in which we have articulated how our thinking about the file has evolved, we had it ready, but then we had focused the strategy only on the private sector, and we thought, well, we cannot just leave it as such because there will be questions. So what it is that the Commission and the EU budget and of course member states budget are doing here. And in the strategy, you will find a dedicated section in which the Commission committed to further mainstreaming and strengthening the so-called climate and biodiversity mainstreaming in the EU budget. And here we have clearly committed, to basically get inspiration from some of the tools that we have developed for the private sector. So there is a process ongoing where we will update and strengthen the tracking methodologies, which is basically methodologies allowing to check to what extent the money flowing into the projects are green, into the 2021 to 2027 multi-annual financial framework. And of course, there will be a midterm review coming shortly. So there is a lot of effort going on in Europe, in the European Union. And of course, the European Union and the European Commission is supporting member states in their green budgeting efforts individually. We are providing support. We are, of course, investigating the use of green bonds. As you know, the European Commission issued our own green bonds. We are learning from the experience of other member states, and there are many other jurisdictions that have issued green bonds. So there is a process going on. Obviously, how fast this process will go, I cannot commit. That's not in my remit. On the second point, if I may, on the emerging markets, we have been aware that this agenda, in order to have an impact globally, has to provide solutions to those who will face the most significant challenges. And also for investors in Europe and elsewhere who would like to invest in emerging markets. And for that, we are now basically cooking new solutions, new proposals. We have set up a dedicated group, high-level expert group that should provide recommendations to the Commission what more can be done to support investments in emerging markets, sustainable investments in emerging markets, and how to bridge the transition that these countries are facing, because they are facing the most significant challenges out of all countries.
And Rathin, you'll be pleased to know Climate Bonds member Zelina is on that expert group. Which one, if you'd like to kick off? Comments? I think
I'm happy to take the question about this. Can governments afford this? And I'll go to really when we look at the causes of sovereign defaults, we actually see a relatively weak correlation between the debt burden, the debt to GDP ratio, and default. What causes default is, yes, maybe a high debt burden in some cases, but by and large, a high debt burden at a time when the economy is not growing, at a time when that debt is really expensive, and when governance, again, I'll come back to that, when governance is weak, the institutions are weak to present a credible policy plan to address this. So when we look at government's plans on transition or resilience, we really try to understand, is this going to be money well spent, as I said earlier? Is it going to help buffer the economy against shocks in the future? Is it going potentially to raise the economy's growth potential? Is it going to prevent social risks from really burning up? So we really are agnostic in the first instance when governments announce their plans, but we really look at the details of the plans about how that money is spent to draw an assessment about the credit impact.
Thank you. So let me first address your question about see, no green bond that India has issued in the London market has got undersubscribed. And we have got a modest premium for most of them. And there's plenty of appetite for large emerging economy product, as you well know, since you work in the business, as long as it's not Turkey. Even Brazil, which I would be cautious about, but you guys seem to be fine. Now, if we start bringing in other boutiques, I think the question you've got to ask is how boutique will they stay? See, the most practical thing that's never worked is to issue a GDP bond, where the rate of return on the bond, the coupon, is a function of the GDP, and I've actually recommended you do that. The EU did that, they did a console, where you issue a perpetual. You don't pay it back, but your returns are linked to the rate of growth of GDP. Except there's a principal agent problem there. So that, I think, the more diverse you're going to make the kind of boutique assets that you're going to put on the market, sustainability bonds, green bonds, children's heating bonds, the more difficult it is going to be to either get them to scale so they can stay boutique, but when you get them to scale, to avoid the principal agent problem. The question you asked, which is very interesting, is linked to the other question. Wondering how to answer this, I'll have to go into a bit of economics here. Okay, 3 interesting facts. One, John Maynard Keynes said many years ago that if you can do it, you can afford it. He really did. How to pay for the war. And that's true of most large emerging economies, large. In that, if you have a reasonably high level of savings, such that you don't have to take recourse to foreign markets for your sovereigns, if you have capital account controls, and then you have done enough fiduciary. I know people don't like it, but I'm sorry, they're not going away any time after what's happened in the last 4 years. No way. Capital account controls are here to stay in the foreseeable future, in China, in India, and anywhere else that has a brain. Then you can pretty much do what you want. The question is the political choices you make. When it comes to countries that are not in that position, they're going to get indebted. They should be recipients of grants. I mean, why on earth would you lend money to a small island developing state that is being devastated by the climate events now? Obviously, there's a moral obligation there to give them grant money. And there's a very interesting initiative called the Bridgetown Initiative, which actually unpacks this, where it says loss and damage through grants, adaptation through public finance, and mitigation through private finance. I think that's sensible. Because a small island state is not relevant to mitigation.
Yeah.
It is extremely relevant to loss and damage. So we will have to unpack this suite of countries if we are really serious as an international community of putting finance to the service of dealing both with climate change and its impact, and then say, okay, for SIDS, the question is not one of giving them green bonds. The question is one of giving them grants. Equally, countries like India and Brazil should, in my view, and I'm going to try and advocate this, voluntarily recuse from any grant money that's given for loss and damage, saying you need it more than me, and I can go to the markets. So I don't think money is a problem. Let me give you an example. In this country, I was shocked to read, it almost moved me to tears. Children go hungry at school. Okay, the per capita GDP of $35,000, because their parents have to pay if their collective income is 1/3 the per capita income. In India, which is a much poorer country, every child gets a school meal free. The meal may be crap, there may be corruption, blah, blah, blah. But nobody questions the political choice that children will eat free. That political choice is only made in London, the borough of Southwark, where if you're in primary school, you eat free, and the moment you move to secondary, you starve, if you're poor. So these are political choices. We have to be very clear, and this also happens at the international stage and the domestic stage. I've often said with public finance, Keynes is right. You can find the money if you can do it. Can you protect small island states from loss and damage? If you can, the volume of grants, as you were saying, is not large, and we can find collectively a way to resource this. So financing in that sense is not the problem. The choices you make with the financing you require. One technical point, because this is multi-layered again, for your very interesting question. The more we are able to move to a world where we don't think of the Bretton Woods institutions and public financial, multilateral institutions as places where people go to get money, to, and this is important resilience bonds, I'll tell you why in a minute, to spend, to develop. This is a very crude idea. Let me give you an example. Resilience bond, education. Government of Mozambique wants to spend on teachers' salaries. You're going to get $1 million from the World Bank. What are you going to do with it? You're going to have to pay people in Mozambique in Metacash, which is the local currency there. So what will you do with those dollars? It's complicated, but economics is complicated sometimes. It's always solvable, then it's simple. Like it's quite Sherlockian that way. You will need to convert it into Metacash. Where's the Metacash going to come from? Will the central bank print it? If the central bank prints Metacash and you put dollars in the bank, what happens to your exports? Your currency will appreciate. Will the central bank then, what will the central bank then do? It will do something called sterilizing, which is it will sell those dollars. So you might as well have printed the Metacash to pay your teachers' salaries. In short, you cannot use foreign currency. You cannot use foreign currency unless you dollarize to do anything other than buy tradables. You cannot. So we have to, so the way out of this, of course, is something I've been advocating for a while, which is domestic currency issuance in global financial markets with the Bretton Woods institutions using their limited resources to pick up the justifiable exchange risk. I'm hoping with climate and sustainable bonds, that is the way we'll go. So we want to see much more action in Washington and London with a bunch of finance guys trying to minimize the volatility of the exchange risk on sovereign lending. Once you do that, money will not be a problem, and also the autonomy with which countries will be able to spend will not be a problem. Again, with the exception of small island states and really poor countries, those will have to have grants, because by definition, poverty limits your sovereignty. And without sovereignty, you cannot operate in a financial market without a minimum threshold level of sovereignty. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but that is the reality, and I really wish we would not fool people in places like the Central African Republic and Tuvalu and say, oh, you can come in and act as a sovereign actor the same as India and Turkey. You cannot. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll just pick up on a couple of points there. Yeah, I think at this stage, the grants, we see them coming after the event, after the natural disaster has struck. So yes, small islands, Fiji in 2016, hit by a big cyclone, there was grant money coming in, but after the event. So I think what you're talking about is maybe before the event to build. And yes, the foreign exchange risk is something that you'll be aware of, given your background, very present. Very few emerging markets have managed to tap foreign investors into local currency, not always with great results as well. Recent examples, Ghana, Zambia, so not the large emerging markets. The frontier markets that have tried that have seen very significant capital outflows the moment really risk off came in. And it's not quite clear that because investors are invested in that long-term climate resilience, they'll necessarily stay through the risk on and off type of cycles.
True. That's a very important point.
We've been Martha and I have been talking a long time about sovereign green bond issues out of India, and the sovereign green bond that India will be in rupees. We expect the carve out for international investors. Going to be an interesting test for this program. We need to wrap up, but I'm afraid I've got to ask Martin one last question of you. 15% of procurement, 15% of European GDP is public sector procurement. Isn't that something we could galvanise to drive demand for green taxonomy compliant activities? Is this another way governments could drive the change? Could we do stuff like that? Is there a reason, is that on the agenda at all? Just
John,
imagine.
I wish that I could decide all this myself. What I will do, I will take it back with me, and I will report it to my colleagues who are in charge of the public procurement. I think that this is obviously an area that we are exploring, but on the next steps I cannot comment at this event. But it is indeed, a relevant question. Where else, we should mainstream some of the concepts and ideas that we have been working together on for the last 5-6 years in the public sector area. But again, I have to admit, and that I'm working on financial services. I have already spent my area of focus now to the businesses and to the different policies, and I don't think that I should do even more to the public sector, because I think that I would lose my job very quickly.
I totally
understand.
But it's obvious, and that's going to improve their credit rating, isn't it? Because they're starting to address mitigation, probably resilience, by turning public procurement. The idea, by the way, came from the New Zealand government, who has been looking at the idea of adapting the national taxonomy in development to public procurement guidelines for all New Zealand government purchasing. Yay, New Zealand! Go Kiwis! Anyway, you've heard Martin say this talk. Let's just see where it goes and comes up. We need to finish up. Any last words, Murray, Ruthan? Seeing as I gave Martin the last word.
Oh, just one thing. We mustn't confuse all these things with sheer incompetence of governments, as we know in this country. So governments are very often incompetent, and incompetence will be punished by the markets, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, that's not all markets punish people for, but we have a lot of incompetence going around nowadays, not least in anyway.
Maybe from me, I've heard a lot in the rest of the day. Private sector waiting for clear frameworks, clear regulation. I don't think frameworks and regulation comes clear in version 1.0. So I think there's a bit of iteration there to expect, but I think there can be a feedback loop, a healthy feedback loop between what markets need and what governments can provide.
Indeed, Sean, I don't want to have the last word.
Go ahead.
I still would like to comment on what Mari said. Indeed, we are planning this feedback loop, so we are indeed preparing again a lot of support to the stakeholders how to implement what we have put in place. But we also expect action, and that actually will be my last message to the audience. I talked in the beginning about that what we have done as public sector and policymakers But now we expect actually the private sector, the financial sector, and the businesses actually to take and to make use of these tools and these frameworks. Of course, we are open to hear what doesn't work, but we also would like to hear what works, and we would like to see that that there is a difference, there is an impact. So we are in the hands of the private sector. So don't expect that this change will come only from Brussels. Thank you.
In 1992, in Clinton's re-election campaign for US presidency, there was a video made, a movie called The War Room, which is what you were referring to earlier. And in that War Room documentary, which is a great documentary, by the way, James Carville, Clinton's campaign director, says, after being buffeted by the headwinds of the bond market during the campaign, when I die, I want to come back as the bond market, because then everyone's terrified of me and they all do what I want them to do. Well, that's what we're trying to do with climate bonds, everyone. You got the clue. That's the secret. It's out there. Thank you very much for joining us. Please say thank you to our panelists. Coffee break now. Reconvene in a little while.
Well, I think the first thing to say is that the issue isn't that the money isn't there. The money is very much there, and it's there in spadefuls. I mean, we can talk about the $40 trillion of assets under management that is ESG screened now, or we can use even bigger numbers. The money which is signed up to GFANZ at Glasgow last year of $133 trillion. So, as I say, the issue isn't that the money is there. The money is absolutely there, and it's keen to invest sustainably. The issue is the lack of appropriate vehicles, and within that there's a couple of sub-issues. The first one, I think, is simply risk mismatch. So very often what we find is that the capital that wants to invest sustainably tends to be developed market pension fund money or insurance money with relatively low risk appetite, whereas obviously a lot of the investment that needs to take place for climate mitigation, adaptation, etc., as well as on a lot of the socially orientated SDGs, is in emerging markets, which in many cases are sub-investment grade. So you have that mismatch. I think the second issue that we often find is the ticket size. So the investors are trying to deploy billions of dollars of capital, and very often a lot of projects are relatively small, so the ticket size is simply too small for them to do the due diligence on each individual project or opportunity. But the last one and the biggest one, and thankfully probably the easiest one to overcome, is the fact that these investments are typically not targeted enough. Now, that could mean that they're not Paris aligned, or they're not aligned with whichever taxonomy is applying in whichever region we're talking about. But that tends to be the biggest issue, that these investments aren't targeted enough to allow that capital in. But as I say, the good news is that the right projects, whether it's a project or corporate raising capital, or a municipality, or even a sovereign, we can actually make huge progress by the use of targeted investments. So obviously there I'm talking about green, social, sustainability bonds, even KPI linked bonds. And obviously as a part of that, data is absolutely key, and choosing the right metrics within that is absolutely key. Now, that's very, very important in terms of attracting the capital in the first place, but also it's very, very important from a reporting perspective. So how is that capital being used? And it's very, very important for the ultimate providers of that capital, so the ultimate asset owners. And they want to invest sustainably, but they also want to know what is being achieved with their capital. So beyond the financial returns that they undoubtedly want, they also want to know, what are you doing with my money? What impact are you having? So that's where reporting is very, very important. The data, it allows us to attract the capital in, but it's very important for reporting back on progress. And I think in summary, the reason I find this so exciting is how often are we faced with a situation where we have the need for trillions of dollars of investment, with trillions of dollars of capital waiting and wanting to invest. The simple fact is that we just need the right vehicles, and those vehicles can provide attractive returns, to the providers of capital. They can provide attractive costs of capital to the people trying to raise that capital. But alongside that, obviously, we get enormous social and environmental benefits. And that's even before we start to think about the economic multiplier effects which result if we do this correctly. So from my perspective, it's not just the challenge of our generation, which people often say, but it's also the opportunity of a lifetime. And the rewards, if we succeed in this, are inestimable, as are the penalties if we fail to seize this historic opportunity.
Capital markets don't grow very well with complex tools. They grow well with simple tools. We've proven this in the green bond market by establishing simple tools. Simone will talk about the green bond principles in a minute. Of course, taxonomy, we have attempted to create binary tools, simple tools, to reduce the level of friction involved for the issuer or the investor, to reduce the cost of transaction, to make it easy. I'm going to add my little tuppence worth of taxonomy session earlier by saying in the European taxonomy, we now need to, in the next 6 months, simplify, make it easy because it's got too complicated. Hey, it's a work in progress. But that's our job. That's what Martin Spolk was talking about when he talked about the usability focus. Simpler and easier. The easier we can make things, the faster things will move. The easier we can signpost things, the faster things will move. I think we're good enough crowd now. I'll get started. Okay. This particular panel, we're lucky to have with me Simone Huttemacher, who's the Director of Sustainable Finance for the International Capital Markets Association, and you may know ICMA as the organisation that manages the green bond principles with a large collection of other organisations involved in its governance structure. You'll see Rodolfo Fracassi from Main Street Partners, which is a green bond fund. I mean, essentially a boutique. He's probably going to tell me, no, it's not a damn boutique. It's a mainstream. But the reason why he's here is that they started right at the beginning. And the journey of funds is something we need to learn everywhere. I'm going to get Rahul Ghosh to say some words, who's a managing director at Moody's, who's going to talk about credit rating and the tools and the changes they've made recently. This is about integration into proper credit analysis of what we have to do on climate. Well, let's see what he says. And then you can ask him really tough questions afterwards, okay? I mean, you're not often you get a credit rating analyst, a senior one on a table. He's there to interrogate everyone. Bear that in mind. And then Jean-Marie Mas, who's currently a managing director at Blue Like an Orchid. What the hell is that? Well, it's a fund manager. He's going to talk a little bit more. It's a very cool fund manager. He's formerly the chief investment officer of the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank's group, financial institutions group, and set up, kind of invented what a roadshow was. I joined him on some of those, a thing called the EGO Fund, which is a joint IFC, Amundi fund to invest in emerging market fixed income. He'll tell us a little bit about the model and so on. There's a little selection of tools we have on the table here, but this is not everything, right? That's why I'm going to turn to you in a little while. And Doris Honnold in the front, one of our trustees, the Climate Bonds, is I'm sure going to throw in a couple of really cool ideas or projects that we do. I do need to tell you that one of the tools we have launched a consultation about a few weeks ago is around entities certification. It's on our website. You heard a little bit about it in a session a couple of sessions ago. It's about how we assess the corporate strategies of an organisation. It might support sustainable-linked bond certification or other forms, but framework for doing that to ensure we have appropriate rigour and ambition. That is a tool. And we'll be looking to roll out more tools at Climate Bonds going forward. On that note, Simone, can you kick us off on what ICMA's got, but more to the point, what's happening? What's the gossip for people? Where are things going? And I'm curious to know where you see the biggest traction at the moment around the various tool sets that you developed at ICMA.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. You mentioned we provide the Secretariat for the Green Bond Principles. We've done that since 2014 when the principles were created and the Secretariat came to us. But not only, we now just talk about the principles because we now also have the social bond principles, the sustainability bond guidelines, which is a mix of green and social. and also the sustainability-linked bond principles. So it's getting longer and longer. And the latter one is a different kind of product because it doesn't focus on use of proceeds, so not what is being financed, but rather on what's the strategy of the issuer. And that's really where the trend also seems to go. We've seen, although this is the latest one, the principles only came out in 2020, following a bond in the market from Enel, again following the sustainability-linked loans market. And it's still quite a nascent market, you could say, but it's the fastest growing market. And it's the one where there are still the most questions about. But because of that, we also, during our AGM this year, we published a lot of additional guidance. And this is really hopefully helpful to the market and will help the further growth.
Can I ask, new developments? Have we got some gossip we can share about new projects and new ideas? I mean, we're in a few working groups, but I lose track. There are so many working groups now.
We have a couple of working groups. Some of them we've had for many, many years. We have some newer working groups. We also have some task forces, which are sort of more ad hoc for just a year.
Give us a flavour.
A very big one, quite a new one still, is the Climate Transition Finance Working Group, also a big trend. Also sustainability-linked bonds that I just talked about, just mentioned the principles for those. They have kind of emerged, you could say, as an ideal instrument to finance the transition, and we have separate guidelines for that. So we don't have transition bond principles, as we often get asked about, but we have a transition finance handbook that provides recommendations as to what an issuer should disclose in order to communicate a credible transition to the market. We also continue to work on social, which is inherently, the opposite side, you could say, of the green transition. So just transition will be a new thing that we continuously, try to look at, try to tackle. There's no definition out, so this is certainly something that we need to look at. And then also we continue to look at SLBs, because as I said, there continue to be questions on that. I don't even know what's going to be the detailed agenda for the working groups this year, because we're only just starting. We haven't really had any kickoff meetings yet, but we're going to have a few starting next week. So.
Climate Bonds has a very close working relationship with Green Bond Principles and ICMA. We aim in our certification scheme to incorporate the Green Bond Principles and in our various other certifications to incorporate other aspects of the various protocols. The Green Bond Principles were not actually a creation of ICMA. ICMA took on the job and then grew them. And in fact, I was there at the beginning because it was actually Mike Eckhart, who was at Citibank, who said, what about this? Maybe we should do some rules for this market and so on. And I introduced him to Matt Hale at Bank of America, Merrill Lynch at the time. And they went into a room and they came out with this idea. What about we do... Now, banks don't collaborate much in America, right? This is pretty unusual. And Mike then caught a plane to San Francisco, did a first draft on the plane, and shared it with Matt, and then eventually Suzanne Bukta, and then to a couple of people like Tanguy Claquin. And so 4 banks came together as the initial owners of the Green Bond Principles, which are all a codification of practices that are already there. But there was a benefit in codification to make sure that all the banks followed the board, saying this was an example of setting clear standards and being able to commoditize them so the market will grow. And then soon after they needed a home, they asked ICMA to take on the job, and ICMA did a fantastic job, I have to say, of growing that and then creating a whole plethora of other reporting protocols. It is reporting. Now,
yeah, but indeed, it is, and I always try to clarify that as well. So it's not something we create. It's actually been and still continues to be so successful because it is created by the market, or has been, still is, for the market, right? So we have an executive committee which consists of in equal parts issuers, underwriters, and investors in sustainable bonds, and then ICMA provides the secretariat. So it's all market participants. Nothing created by ICMA. We're highly involved, of course, in all the guidance and new principles, but really the ideas and impetus as to what needs to be updated, what needs to be there, is coming from the market.
how many members now in the Green Bond Principles?
So the executive committee is always 24 members, 888. And then we have a wider community of over 400 members and observers, which also is, contains all other kinds of roles, rating agencies, legal law firms, data companies, and so on. So anyone who's not an issuer, underwriter, or investor.
And I'm going to say that this market would not have grown if ICMA had not taken on that job and then socialised it globally. So regulators around the world have turned to the ICMA reporting principles as a starting point for regulation that started to appear in ASEAN, in Latin America, etc. It's been an incredibly powerful part. It's been a tool for growth. The market has grown.
And Sean, we have a working group at Moody's to think about the working groups for ICMA as well.
And we have an external reviewer forum, which is not a working group but a forum. As I said, we have now also fora and task forces. But yeah, it's we looked at it the last 2 years, and last year we found 98% of bonds. Sustainable bonds, I should say, globally have been aligned to the principles. So it's really, although it's a voluntary standard, it's one that's being, when issuers publish, they like to align to the principles because it gives them a clear standard, clear steps to follow, and of course investors really like that.
Absolutely. You solve some of the problems about due diligence by codifying them. Now I just want to find out this working group, to study the working group. But Rahul, tell us your story at Moody's.
Absolutely. Well, I'll also say the tool of the principles has been phenomenal for us as well as a second party opinion provider. But I'm going to talk about the question you mentioned: how are we integrating ESG, climate, into how we think about credit? And I'm going to start with a story. So about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I met with a large commodities producer. With a global footprint, I won't give you the name, and we met with their executive leadership team, myself, a number of our credit rating analysts. And this team were telling us that over the last 10, 20 years, we have done what other commodities producers have done. We have built our business on the back of globalization, on the back of China, on the back of demand for raw materials. And this particular individual said to me, but if I think about my next 10, 20 years, in a similar vein, my company risks becoming, quote, a dinosaur. And so I've been working with my leadership team to think about, well, how do we take core business and think about the extractive activity that we do and make it more palatable for the electrification that we're seeing? And how do I look at new activities as well, whether it's hydrogen or other elements that we can get involved in? And then they put a plan together. What does that mean for my CapEx needs, right, over the next 10 years? And what implications might that have for my credit rating? And a really, really fascinating, very honest and earnest conversation. And of course, as credit rating analysts, we're obviously thinking about the debt, the CapEx is important. But also, what does this shift really mean for you as a business? Do you have the technical knowledge? Do you have the regulatory and legal ramifications of this for your business? And so really, it's a conversation where we're understanding what the sort of exposure is of a company, what is the company response, and how it's looking to implement that. And I think we've heard that one I word today, interoperability, but implementation, I think from a credit rating perspective, is huge. And I would suggest that's going to be a conversation as a credit rating agency we're going to have increasingly. So if I just, the subject of today's panel is tools. And so we've just launched a number of ESG credit tools, scores, and it's 4:20, so I'm not going to go into scales and language, etc. But suffice to say, we have around 6,500 names at Moody's that we have now provided these ESG credit scores for. So there are a bunch of different ones, but essentially you look at how much exposure does a company have to particular issues, including carbon transition, including physical risk and natural capital, and then what is the final impact on the rating? And when I look at across all of the corporates for which we've provided these scores, 20% of our companies that we rate are deemed to have a very high or high exposure to carbon transition, right? The exposure is there. And of that 20%, it's oil and gas, it's transportation, it's chemicals. But in that group, just under a third, so 30% of their credit ratings are lower today, maybe one notch, maybe multiple notches, than they would have been were it not for that particular issue. And so we're having to then talk to them. Right.
You heard it here, everyone. That's tweetable, quick.
And that's where implementation is important, Sean, because then we've got to talk to them about, okay, what is your plan to deal with this? And it's not necessarily get there as quick as you can. You have to get there in a sensible way, but in a way that allows you to hopefully adjust and then adapt and potentially benefit from the transition that's taking place.
Very cool, very cool. We'll come back. There's a lot, and you still I'm talking about the committee, but Jean-Marie, you and I have been talking about this stuff, the developing market, emerging market stuff, for years. Tell us about the model that you've established with the Ego Fund you're working on now, and also the discussions you've had to have in terms of broad architecture of how we bridge this gap between emerging market demand, creditworthiness, capital pools in richer countries, and your conversations with various international bodies.
Yes. So I would like to start by the first time I met Sean Kidney. Okay. So at that time, I worked at IFC. My specialization is equity investment in banks and emerging markets global. We met in 2016, right after the COP21. Then the idea was that green bonds were endorsed by the Paris Agreement as an effective tool to channel money from developed markets to emerging markets. And I felt that banks, which are systemic in emerging markets, were resilient if they issue bonds in terms of credit default in comparison with the rating of the banks. Because the banks have a rating cap at country level, but in emerging markets, they tend to have strong balance sheets, strong capital adequacy ratio. So if you take a balance sheet of a bank, let's say in Peru, you put it in Germany, the rating would be better. So I felt that there would be a good story to buy systemic banks bond. From there, probably a good story to reorient a strategy to help them issue green bonds, so that because they would be well placed to finance green economy if the green economy emerged. So I got all these ideas. Then I met Sean, because I was explained that to do a fund, you need $2 billion strategy minimum to raise money from pension fund insurance company, and that should represent 1% of the market. So when I met Sean in London, I asked him, Sean, so what is the volume of green bond issuance, and how much last year, and what is the outstanding amount? He told me 65 billion issued globally, 220 billion outstanding. So then I told him, how can I do a 2 billion strategy in emerging markets? It doesn't work. And Sean told me, no, Jean-Marie, you should not look at it that way. You should say, because it's at that level, it can only grow, so it's the time to do a 2 billion fund. So I said, yeah, that's an interesting concept. So I didn't stop there, but then I developed two concepts. The first one is to raise a 2 billion fund strategy, which has happened, but divide the portfolio in two parts. One called liquid management strategy, the second called green bond strategy on the asset side. And the liquid management strategy, we sell the bond to buy green bond. So when you do that, you can anticipate a market growth, but raise the money you need at the size investors are looking for, and accompany the movement. So this fund is called the demand from investors. But then after that, I work on the second leg. It's called stimulate the supply. And this took the form of a $15 million technical assistance program for 7 years, funded by Switzerland, Sweden, Luxembourg, where we provide a targeted assistance to systemic banks in emerging markets so that they issue green bond instead of non-green bond. So we have a menu of activities from training, communication, database, research, case study, communication plan, and we call it stimulate the supply. And combine is simultaneous stimulation of supply and demand to create a market. So then at that point, when I look at the result, the fund closed at 1.4 billion, but it's closed-end fund, so it goes up in value by accrued interest. The fund has now more than 1 billion of bond in portfolio, and the fund closed in 2018, and the technical assistance has stimulated $4 billion. So that is quite significant number if you look at the balance sheet of many institutions. And then the program is 7 years and was launched in 2018. So it can still go on until 2025-26. So it really has worked. So that is for that. Now, at this point, what I realize is that investors they find that the green bond market is still a small asset class. It's about 3.5 trillion for a 125 trillion bond market. So it's less than 3%. And then the second thing is if you issue a green bond, you need use of proceeds, meeting ICMA definition. And not everybody can issue that. And if you want to finance the transition, it may be more efficient to address those who pollute, who cannot issue green bond, than only those who can issue green bond. So then investors are telling me that they like the concept of sustainable development goal, which includes green bonds. So green bonds is considered like crème de la crème of SDG because you have use of proceeds, a lot of things to monitor that you don't have on other bonds, even if it's not perfect. But now the current concept is to work on sustainable development goal investment strategy, including green bonds and social stability linked bonds. So that's what I'm working on. And in emerging market, right now, investors are retracting money. And that's something I said for a long time, is that most emerging market portfolio managers, they manage open-ended fund with a performance based on an index. And what I say, that cannot work well for emerging markets because the index constantly changes, so they need to rebalance their portfolio. And if they face redemption in open-end fund, they need liquidity to reimburse investor. And in emerging markets, it's very volatile. Price, bid-ask spread move a lot. And so there is incompatibility. And last week I was at the World Bank IMF annual report. And what I found interesting is the IMF wrote a report called Global Stability Report. And they have a chapter where they say why open-ended funds are not a good tool for emerging markets, which I think is an interesting development. So the fund I built is a closed-end fund with shares listed on Luxembourg Stock Exchange. So investors cannot redeem against cash, but they can trade their shares on the secondary market. And because it's listed, it meets an asset class of marketable securities on their balance sheet. That also you need to always find where you are on balance sheet of an investor, institutional investor. So that's what I can say for my story at this point.
So you've got an example of engineering work which is coming out with tools, funds in this case, to bridge gaps. Very important. Rodolfo, you've got a slightly different story, but you got in right at the beginning. Tell us about the journey of Main Street Partners, your fund, and also tell us why. How did you start? Because when you started, this was a nothing market.
Very much so. First of all, thank you very much for being here and to listen to our stories. And by the way, very cool panel because we have very different angles. I'm biased on that, of course. I'll start actually with a question to the audience. Who believes that in 20 years, 100% of the bond market, at least on the primary issuance, will be bonds with use of proceeds? So green bonds, social bonds, also sustainability-linked bonds, transition bonds, anything. Or let's say, who believes that in 20 years we will not see general corporate purpose bonds anymore? Does anybody believe in that?
I have that many.
Well, that's our team, so it doesn't count.
100%, Rodolfo, 100%.
It's too much. Okay, so that's exactly the reaction I had in 2010 when we tried to launch our first green bond fund. And then we succeeded in 2011, and then again in 2015, and then again and again in 2018, and then again, and so on and so forth. So about the story. Main Street, which is the company I founded in 2008, is an investment advisor specializing on ESG. So we team up with asset managers, with insurance companies, wealth managers, and we help them raising funds, so creating funds, and then we advise them on managing the fund. And this is also a data provider. So in the green and social bond space, basically we collect data. We started in 2010, and we provide those to the fund managers we team up with. The story is, in 2009, I started seeing this market, and I was very fascinated by the concept of the green bond. Why that? Because I've been always working for 8 years before that, especially with distribution networks, with financial advisors. And being on a stage like this one, you need to convince people who actually then deal with other people's money to invest, sustainably. And it was very difficult to do it at the time, in 2008, 2009, because it was difficult to measure, what is ESG? Well, rating's cool, but, companies doing better than another, best practices. But then all of a sudden we got, these instruments, and you can tell people where the money is going, measure it, and they feel good about it because they know what's happening with the money. And so I started investigating about green bonds, and then I had a friend working at Daiwa at the time, and they were very successful in basically buying bonds these green bonds on the secondary markets and reselling them to distribution networks in Japan. And why was that? Very curious situation, no? You think it's a super niche. But why was that? Because Japan has been in a zero interest rate environment for a very long time. So here we go, that clicked in my mind because it was, A, you got a great story, and B, interest rates are just going down. At the time, they weren't so bad, but kind of the path was obvious, was clear. And you need a story. So given that Europe went down the same path of going to zero interest rates until a few weeks ago or a few months ago, and then we thought that that was a great place to be. So we started talking to some of our partners, some of whom are here in the audience today, who are very big asset managers, and we said, why don't we launch together, a fund that invests in green bonds? So back to the story, that's exactly the reaction I had the first time when I started talking to one of them. And they were like, you're crazy. There's only 5 billion of this stuff around. We'll never know where to put the money. But then they also were crazy enough to believe in it and do it. And so the first fund was launched, and then again, more funds afterwards. And it worked. And I think what worked until now, then maybe we see what's working next. But I think what worked until now is the simplicity of it, at least from our standpoint. So I think we really need to maintain that because there is a lot of work in the background, and it's phenomenal. It's fantastic to see so many institutions, so many people working hard to make it precise, make it specific, avoid greenwashing, maybe sometimes a bit too much, but it's okay. But the key will always be when then you're in front of an audience of non-practitioners and you got to explain them what you're doing with their money, because in the end it's their money, even if it's pension funds, in the end it's somebody putting money into the pension fund, You have to be able to explain it in a simple way. And that's what I love about green bonds, social bonds, the fact that it's easy to explain. And if it's done well, you can measure it, tell a story, then of course they need to yield pretty much the same. But we should maintain that. And I think explaining them right, creating the right products, and maintaining this simplicity was really the key. And so I think that we can get to 100%. Maybe it's too bold, but I think we can get there. Because nobody wants to go back. Once you're accountable, I'm telling you where I put your money and what I do good with it, well, you want to keep knowing about it. That's my
great point. That kind of echoes what we heard in the previous panel too. It's very interesting. I kind of want to go to the audience before I come back to you folks, if that's okay. And this is our last session. We're going to talk about now, what do we need and what have we got to grow this? The objective is 5 trillion a year in 2025. I need some comments, some suggestions, please. So questions or comments? There's one here. And okay, can I give you a microphone you can read out? Great. One microphone at the front here, if I may. Any others? Hands? There's one over there as well. Just here.
Hi. Sorry, I have two questions from the people online. One is from Parish Patel, and his question is, what can be done to ease and accelerate issuance and management of GSS bond instrument at the subnational levels? Example, states, countries, city, municipalities. And the second one is from Scott Bryson, and it's from Jean-Marie, mentioned helping to stimulate supply of green bonds as part of the fund. Could this be discussed more on if it's been successful, key learners, etc.?
Okay. Hang on to those questions. We're going to take a few. Yeah. Who's got the mic? Stand up, please.
Hello. Paula from the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. Rodolfo just talked about the beauty of green bonds and about its simplicity. But we discussed in the previous panels about the complexity of the taxonomy regulation. And we know that the EU Green Bond Standard actually foresees 100% of alignment to the taxonomy. My question is the EU in the right direction around this EU Green Bond Standard?
Okay, microphone, stand up.
A question for Jean-Marie. I'm a big fan. Thank you for making the time, sir. A two-part question. So the first part of the question, I'm a big fan of growing. I'm a big fan of EM. So I'm Karim Hanidi from Record Financial Group. We have a growing footprint in EM and Frontier as well. My question, sir, so the first part of the question is, we know about the original sin, the classic Panizza quote. How do you bridge that gap between growing green bonds and delivering hard currency and giving investors comfort around hard currency, but also allowing local markets to develop in their local currencies, to empower them, to give them freedom of policy? And the second question, similarly, so the same type of growth, but one of the key things holding us back is not just the green bonds, but the vehicle they're in. AP Ego is in a CCAV. What do investors who need daily liquidity, how do they go about this? And maybe this is for the structurers in the room. What do they do? How do we grow without them? Because we're going to need their capital, but their capital has requirements. It has liquidity requirements. How do we grow with them in mind?
Thank you. Someone else got the microphone over here? Please stand up. Put your hand up. And I'm doing a full round of questions, by the way, so I need a few of this time.
It's going to be hard to remember.
Go ahead.
Sean remembers them.
You got a question?
I remember.
Hi, my name is Pranjal Mathur from 8Versa. I had a question to Rahul in particular and to the rest of the panel as well about credit ratings. So you were saying how ESG is becoming more material in traditional credit ratings, but I think ESG ratings are still a separate entity on their own. And is there a clear delineation on where an ESG rating might be needed versus where a credit rating is sufficient for bond issuance? Because especially for high-risk markets, like if we're looking at emerging economies or elsewhere, how do we draw the line on whether it's sufficient to just use a traditional credit rating or a separate ESG rating? Thank you.
Can I take one more, or are you at the end of your tether? Yes, I think I can take one more. Sandeep, are you in the audience? Microphone over here, please. Oh, we've got, and Dorothy over there. Okay. I'll stop after Sandeep if I can come for a second round. Please, Sandeep.
So you want me to ask a question?
You can tell us about your tool briefly first, if you like.
Okay, great. Okay, so a statement and a question. So I think what Sean wants me to say is we have a whole pipeline of deals that can absorb around $5 trillion. So that's your first year, 2025. And they're carbon negative. They displace steel, they displace cement, they displace diesel and fossil fuels. I'm a Silicon Valley serial entrepreneur turned impact venture capitalist. I've partnered with some ex-CIO of BlackRock to bring venture capital to this space. That's early stage capital. All we do is set the table for you guys. Now we need you guys to come in, refinance what we've done, and take the ball further. That's why I'm here. I'm a little bit of a fish out of water here at a European bond conference, not my normal gig. But we have all the deals you need. And I don't know if this is heresy or not, but our companies, our portfolio companies, generate 25% to 50% EBITDAs, which means that they can afford to pay more. They could pay 7, 8, 9%. So what I don't understand in talking to a whole bunch of people here is, debt, we can get debt. Now, I would love to get green bond, which is just a different type of debt, unless someone correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But you're layering all these extra requirements, making it so many more hoops for these portfolio companies to get through to get this other debt. And yet we have a time urgency and a climate crisis, and we're making it harder to get the kind of capital that's needed for a better future for our kids. You should be making it easier. So I guess my
That's a rude question for us, isn't it?
so my question is, how can we make it easier and deploy the capital? Look,
Good
we need
question.
20 trillion. So starting at 2025, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. By 2029, we can retire. So I want to ask you, the question is, how can we make this process easier to get your capital deployed in green bonds?
Thank you. I'll come back. Who wants to have a shot at what question?
Can you just summarize the questions again, Sean?
Well, Parish talked about how to make it easier for SSA issuance, is the online question. What are the challenges there? I mean, there's a whole creditworthiness story. This is one of the things the IFC tried to do with some of the sub-sovereigns, like Johannesburg years ago, for some first loss provision supply. There's one question, and then Scott asked how the technical assistance program has worked, has been useful. So maybe we'll start off with you, Jean-Marie.
Yeah. Well, first of all, maybe I will address your tough point first. Good. How do you make it easier? Is by regulation, standardization, database. Because right now there is a lot of requirement where issuers believe what investors want, and what investors want is not what investors believe. Yep. We have done a research on that, doing a monkey survey on issuer and investor, and 75% of time is not used adequately. Okay. That doesn't question the concept of green bond use of proceeds, but today it's not efficient enough, it can be improved. So that, to me, that would be the answer. So now, about SSA challenge. I would like to just give you a very concrete example, which I found interesting. Okay, so our concept was to train financial institutions / banks. So we trained one, and this bank was issuing $800 million of bond every year. So when they came to our training, the idea was to do a pilot 50 million green bond, because they had 50 million use of proceeds. Then through our training, they found that they could issue $800 million sustainability bond, because they had 750 million of social loan portfolio to hospitals, school, low-cost housing. So then they decided to go for $800 million sustainability bond instead of 50 million green bond, thanks to our training. So when they placed the bond, they did everything by the book, following all the requirements of ICMA, and it was a 12-year bullet bond rated BBB. And during the day of placement, they had, I think, $4 or $6 billion of demand from 210 investors, 110 of them in the UK, 110 investors. So, and then the spread compressed by 50 basis points during the day. And you can compare the price of the spread relative to the secondary market trade of their previous bond. So I calculated that if you do 50 basis points by 12 years on 800 million, you save $50 million of expense at issuer level. And that, to me, is the best return you can have on the time you spend, because it took them maybe 3-4 months to do it. So basically, we need to have more demonstration effect like that, publicize them, so that we see that it works. And one of the benefits of green bonds is to diversify your investor base. So that's one thing. Then about the question about the training. So what we went through a kind of a try and error phase. And the phase one, we did training for 100 people in the room in Singapore, Bangkok, and Jakarta. Then we felt it was uneven knowledge when we trained. Then we did a phase two, when we invited 10 banks, sending 2 to 4 people per bank on a executive training campus of Stockholm School of Economics. And we brought trainers, including ICMA, to train the banker who came. So that has worked very well. But then after came the COVID confinement period. So then we rearranged all the training in e-training instead. And instead of 1 week in classroom training on campus, it became a 2-week program with like 6 half day and 12 video actually with the voice of Simon here present, on everything you need to know about ICMA Green Bond Principle with 12 quiz that you need to succeed. And that was the pre-requirement to go to the e-training. And then after it went, the people were trained, and then it created, as I mentioned before, 4 billion of green bond issuance. So if you train, it works. But what we have, it's a full arsenal. We have training, communication, database, case study, research. And we did a series of 7 webinars last year, and there were like 2,000 people registered per webinar. So there is interest in these topics. And what I'm finding also with webinars, you can record and people can watch them in their time zone. So for emerging market, it's very important. So that's what I would say on these questions.
I just want to make a comment for Sandeep. You know, the cost of transaction, if we keep it reasonably easy, is pretty low. You know, half a basis point, you're spending quite a lot of money. In at least hard currencies and a number of other currencies, there's modest price benefit, which more than covers the cost. That's what the UK Treasury will tell you, for example. So the reporting obligations aren't that hard. They're relatively modest, especially if your portfolio is reasonably straightforward, as yours is, I know, renewable energy and so on. If you've got an agricultural policy, agricultural investment portfolio, that might be more challenging because the reporting might be more complicated. So it's sector specific. So at the end of the day, you've got to make a decision. Is it worthwhile looking at the thematic issuance for the benefits you're going to gain from investor diversification, obviously, greater access to capital if you're an emerging market, because you'll get on a desk, but otherwise hard to get on a desk, and potentially, depending on the currency you're in, a modest price benefit, which will cover your cost and get those benefits. So it looks like a lot, but I'm going to say it's a bit overblown. Now, of course, whether we've explained that adequately, that's another question. Whether we're making the rules in some places more complicated, that's another question. And I want to go to you, Simon, really, to pick up the question about the green bond standard in Europe. Is the EU in the right direction with its green bond standard, or which is voluntary, not mandatory, to be very clear in current proposals? What's your reading?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, Sean, ICMA was actually part of the HLEG and also the technical expert group, the TEC. And we were very much involved in when the EU GBS was created because it is actually based on the green bond principles.
Yep.
So we comment a lot on it, and if you follow it, you might know that it's currently still under trilogue after the Parliament and the Council presented their positions in May. So it's now under trilogue. We'll see how long that's still taking. What we are positive about is indeed that it looks like it's going to remain a voluntary standard. It was initially be presented as a voluntary standard or being thought of as a voluntary standard. Then in between, we've sort of seen it going towards mandatory. Now we're back to voluntary as it looks. So ICMA thinks that's good for the market. We also like the fact that they're thinking of a flexibility pocket. Just to explain to some people that are maybe not following it so much, the green bond principles, one of the things that goes with the principles is that you have a list of eligible green projects. Under social, that's also social projects. The difference with the EU green bond standard is that you don't have a list of eligible projects. It's much more complicated, if you will. The EU green bond has to be aligned to the taxonomy, and what that means is that you have all these. You have 6 environmental objectives, basically, climate change mitigation, adaptation, and then 4 others that are currently being developed or finalized. And you have to make a substantial contribution with your activities to those. You have to not, or you shouldn't do any significant harm to other projects or rather other objectives. You have to comply with minimum safeguards, which also bring a social and governance component to the taxonomy. And then the first 2, the substantial contribution and the do no significant harm, they are further defined by technical screening criteria. So very detailed, which in a way is good, but also very difficult to do because a lot of the time we just don't have the data. So in summary, I would say it is probably going into the right direction, but maybe not do all at once while we don't have enough data. There are a lot of good components, but we will have to see. If you're interested in our detailed comments, I would recommend you go to the ICMA website. We have published comments, the last ones in July, where we comment specifically on proposals from the Parliament and also from the Council.
So, work in progress.
Work in
Broadly
progress,
right
yeah.
direction.
We are following it
Fine-tuning.
closely, yes. Fine-tuning needed, yeah.
Rahul, this question about ESG, especially in emerging markets, I mean, you've infected kind of answering that with what you're doing, but I'm just wondering if you've got some more colour you can give us to respond to that question about how do we tackle ESG in difficult markets?
Absolutely, thanks, Sean. There are a couple of questions I wanted to respond to, if that's okay. So the question on how do we grow faster, right? And for me, it's narrowing the barriers between the different actors. If we just look at this panel, right, we have standards, we have service providers, we have advisors, we have investors. And I'll take one example. You have green securitizations. We all want it to be bigger. We all see the potential. We have new guidance that ICMA and its various working groups have put together. As an opinion provider that's been an observer to one of those working groups, we can learn. We can think about how we integrate that into our second-party opinions that we provide. And then we can provide opinions to the market that can then be used by investors, and we can explain our approach to investors. So I think if we narrow those divides, that can really help us scale and innovate as well. On the question of ESG ratings, credit ratings, second-party opinions, so full disclosure, across Moody's, we do them all. We often get this question, what are all of the differences? And the first thing I'll say is, the sustainable investor, the sustainable market participant is not homogenous, right? We speak every day to investors that just want to manage risk and are focused on where those E&S risk pressures are. We have others that want to understand what are the policies and procedures and practices that a company's implementing? How does it compare with their peers? Because I want to engage with that company and I want them to disclose more. And then we have the investor, still small today, but hopefully growing. I care about impact. That is my number one aspect that I care about. So the short answer to that question is it's different horses for different courses, right? And I think from a credit rating perspective, we're super focused on what is the impact of ESG on credit risk. ESG ratings speak to something different, and then of course second-party opinions speak to something else. Are there areas of interplay? Yes, they are. And just going back to my previous conversation about the commodity producer, there's a relatively negative story there, and credit rating analysts can be accused sometimes of being a bit pessimistic. So I'm going to say a positive story, which is, if you look at the auto sector, we've actually seen in our credit rating tools an improvement in relative carbon transition positioning over the last 5 to 10 years, as we've started to see this sector understand the transformation, start to build facilities, start to build new products. So we're seeing an improvement in exposure, and that's leading to financing. What, 5 automakers today have, out of your big 18 or 20 have issued labeled debt. We expect that number to grow, and they're using that to essentially fund this fundamental transformation that's taking place in their sectors. So I think that's an important story. And very quickly on emerging markets, look, I think one of the areas that we're focused on, obviously from a credit rating perspective, is accurate credit ratings. But there's also this. It's important to say that lower income economies can and have seen their credit ratings improve over time. Since January 2020, I think we've seen around 45, 50 positive rating actions for low income sovereigns. And a lot of that's been built on institutional reform, banking sector reform, economic reform. And obviously, as those credit ratings come up, some of the challenges that gentleman in the corner mentioned around getting access to institutional investment become easier as well.
Extraordinary, interesting transition this market's going through, isn't it? And the very fact, I'm going to say crudely, that they've seen business in this area is symptomatic of everything changing. But Rodolfo, this question of liquidity, I thought that was an interesting question. And, is that an issue for your clients? And what's your view of some of the broader developments? I mean, do we end up looking at yieldcos or SPACs or whatever that invest? What's the story of liquidity? Is it actually an issue?
Yeah, can I answer to that in a second and before I go back to the one? Yeah, that's very important, actually, is also the second point that I wanted to make. But I wanted also to answer to the question about simplicity versus complications. And Rahul, you just mentioned the automotive sector. So I was thinking, I know nothing about cars, honestly. If I walk into a car shop and I buy a car, I don't know even what to ask. I don't use cars much. My only car, and probably I use it like once a month. So the thing is, but I know something about finance. And so I think our job, given that personally I can't do anything to convince the European Union to do things in a more simple way, but also on the other side is good for our business. So I can't complain about that too much because I wouldn't be honestly. I like to be coherent. So I think European Union is doing what they think they have to do, and that's fine. I think our job is to look at that and try to make it simple for our investors. I mean, that's the key, because we cannot change that. So it's going into a direction of making things more complicated. But again, as when I go and I buy a car, I don't know pretty much anything about it, or when I use my Samsung phone or use an iPhone, I don't know anything about the technology inside it, or not much. But at the end of the day, I use it anyway. So I think our job, and many times that gets a bit underestimated, is really to do a very technical job in the background, but then try to explain it very simply. And the second point, back to liquidity, but also to the gentleman before that was making the point of, we got so much demand or actually offer in that side of bonds and investment opportunities. Liquidity, risk, and performance. So back to also, traditional finance, because here we're talking among ourselves, but out there are investors who, they need to cope with rising interest rates, and they need to protect their clients from risks and so on and so forth. So liquidity is an issue, but I don't think it's the issue or the enemy number one, because the market of green bonds have become much more liquid. We see issuance every day, multiple issuances. Of course, with corporates, with credits, is never super easy, especially when the market goes a bit into turmoil. But liquidity issues is not only with green bonds, it's with corporates in general. So I wouldn't mention that as the number one issue, although it might be in a way, especially maybe for specific areas of the market. But I would say duration may be an issue, because still the market of green bonds has on average a longer duration than the benchmarks or the other typical investments. And the second thing is the level of the ratings, because we're working here in an environment where you basically work with investment grade bonds, most of it. And I think these two things, and emerging markets, you are trying to sort out the issue, and you're doing a great job there. So I think the issuers and the market in general needs to think more about innovation on that front, also looking at what investors really want, because otherwise we end up in a loophole where you have the usual suspects, repeating issuers, issuing the same type of bonds. Okay, that helps a lot in terms of numbers. Then we look good because we say, okay, big percentages, big assets, but in the end, especially now that interest rates are going back up, now the thing of the story is still important, but now the returns are back being very important. Managing a fixed income portfolio is way more complicated. So we need definitely more tools on that front. So to get to that 5 trillion or 100%, whatever we believe in, definitely let's think about having all the tools that we need to manage a proper diversified fixed income portfolio. And then I don't see why any asset manager shouldn't have at least 1, 2, or 3 green bond funds. Once you have all the tools, why not? But it takes of course, some time to get there. But it's improving. Now, the other day we saw Austria, I think, issuing a very short maturity bond, green bond. So it's moving there.
I realise I've messed up the timing. We're out of time. That means the conference is finishing up. Jesus. Can't we just keep going for another few hours? Are there any drastic last questions before I go? Dorothy's got one. Philip, did you have your hand up? Nope.
Sean, I would like to make...
And then I'm going to come up to final comments by panel, okay? Just quickly, Dorothy, you've got 30 seconds.
To improve the image of this ESG fund that is rife with greenwashing, you guys need to invest in real, green, profitable, and impactful projects. We have pipeline of so many, like 2 gigawatt battery storage across the UK. Channel money into real sustainable project, please. That's my closing comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a lecture. Thanks, John. Jean-Marie.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on the rating, because and the type of bond, because I see a lot of confusion, because you have publicly placed bond, privately placed bond. Publicly placed bond, typically 300 million, 500, $1 billion. Privately placed bond is 50 million. So there are different type of issuer, and we tend to aggregate everything. I think we need differentiated approach. The second thing on the rating, a lot of pension fund insurance companies in Europe cannot buy sub-investment grade bonds. But in emerging markets, it's a 3.3 trillion market in dollar. Half of that is China. And you have only 12, 15 countries which are investment grade. So in fact, if you want to impact emerging markets, you need to have a mechanism to take money from investment grade destination to sub-investment grade destination. Otherwise, and that becomes additional. If you just do a emerging market green bond, you will get the same allocation for emerging market. It goes from non-green to green, but it's not additional money flux. It may be qualitatively better, but it's not more money. So you need mechanism to credit enhance fund to unleash more money. And what is happening is that now, so as mentioned, I was at World Bank IMF annual meeting last week, and there is a big debate about blended finance, that World Bank does not use enough its balance sheet, that they are AAA rated, but they can increase their lending by 25% without losing the AAA. So that became apparently, I heard it, a big debate. And then one of the solutions would be credit enhancement at fund level to then bring more money. And that is one of the topics we are going to see in the future.
And one of the things we're working on, Jean-Marie, is a 500 green development finance institutions project, because there are 500 development banks around the world, and hardly anyone gets any leverage at all. And they can all do what the World Bank's doing and much more. So there's work to be done. With the same public sector capital base, we could massively scale up green investment if we worked at it. So that's one area. Simon, parting reflections, and any thoughts on the future? Because this is around what more tools we know. You see the NICBA, International Capital Market Association. We need, of course, a vast green capital market. Reflections.
Yeah, and not just green. And yeah, indeed, to stick with the tool, with the theme of tools. I've talked about the principles before, and you can really use those principles to finance a lot of themes. I talked about transition finance, which we at ICMA see as a theme. So you can indeed finance the transition using green bonds with the likes, which the likes of the EBRD have been doing for many years already. You can also use SLBs. You can use social bonds if you want to finance the other side of the coin, the just transition that I mentioned. But there are also other themes coming up. We talk increasingly about blue finance as well. So blue to us is also a theme under green. So you can finance blue bonds, if you will, under, a blue bond is basically a green bond with a blue theme. And then there's also, under social, for example, if you want to finance gender equality, that you can do under a social bond. So you can use the tools that are there, the existing principles, and finance different themes. It's all out there.
I'll go next. So the key takeaway from the first story I said to everyone with the conversation with the commodity producer, I think that phase of exposure, risk, response financing is going to be a very recurrent thread when our analysts engage with companies. It's actually one of the reasons why we've brought our second party opinion business into the credit rating agency, into MIS, so we can really look at some of those holistic links between, okay, where is that company's exposure? How is that translating into risk, to credit risk? How can they respond to that? And then what does that mean for financing, and ideally labeled financing as well? And so for those of you interested in what we're doing at Moody's, you can catch me for drinks afterwards.
Well, I think also one leading remark is let's also invest a lot in training, because still, here we know a lot about green bonds, but out there in the market, not everybody knows so much about it. If we say that today 26% of the primary market in Europe, corporate bonds, is green social sustainability bonds, it's a huge number. I think probably less than 1% of the financial industry knows about it. So it's super, right. So he's a green bond fund manager, so he knows very well. No, but it's important to do a lot of training with our clients, with pension funds, trustees, financial advisors. So invest time and effort and money into that because it will pay off. Because still in the market, many people think that if you invest in a green bond, you're going to make less money, run more risk, or it's a super niche instrument. And it's not true anymore. So I think that's also another angle that sometimes is underestimated.
Excellent. Little plug for training. Green bonds training is something we've been doing for quite a lot. Find out more. Some of you may have been yesterday's training. And we're doing some joint training with the International Capital Markets Association soon, starting off in Hong Kong, I think is where we're going. But anyway, Simone might know, I can't remember. We're joining forces is the key point, to try and create a consistent story around the planet. Thank you, everyone, for the tools. Thank you, our panelists, please. I want to invite Luis Organes from JP Morgan to come up and give us a final reflection on where we are, what we're doing, and a little bit on what you're doing, I think, Luis. Nice to see you. Please. I'm just going to sit here and listen.
Please do.
Go.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And for those that understand are joining virtually, my name is Luis Organes. I'm head of global macro research at JP Morgan, and it's my pleasure for me to deliver these closing remarks at this event, which is now Climate Bonds Initiative's 7th annual global conference here in London. As we heard Sean Kidney open his remarks this morning, and the first panel moderated by my colleague Paul O'Connor, who heads the ESG capital markets at JP Morgan, the shape of our future has already been decided, and it will be green. We know that economies around the globe are already shifting to low-carbon industries and working to become climate resilient. However, the question that remains is, how quickly can we facilitate this crucial transition? We are facing a climate emergency, and the window of opportunity to align our economies to a safer 1.5-degree pathway is closing fast. Climate Bonds Initiative estimates that we will need to mobilize 5 trillion of climate bonds per year by 2025. You know, the message is everywhere. To avoid irreversible climate consequences, which would be a momentous jump on the 2021 issuance of around 500 billion. So we're looking at a 10-fold increase in the next 5 years. I was in Washington last week, like maybe many others here in the room, at the IMF World Bank annual meetings, and the same urgent message was delivered by the IMF's Global Financial Stability Report, which was released during the event. Emerging markets and developing economies account for 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, and many are highly vulnerable to climate hazards. These economies will need significant climate financing in the coming years to reduce their emissions and to adapt to the physical effects of climate change. Scaling up private climate finance is key to achieving these objectives, since public budgets are strained, and in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis, and borrowing conditions for emerging market sovereigns have tightened. Many of the world's institutional investors are now aware of the risks such volatility from climate change poses to their portfolios if action is not taken. They have a mandate to ensure risk is mitigated over the long term, and they want to act. As sponsors and partners of the Climate Bonds Initiative, now for the 3rd year in a row, we support CBI's ambition to catalyze global debt capital markets to finance and prioritize much-needed sustainable development, because we believe business has an important role to play in advancing the transition to a low-carbon economy. This past year has brought disruption and stress for so many as the world grapples with the war in Ukraine, economic volatility, climate change, and the ongoing pandemic. It has also shown that companies like ours can and must do to serve our customers, clients, and communities, which is run a healthy and vibrant company and bring together the best of our business to help address significant economic and societal challenges. Working with clients and private and public sector partners, we are helping promote energy affordability and security, reduce emissions, scale investments in clean technologies, and advance policies that spur long-term, large-scale capital deployment for low-carbon solutions that create jobs and economic growth. We are leveraging capital and expertise across our company to support a greener future for the planet and advance racial equality. There is no quick fix to meet the world's energy and climate goals. But tackling both these challenges is built into how we do business and serve our customers, clients, communities, and shareholders each day. As we heard from the conference panels today, clear, comprehensive transition pathways are essential for turning the heavy emitters of today into the clean corporations of tomorrow, at scale and speed. Taxonomies, too, will be central to distill a common sustainable language for investors and even the ESG investing playing field across different markets. JP Morgan, with our unparalleled reach across global financial markets, must play a central role to promote and coordinate climate change transition response. The war in Ukraine, ongoing sanctions, and supply chain disruptions reinforce the global need for providing energy that is secure, reliable, and affordable. There is also a need to accelerate collective progress in addressing climate change. These objectives are not mutually exclusive. We can do and must do both. JP Morgan is among the largest financiers of both traditional and clean energy. That is why we are leveraging our capabilities and expertise to provide capital and advice that supports economic growth while helping to address the key global challenges. We have set a target to finance and facilitate more than 2.5 trillion over 10 years, from 2021 through the end of 2030, to advance long-term solutions that address climate change and contribute to sustainable development. In 2021, we facilitated more than 100 billion of green activities like renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable transportation, doubled our green investment banking activity, and were the largest underwriter of green bonds. The efforts put us well on our way of our target of 1 trillion for green initiatives over 10 years, including for technology that will tackle climate change but does not even exist yet. We are also taking pragmatic steps to meet our 2030 emissions intensity reductions targets in oil and gas, electric power, and automotive manufacturing, while helping the world meet its energy needs securely and affordably. Our collaboration with Climate Bonds Initiative is a part of JP Morgan's work to advance climate solutions as we integrate ESG factors and sustainability more broadly within our global award-winning research franchise. Within equity research, we are building an ESG research product and consultancy service that will serve as a key partner for investors looking to differentiate themselves in their investment process. This year, we launched ESG Discovery, which is a platform developed to centralize ESG inputs from our sector analysts working in fundamental equity and credit research. ESG Discovery is helping our clients integrate double materiality within their sustainable investing strategies and research, whether at the thematic, sector, or company level. Central to our ESG research efforts, JP Morgan's Global Index Research Group, led by my colleague Gloria Kim, that some of you here may know, is responsible for creating and managing JP Morgan's ESG suite of indices. Since 2018, the JP Morgan ESG suite of indices has expanded to cover a broad range of asset classes across emerging and developed markets, credit rates, and the sustainable bond market, with more than 40 billion in assets benchmarked to the JESG indices so far. In the coming months, the team will launch a suite of Paris-aligned benchmarks across emerging market debt asset classes, which will help channel the critically needed development financing in emerging markets. Closer to my own role, managing emerging markets within macro research, in the past 2 years, we have worked in partnership with the World Bank in research projects that aimed to decipher the shortcomings of the ESG framework when applied to sovereign debt strategies, where there is still a lack of industry standard, where the existing scoring system tends to penalize lower income EM countries that actually have the largest development gaps and that need the more financing for their transition and sustainability journeys. Change is not easy, but caring for our environment, investing in social wellness, and establishing proper governance is critical, and we must continue to enhance every aspect of this for the future. Conferences like today go a long way in bridging the needed solutions between key industry players. There is no doubt, both as a company and society, we have a long way to go. But we may not get it right every time, but we do strive every day to do the right thing. Like our chairman and CEO, Jamie Dimon, said in the latest JP Morgan ESG report, moments of crisis are also moments of opportunity. Progress will not be linear. It will take time to implement effective solutions while also continuing to promote energy security and meet important economic and societal needs in the world. I would like to thank Climate Bonds Initiative for hosting once again an impassioned and thought-leading conference. I hope we make progress on the goal to scale up private climate finance and look forward to speaking with you all again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, we can't do these things without sponsors, but we also can't do these things about the big institutions. If we only work with the small institutions, it's not going to work. We're actually really pleased to be able to partner with JP Morgan, even though I'm going to say our job is to push them a bit in some areas, right? Just as our job is to push Citi a bit in some areas. Of course, that's our job. That's the job of everyone who's an activist in this area, whether you're working inside an institution, as Mr. Brown, the Green Guru, is doing, or whether you're working outside an institution. But these institutions are in transition, and for that, we are thankful, I have to say. I wanted to move them faster, of course wanted to move faster, including the European Union, India, China, and the US. I wanted to move faster, and that's our job. But in the meantime, thank you to Citi for being a gold sponsor. Thank you for JP Morgan being a silver sponsor here, but a sponsor globally for this thing. To Credit Suisse, Mainstream Partners, State Street Global Asset Advisors, Luxembourg Green Exchange, Mizuho, ICMA, ESG Book, and FSD Africa, all of whom are been necessary for us. You know what the challenge is. You know what to do now. You've got a clear idea. We do have to get $5 trillion of debt, in my view, to have a shot at contributing properly and adequately to our targets. $5 trillion a year, not gross. We do know the solutions are there. We're very clear. We've got some guy, some crazy guy over here called Sandeep saying he's got 20 trillion. Geez, I hope he's right. Philip, let's go and grill him afterwards and find out. But it sounds good. We know the capital is available. We know we've got a surplus of capital at the moment, looking for places to go. We know we've got proof that if we give them green stuff, they will invest. This is what we're seeing now globally. And you've heard a bit about that. Of course, there's some engineering work. That's why we have bankers, right? Because they're good at engineering things. Isn't that right? We know how to do that now. We just need to start focusing. It's going to take a bit longer to get this thing going than doing a normal quarterly deal, folks. We need to invest a year in market development and product development. That's the nature, that's the heart, but the prize is extraordinary. It's a future for our kids. That's the prize. We need clarity of what to do. We need supporting measures by governments and others. But above all, we need to create, to imagine and then create the future that we want to live in, which is different from the future we've come from, we've discovered, we've realized, we found out to our shock, to our surprise. We need to imagine and then create a different world, a world which is full of equality, equity around the world, where we don't have people in the UK not being able to afford lunch at school, as Rathin talked about us earlier, let alone in other countries in the world, because that's a climate resilience issue. Because inequality is material to addressing fragility, addressing inequality. Where we have clean, green worlds, where we don't have to suffer from air pollution, as well as address climate change, as well as cities and societies that can be productive and wealthy for all. This is not an impossible dream. This is merely a leap of imagination and energy on, well, that's your job. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for joining us in the privilege of working on this issue. Extraordinary privilege we have of being able to do something in the face of the extraordinary challenges we face. Most people in the world do not have that privilege. You do. We now need to use it properly. There are drinks outside.
certificação da CBI no Forest Criteria foi muito importante, porque além de nos mostrar pontos que nós desconhecíamos, importantes de uma mensuração de impacto, traz junto o compromisso de realmente atestar o impacto causado. Hoje nós monitoramos 2,5 milhões de hectares no território. O sistema ele começou a ser implantado faz uns 3 meses e ele entrou em total operação há cerca de 1 mês e pouco. De 1 mês e pouco para cá, com o sistema plenamente operacional e com o início da temporada de incêndio, já começou a mostrar resultado. É o primeiro projeto no Brasil dentro desse padrão de Forest Criteria. Então, praticamente a gente inaugura uma era de projetos florestais certificados que a gente acredita que no futuro a gente consiga cobrir 100% das áreas afetadas do Pantanal. Essa foi a primeira fase. Então, a nossa ideia para o futuro é ampliar impacto, ampliar o aspecto de monitoramento da biodiversidade e continuar colhendo os dados, colhendo os resultados de impacto causado pelo projeto.
Hello, we are Tohoku Electric Power Company. We are one of the regional electric power companies in Japan, and we have been supplying stable electricity to the northeastern part of Japan for over 70 years since our founding. Northeastern part of Japan is a region with huge potential of renewable energy. Since our founding in 1955, we have invested a number of hydropower plants and other types of renewable energy generation. Recently, we have launched several green bonds and loans under CBI programmatic certification. And those proceeds were used for solar, wind, and geothermal power plant. Ever since our very first green bond issuance, we have established stronger relationships between investors through sincere conversation. We believe the most important element of the green finance is the reporting. We will be open to discuss our strategy and sustainability with investors, and we will keep our best effort to improve our corporate value for next decades.